country that provide you some business training opportunities that we hope that you employ and take to grow your business and take it to the next level. You'll hear from really the experts in the field as it relates to government contracting, as it relates to how to get the resources that you need to make sure your business is stabilized, in terms of how to get the certifications that you might need as well to make sure you're able to be competitive in a number of business opportunities. We also have our Apex Accelerator program, which you'll be hearing about later on today. This $1 billion in revenue from government contracts.
we have a desperate roofer. I'd have been the smartest roofer in Oklahoma, right? And so that's the situation we find ourselves in. We're looking to nurture everybody with the talent to be successful. And maybe you don't have to go to a fancy school. Maybe you're just going to be the best, whatever you're going to be. But that's the opportunity. We're looking to maximize our growth. I would, if you can't go to where they go, you should. But get out here, turn left, and you'll hit a 200-acre development we're building in South Sioux City. We won the 7-state regional planning award for urban planning. Not far from it. You go downtown, you can't miss it. It says Ho-Chunk on the biggest building. They hate that. But they really didn't like it at first. Now they're getting used to it. I told them to catch on because it's Sioux City. Everything's named after Indians around here. And there's a place called Virginia Square, a nice development we've done. There's the historic 4th Street. We own it. There's other buildings in town that we own. There's a bank near here. There's apartments near here. All of this stuff we've been growing. So we've got our fingerprints all over this community. And so we'd encourage you to really just check it out. Really the last thing I'd say is that when a tribe comes to visit us, and we've had 100 and some tribes come to visit us, we won a Harvard Art Nations Award in 1999 or 2000. And they made us promise to share information. We didn't know that this was going to be a 20-year promise. My assistant Joyce here, it's been about 100 and some tribes. Here's a funny story. One tribe said, "How do you know so much about us?" I said, "You guys, if this is your night, I'm coming."
We toured the community yesterday, and birth through age 3. So I just commend them for doing all the work that they've been doing, and thank you, Misty, for also being here. So we're going to bring John up, and he is the guru on government contracting. And you have your bios, and so we didn't want to stand up here and read everybody's bios, and so you have that handout. But here's John Scirocca, and he likes to travel. So we're going to get the clicker, yes. And okay. So John, you're kind of confined to this area. Well, we have the cameras rolling for the online audience. So in John's session,
Be able to adjust
there is a
it.
lot of questions,
What's
so
that?
I'm gonna have the other microphone and I can run it over to you if you have a question. Those that are running the cameras, is John okay to be down off the stage area? Or do you want him on the stage?
Thanks for that. Thank you, guys. Thank you to the National Center for having me and partnering with us. We've been working with the National Center for a number of years now, providing training at NEIs across the country, Alaska, Hawaii. And so I just wanted to acknowledge the great work they've done around the country. I want to acknowledge Lance and the comments he made with respect to assistance and sort of helping up tribes that are coming along behind them. That's really commendable because I think sometimes we come across tribes that are just entering the federal marketplace, and it can be a struggle. Like you said, they've been through a lot of learning, and the fact that they share that knowledge and help others to benefit from these programs, and not just benefit from the programs, but ensure that the benefits flow to the intended recipients, and then help in community development and strategizing community development and the broader impact. That's really commendable. So thank you for all that work that you guys are doing. I do have some presentations here, but I have a presentation here.
That's one.
He has two. The second is for the end of the day. The USDA got a show.
Which is the other one?
Government contracting, John.
Does it?
So,
Say that contracting.
You said that was the right one?
anyways, because I tend to like to figure out what the audience likes to hear about. Actually, it's the other one. This is the ultimate decision. I'm sorry.
What's it labeled?
How many folks do we have that are currently in federal contract? A few. How many folks do we have that are individually
There's only one for him.
owned
Okay, let's go back.
firms? And how many tribal, or I consider them entity-owned organizations?
Or is it in
tribes,
your-
HOs, Alaska Native corporations? Okay. And how many are looking to enter the
It's
federal
the-
marketplace in the native
the,
program? Okay, great, great. So, sort of the background that I want to share on federal contracting and the impact it can make to economic development. I want to go over that first, and then I want to hear you guys, but we can't hear you. I can certainly talk about the specifics of the program, but I'd like to talk about what you guys want to talk about. How do you get certified? What are the challenges around certification? There's been changes to the program recently because what you saw there was the Ultimate Court case and the impact on the individual participants in the program. So we'll talk about that as well. Overall, the federal government program is, you know, you heard some enormous numbers, but roughly between 500 billion to $100 to $1 trillion of federal spending, of federal spending every year, right? And of that, 23% has to go to small business, right? So if you look at that, this is my presentation, by the way, and we can jump all over this. Real quick, how many help zone companies do we have? Do we have any help zone companies? Awesome, perfect. Women-owned small business? Okay, and service and saving. Any veterans? Okay, okay. So this is the presentation, but I'm gonna jump around all of this depending on what you guys like to talk about. So of the billions of dollars that get spent every year, 120 to 150 billion has to go to small business. That's a requirement. And the office that I used to run at the Small Business Administration was responsible for making that happen across the federal government, right? So setting goals with all the agencies, making sure that they're meeting their small business goals, reporting back to Congress on meeting those goals, and then administering the set-aside program to 23%, right? So you have to hit 23% as a federal government in your goal. And every agency is different. Some agencies will have a goal of, I remember when I was in Small Business Administration.
Hey, John?
Yes.
Real quick, sorry. We're gonna mic you up because the online audience is having a hard time hearing.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh, we're not going to?
You're
Okay,
not gonna.
never mind.
Okay, so some agencies, like when I was in the Small Business Administration, we had a goal like of 78%. Other agencies, like the Department of Energy, devise really complicated infrastructure, energy, nuclear weapons, et cetera, at a goal of 10%. So you sort of got to identify where you want to market your services depending on what the needs are of that particular agency. The overall goal is 23%. Then when you look at, okay, how does that 23% get split up? Under that, we have what we call the 5-5-3-3. So 5% for small disadvantaged business / 8A, 5% for women-owned, 3% for HubZone, and 3% for service disabled. Now, the Biden administration, when the Biden administration came in, they said, hey, on the 8A and small disadvantaged business, we want to increase that to 15%. So there's a huge opportunity, and they want to cast a broader net, right? And they said, we're going to make it 11% in 2023 and slightly increase it until we get to that 15% in 2024, right? Now, that means two things. One is 5 to 15% is a huge jump, right? So it seems like there's a huge need for 8A companies and disadvantaged companies. What I will say is that the federal government traditionally has hit 10, 11% on 8A and small disadvantaged business. However, getting even from that 10 or 11% to 15% is going to require significant more spending with 8A companies. And tribal entities, because of the unique characteristics in participating in the federal marketplace, are an ideal place to go when the government wants to meet that 15%. When they came out, when the administration came out and said, hey, we're going to increase the 8A goal, they did say that eventually they may look at women-owned, service disabled, and HubZone, but as of yet they have not. And the other thing that I'd say is for HubZone, that's one goal the federal government has never met. So if you think you might qualify as a HubZone firm, I would encourage you to look at it. HubZone is challenging, and we can talk about the requirements around HubZone qualification. But if you have multiple designations, as it stands right now, because there might be some statutory changes, as it stands right now, if you have multiple designations, you become more attractive to a contracting officer. Why? Because they can get multiple credit as it stands right now. So if you're, I'll give you an example. You're a small business HubZone, women-owned, service disabled 8A, which is the unicorn, and there's a few of them out there. The federal government, if they give you $1 million contract, gets $1 million credit in each of those buckets. So they get like quadruple credit, or whatever the 5 version of quadruple is. I don't know, whatever that is, right? So they can't do multiple set-asides, right? The federal government can't say, hey, we're going to set this requirement aside for an 8A HubZone or women-owned 8A. However, when they evaluate the proposals and the responses, certainly you're going to look a little bit more attractive because they're able to meet their multiple goals. Any questions or comments so far about the federal program? No? I want to try and keep this conversation a little bit. So real quick, I'll give you the basic requirements of the programs. On the 8A program, you have to be socially and economically disadvantaged. What does that mean? Socially disadvantaged used to mean that you could be in a presumed class, Native American, African American, Hispanic, Asian, Pacific Islander, and you could check the box and that would demonstrate that you're socially disadvantaged. Economically disadvantaged, the second criteria, has some thresholds with respect to income and net assets and total assets. Those numbers are in the slides. There was a loss of employment or ability to move forward in your employment or be hired, if you could connect those dots, even though you weren't in one of the presumed classes, you could get into the 8A program. So we would see, you know, Caucasian females in construction, in IT services, et cetera. What the court said is that, well, wait a second, you can't have presumed classes. Every applicant needs to demonstrate that they're socially disadvantaged. So that's a little bit of a challenge. The SBA had, and this just happened this past year, in this past summer, in July. So it's a little bit of an evolving situation because the Ultima, who brought the court case, filed for additional remedies, and SBA is objecting to. So it's that target's moving. But as it stands, if you're applying to the 8A program, you have to develop what we call a social disadvantage narrative, even if you're in the presumed class. And we'll go into that. I have a deck on that as well. But we can talk about that. It's a little bit frustrating, right? When I look at it, from my perspective, when we work with a lot of clients that we've applied and helped apply for the 8A program in the past, I can see the frustration. If you're Native American, if you're African American, you're being challenged to have to demonstrate that you're socially disadvantaged. Whereas previously you were just entered into the program, right? So, and you know, it's not, hey, we as a people have been disadvantaged for centuries. It's, hey, how are you individually socially disadvantaged? And by the way, give me an example. And by the way, connect the dots. And by the way, provide a witness so that I can confirm this. So it is really frustrating, right? But that's how the and the other thing that I'd say is, look, I was speaking at the Hub Zone Council conference just a couple weeks ago, and there was a lot of frustration with the SBA. It's not SBA that's imposing these requirements, right? They are implementing directions from the court. So it's the court case that's imposing these requirements for SBA. And SBA's position is that they want to try to protect the program, and these are the steps that they need to take to protect the program. Any questions so far? Yes, ma'am.
So what if you were previously in the disadvantage, now you have to go and justify your socially disadvantaged program?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the question was, if you're previously in the 8A program, what happens? So the SBA had implemented a process because a lot of acquisitions happened towards the end of the year, which is September 3rd. They had implemented a process which was expedited for contractors that were receiving contracts before the end of the year. When the requirement came into the district office for an award, they would require that 8A to submit the social disadvantage narrative. And on an expedited basis, they would review and approve that. Moving forward, if you didn't fall in that bucket, if you didn't have a requirement that was awarded at the end of September, they have been sending out emails. And there was a due date, although the feedback from the SBA has been, hey, try to meet that due date. If you don't, we're still going to review your social disadvantage narrative. They had provided a due date of September 30 for current participants to submit their social disadvantage narrative. So yeah, I mean, that was a long response, but the answer is you are required, even if you're an existing participant, to draft a social disadvantage narrative and submit it to the SBA for approval. That make sense?
Yeah.
Any other questions? Nothing yet? Okay. So how many folks did we say wanted to enter the federal marketplace? Or are new to the federal marketplace? Okay. So knowing the basics is really important, right? In order to just work with the federal government, you have to register in SAM and SAM.gov. It can be a little bit frustrating. The National Center mentioned the Apex accelerators and the assistance that they provide. Those types of assistance services, which are free to you, can help you with. As soon as go to register in SAM, you're gonna get inundated by emails from people that are going to say they can help you with getting registered. You don't necessarily need to do that. You can if you want, but they want to charge you $250, $500. There are free resources that can help you achieve that. And you should be able, it's government, and look, I worked for the government for a period of 7 years, 8 years, when I was responsible for these programs. So take them with a grain of salt, but government can be a little bit bureaucratic, and it can sometimes be a little bit frustrating. The process that starts at the GSA on SAM will kick you over to IRS to validate your employee identification number. It'll kick you over to the Defense Logistic Agency for whatever reason. The legacy process sends you to DLA to get a CAGE code. And all of that needs to come together. And even if your address is like, you put, suite instead of ST or STE and they don't line up, it'll bounce back. If you miss your DLA email that you get to confirm everything and don't respond to it in 3 days, it'll bounce back and kick you out. The DLA email sometimes ends up in your junk box. It's a .mil address, but if you don't watch for it and don't respond to it, it'll kick you out. So it can be frustrating. What I'll say is there's a help desk. There's resources that are available from the National Center. And then if you really want to go out and hire someone because you want it off your plate, you're running your own small business, you don't have the time to deal with it, there are folks out there that will provide that assistance if you really need it. And you should be able, between your tenacity and the free resources, you should be able to get through SAM. Now, the other great tool that SAM has is 2 parts. One is requirements that are being bid come out through SAM, right? And you can do a word search, you can do a NAICS, North American Industry Classification, and if I use acronyms, government speak, I apologize, please stop, raise your hands. You can do a search by NAICS codes, you can do a search by keywords, you can do a search by PSE product service codes to identify what kind of requirements are coming out, who's putting out those requirements. Is it the Department of Energy? Is it the Department of Labor? Is it Commerce? Is it the Small Business Administration? What agencies are putting out their requirement? It gives you a general indication of what types of services are being procured and how they're being procured in your particular area, right? But what I'll say is if you're waiting for SAM to bid on stuff, you're probably too late. Because when you see it on SAM, and there's usually a 45, 60-day turnaround, your competitors, the ones that have been doing this for a long time, probably already knew that it was coming out, probably already have a team, probably already have a draft proposal, and so and may even be at the agency and met with the agency and they understand the agency's need, and they're probably pretty far ahead of you. So the other tool that SAM has is historically everything that is awarded $25,000 and above is in SAM. So you can look historically at who's buying what you're selling and how they're buying it, right? So if you look at, okay, well, I know the Department of Labor buys whatever I'm selling, and this is how much they buy every year. And oh, by the way, here are a few contracts that are right in my scope of expertise, and they're about to expire. So the question really becomes, can you do the data analysis? And again, there's companies that'll do that. There are resellers of the data, like you'll look at FedMine or Bloomberg Government. There's several others. BidSpeed, I'll put a plug in for BidSpeed. BidSpeed has a 7J grant. 7J grant is SBA speak for, they receive a grant from the SBA, and BidSpeed provides its tool for free for 8A eligible companies. Doesn't mean you're in an 8A program, it means you're 8A eligible. And if you go to the website, you look at, if you go to the SBA website, you can go to the BidSpeed website, you can look it up. But there are third-party providers of let's say you find out Aberdeen is, buying $2 billion worth of the service or product that you're selling. Is that appropriate? Maybe, maybe not. 2 billion is a big number. What if it's 2 contracts for $1 billion each? Probably not going to be able to bid on that and win it. So you want to look at the plurality of opportunities, right? So that's the next thing. So one is, where are the big dollars? Who's buying what I'm selling? The next is there a lot of contracts? Is it 2, 3 contracts, or is it thousands of contracts, right? And then you start to look at, are they setting them aside? Are they setting them aside for women-owned small business? Are they setting them aside for Hub Zone, 8A, et cetera? And you start identifying procurement buying activities that maybe should be your top 5 or 10 targets, right? You do that analysis. And as you start getting to know more and more about federal contracting, you'll realize, there's one-off contracts, right? Just direct award contracts will put out a bid, you can bid on that. There are schedules. So sometimes the federal government doesn't put out an individual contract. They put it out through a schedule, the GSA schedule. We can talk a little bit about that. There are government-wide acquisition deals and indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity contracts. So it depends how the federal government is buying. If they're all going, so if they have $1 billion, right, and there's thousands of opportunities, but they're not directly contracting those out. They're doing it through, and I know I keep throwing out acronym, but they're doing it through OASIS. OASIS is a government-wide acquisition contract. Well, that's not going to help you if you don't have OASIS, right? So then the question becomes, do I look for who has OASIS contract and maybe try to partner up with them? Do I look to see when the next open season is for OASIS? Or do I just look somewhere else where there's one-off contracts that fall within my scope of expertise and it's an easier entree into federal contract? Does that make sense so far? Any questions? No? Okay, so then, let's say you identify your top 5. Now what do you do? A lot of folks automatically say, oh, I want to talk to the contracting officer. That's the person that issues the contract. Yes, that's fine. Contracting officers execute the program office requirements. So the program office gets the money. They have the fund. They engage the contracting shop that actually executes the contracts based on the federal acquisition regulations, based on the Code of Federal Regulations, based on the small business set-aside regulations, et cetera. So is it good to know the contracting officer? Yes. Should you stop there? Absolutely not. You want to be able to figure out, okay, well, who's the program office? Is there an opportunity to get in front of the program office? How do I start engaging with the program office and the contracting office? And the last sort of leg of that 3-legged stool is the OSDU. How many folks know what an OSDU is? Nobody? Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization. The government loves acronyms, right? So OSDU or OSBP, Office of Small Business Programs. Every federal agency has an OSDU or an OSBP. And the larger ones, like the Department of Defense, they'll have DoD proper has their Office of Small Business Programs. Then there is Army, Navy, Air Force. And then even when you go down to the buying activities, let's say you identify Aberdeen as your ideal. I always use Aberdeen, it's in Maryland, not Maryland. I always use that as an example, but it could be Wright-Patterson Air Force Base or wherever it is. They have a small business specialist assigned to that buying activity. So if you identify Aberdeen, you want to figure out who the small business specialist is. You want to start looking at, are they having matchmaking events? Are they going to be at REDS? Is there a way for me to get in front of them? And when you get in front of them, you want to know the history of, hey, I've done my research. I know you buy what I sell. I know you set it aside in the 8A program. I know these contracts are coming up for renewal. And guess what? I have the qualifications to be able to bid on it. Because those small business specialists, their job is to cast a broader net, to bring in new participants into federal contracting, and to help So if the Department of Defense is 22%, you know, it gets pushed down to Army. I think used to be, at least when I was there, it was like 21%. Maybe was much lower because of the aircraft carriers and the ships. So it was like, I think 18 or 15%. So that, and then from there it gets pushed down to the buying activities. So those small business specialists, their job is to be your advocate at the agency. Their job is to be the small business advocate at the agency. Make sure requirements get set aside, and then their job is to find the qualified contractors to help them meet that goal. So the way I always look at it is you gotta do those three paths sort of simultaneously after you do the research, right? Small business office, contracting shop, program shop. How do I get in front of all three as I look to market to Aberdeen, Great Patterson, or any other buying activity? Any questions so far? No? Okay, it is early in the morning. Okay, so how many folks are in staff? Okay, a few. How many folks are familiar with Dynamic Small Business Search? Okay, so if you're in SAM and you're a small business, you have a DSBS profile, and you should totally be familiar with it. So when you go in and fill out SAM, what's complicated or unknown to the person that fills out SAM is that when you fill out SAM and you start answering questions about revenues and employees, it determines if you're small for your NAICS codes. And then what a lot of folks don't know is it opens a separate file where you went in at GSA. DSBS is managed by the Small Business Administration, right? So you do have a DSBS profile. And DSBS is a system of record. If you're AA certified, HUBZone certified, women-owned certified, service disabled certified, DSBS is actually the system of record where contracting officers will go in there to confirm that you're certified. Now, what a lot of folks don't know is that DSBS is also what contracting officers use a lot of times to identify small businesses to bid on their projects, right? So, when you're in DSBS, especially if you have a SAM profile, especially if you're AA, women-owned, service disabled, etc., you want to update your corporate profile and your past performance in Dynamic Small Business Search. Because when the contracting officer goes in there, you want your firm to come up if you're looking for, I don't know, widget makers in Anchorage, right? Now, the one thing about Dynamic Small Business Search is it's like Internet 1.0, right? Number one, it's not really user-friendly, but be patient. Number two, the files that were updated most recently are the ones that have come out on the top of the search for the contracting officer. So we have clients that will go in and, you know, add a sentence one quarter, go in the next quarter, take out that sentence and put something else, add a period here, just update it regularly so you stay on top of the response when the contracting officer does a query. USA spending is tied into SAM. It's the same data that USA spending is a little bit more user-friendly, and they have a lot of graphics, and it's a little bit more user-intuitive, so it helps you do the research on historical data. And then that Small Business Administration, although this platform isn't updated that often, but it's a good source of potential information. So when we talk about the 23% in the 5533 for the federal government to engage contractors, large primes, like let's say Lockheed, AECOM, Deloitte, when they get a federal contract, they're required to subcontract with small businesses. So just like the federal government has the 5533, Lockheed has a requirement to engage with small business subcontractors, and they have goals they need to meet. So Subnet identifies large primes with potential opportunities for more small businesses, they have to set it aside. Now, again, where do they look? Sometimes they'll go ahead and just do a Google search. 9 out of 10 times, the contracting officer is going to go to dynamic small business search. They might do a sources sought. They might do a request for information. So if you see, when you're in SAM and you see a sources sought or a request for information, if you're looking to get into the federal marketplace, people tell you this all the time, hey, respond to the RFI, respond to the sources sought. Why? Because if you don't, the contracting officer is going to say, well, there isn't 2 or more small businesses, I'm not going to set this requirement aside, I'm going to do full and open. So you have to, and if you have colleagues in industry that are in your same industry, I'd encourage them to respond as well to make sure that the requirements get set aside for small businesses. Now, who's responsible for monitoring the rules? And how many folks know what a procurement center representative is? PCR. Right, if you do federal contracting, you should know what a PCR is. The PCR is actually an SBA official that oversees every buying activity. Right? Now the challenge is, when I was running the program, we started with I think 119 PCRs or more. When I left, there was roughly 100. From what I understand is there's like maybe 40 or 50 PCRs now, and they cover every single buying activity in the United States. So if you can imagine the tens and tens of thousands of buying activities are covered by 40 or 50 PCRs. Every requirement that does not get set aside for small business has to be signed off by the PCR. It's a form 5279 or 2579, I forget. But there's a form they have to sign off on. So if the requirement's not getting set aside, the PCR has to sign off. Now, what happens sometimes? The contracting officer doesn't want to set the requirements. And I love contracting officers. A lot of our staff in my company are former contracting officers. But they have tough jobs, right? And they want to get requirements done. So contracting officer doesn't want to set a requirement aside. Sometimes they go PCR shopping. They don't necessarily go to the PCR that's covering their buying activity. You can send it out to the PCR in Guam. The guy in Guam is like, I don't know what this is, but this looks fine to me, and signs off on it. You guys are the eyes and ears for the program. So, if you see a requirement, if you've been responding to a requirement, if you've been engaging with a buying activity, if you know your competitors have submitted to a request for information, and the requirement doesn't get set aside, I would reach out to the PCR. How do you find a PCR? It's really easy. You go to the SBA site, you do PCR directory, and you'll see a listing of every buying activity and the PCR that's responsible for that buying activity. And then in addition to that, you can see who their area director is. It's split up into, I want to say, 10 areas? There's 12 regions, 10 areas. But you want it, but they'll show you the PCR and it'll show you who the area director is. It'll give you the contact information. If you're seeing requirements not get set aside when they should, the PCR is someone you should get in touch with. You should also get in touch with the Office of Small Business Programs at that time, the OSDBU or the OSBP. Any questions so far? Rule of 2, set asides, who enforces them? Yes, ma'am.
I'm always curious on how they determine what a reasonable price is.
That's a good question. It can be subjective, but the government usually puts out a government price estimate. And they do their market analysis to come up with the government price estimate. And if you're way off of that, then they're gonna say it's not reasonable. But it doesn't have to be the best price, right? So a lot of times, we used to have this argument when I was responsible for the program. We would actually sit down with agencies and they'd say, well, the small business can't give us the best price. We're like, wait, that's not the rule. They're not supposed to give you the best price. It just has to be reasonable. And then you shall set it aside. So yeah, usually there's a government cost estimate. Any other questions? Okay, now the other way set-asides occur is everything under $250,000, which is the simplified acquisition threshold, has to get set aside for small businesses. It's automatically reserved for small businesses. and it helps cast a broader net and bring in new participants into the federal marketplace. We talked about this. So real quick, the requirement to participate in federal contracting as a small business is that you're small in a NAICS code. It doesn't have to be every NAICS code. Every requirement, every contract that comes out has a NAICS code assigned to it. As long as you're small for that NAICS code, you can represent small for that proposal, right? In the 8A program, you have a primary NAICS code. That's supposed to be what you specialize in. That's supposed to be where you do the predominance of your work. In the 8A program, you have to be small for your primary NAICS code in order to participate and get certified in the program. But there are firms that are, borderline. They're small for some NAICS codes and they're other than small for other NAICS codes. That doesn't mean they can't bid on contracts that have the NAICS code that they're small for, right? So they can be small in certain instances and other than small in certain instances. And then folks would always ask me, well, how is 1,500 employees considered small? It is, if you're looking at shipbuilding, right? So a shipbuilder generally has 15 to 20,000 employees. So in that industry, 1,500 employees is actually small. Computer services, and some are employee-based, manufacturing is employee-based, services is revenue. So if you look at computer IT services, it's 37.5 million. You look at professional staffing, administrative services, I think it just got increased to 21 million. If you go to the SBA website, look up NAICS codes, there's a chart and a table that'll explain that. The look-back period used to be 3 years. There was a Runway Extension Act that the Small Business Committee put together. Senator Cardin was really behind it because if you had one really good year, you spike it, you would be other than small all of a sudden. They now look back 5 years. So the look back, calculate for size, is what were your revenues for the last 5 years. And there's a formula. Generally, it's from your tax documents, but there's a formula in the regulations on how to calculate that. But it's a 5-year look back. On employee, it's 2-year average. So you take a look at your employees for the last 2 years, you average that out, and you have your employee count with respect to size standards. Any questions as far as size? Yes?
Wait, hold on. NICS codes, are there any certain ones that are disqualified from the AID program?
That's a great question. So when it comes to NAICS codes, are there any ones that are disqualified from the AA program? That's a really good question. So I'll take one step back. In the Women-Owned Small Business Program, when actually this was launched under the Obama administration, when we went to set up the program, the requirement for that program was we had to demonstrate industry by industry where women-owned small businesses were underrepresented. So there was a whole analysis with the Department of Justice to make sure it was legally sound, and Commerce to identify industry by industry where women-owned small businesses were underrepresented. And in a women-owned small business program, you can only set aside contracts in those industries. There's 2 categories, women-owned small businesses and economically disadvantaged women-owned small businesses. And the women-owned small business, Ed Wosby, I call it. If you're Ed Wosby, then you already include all the Wosby NAICS. But if you're Wosby, you don't necessarily include the Ed Wosby NAICS. The Ed Wosby NAICS are much broader, right? So that analysis had to be done. In the AA program, historically, there was no requirement. You could, depending on your market research, set aside a requirement in any industry. One of the additional remedies that was requested for the courts to impose as a result of the court case in July was that in the administrative NAICS code, staffing and administrative NAICS code, that there was no set-asides for the 8A program be suspended in that particular NAICS. SBA filed their position and rejected that, but the court hasn't made a decision on that yet. My concern is that if we start going NAICS by NAICS in the 8A program, we're quickly going to run into way too many issues that may ultimately kill the program. And this is, you know, I'm not being overly dramatic. This court case and the impact of the court case on the 8A program is uncharted territory, right? It's sort of chipping away at the foundations of the program. And the more court cases there are, the more potential there is to just break the program apart. Now, I will say that when it comes to tribal entities, tribes and 8As, there has been an initiative amongst the tribal community to start getting prepared in the potential occurrence of the program falling apart. In other words, the tribal program is a nation-to-nation program, sovereign nation to nation. And so the idea is that if this 8A thing falls apart, there's an entire different reason why tribal entities participate in federal contracting, and it should be its own program, aside and separate from 8A falls apart. Does that make sense?
Yes, I also have kind of like a follow-up.
Sure.
So,
Let
when
me-
it comes to tribes, has anything changed with like, the regulations that apply to it? When it comes to, the tribal program of the 8A, have there been any changes in that?
No, so as it stands, right, so again, this is uncharted territory. As it stands, SBA's position is that the court remedies and the court decision doesn't impact entity owned, doesn't impact tribal, Alaska Native, or Native Hawaiian owned. That's been their position so far. Now, when the further remedies were, hey, let's just not set aside contracts in this NAICS code, that impacts everybody, right? And that's why SBA is pushing back, because that's not really a remedy for social disadvantage. That impacts tribes, entity owned, etc. Does that make sense? Any other questions so far? Yes, ma'am.
Where do we find that information from? Like, where can we find, I think she mentioned something about the codes and that y'all did research and
Yeah.
found out which one. Where do we find that at?
So if you go to the SBA website, and that's only in the Women-Owned Small Business Program, right? That's only in the WOSB, I call it WOSB and Ed WOSB. If you go to the SBA website and do a search for WOSB or EDWOSB, you'll see the NAICS codes. Now, that doesn't mean you can't get certified in the WOSB program. You know, if that's any of your NAICS codes, you can get certified in the WOSB program. And that doesn't mean the federal government doesn't get credit. So even if we don't set a requirement, this is really important. So even if the requirement doesn't get set aside, it's full and open, right? But you end up winning it, and you're a WOSB or Ed WOSB, federal government still gets credit, right? Even though it wasn't that NAICS code, even though it wasn't set aside, the federal government still gets credit. The restriction is that set aside and sole source can only happen in those NAICS codes. Does that make sense?
Yes, but I think my question was, you mentioned something earlier that, it shows in those codes where women-owned businesses are not like.
They're underrepresented.
Yes, or
Yeah.
overrepresented, and so.
So the ones that will come up, the NAICS codes that have been selected for women-owned and Ed WOSB are the NAICS codes where women-owned small business entities are underrepresented.
Okay.
Okay? And that study's been done, and they do it every 5 years.
Okay.
So just 2 years ago, it was further expanded because they did another study. So that's been done. Those are the NAICS codes that set-asides can occur. Does that make sense? Yes, ma'am?
Is there a difference in any certification for woman-owned versus woman-owned socially disadvantaged?
Yeah, there's two. There's women-owned and there's economically then you have to demonstrate economic disadvantage. And those economic disadvantage criteria are just like 8A. There are income thresholds, there are net asset thresholds, and there are total asset thresholds. Yes, ma'am.
So do we need to hire somebody to help us become AD West, Westboro?
You should, so that's a great question. You know, when I was running the program, I would say you should be able to do that on your own. It shouldn't be that complicated that you can't do it on your own. But the Apex Center can help, the MBDA centers can help. There are clients that come to us and just say, you know what, I don't have the time to deal with all this bureaucracy. You guys do it for us. So there are services out there that'll support it. There's free resources, there are paid resources. But what I'll say is that it shouldn't be, if you have the time to dedicate to it, it shouldn't be that complicated that you need to go out and pay money to do it.
And we do have the Apex Accelerator here. They do have a table out here. And Mike, if you could just raise your hand. And he has a network also of the state Apex Accelerator program contacts as well.
Awesome, perfect. Now, one thing, since
I think we're ready. We're gonna go ahead and mic you up because we're still having audio
okay.
issues.
So the other thing that I'll say. Should I turn this on? Oh, you can make it work.
Quick 1 minute leg stretch break. Just note the cameras are rolling and everybody at home's watching you.
Okay, guys. You guys want to take a break, or you want to?
I think everybody's taking a quick break.
Quick break?
Shall we take a quick 3 minute?
Sure.
Okay.
All right. Good luck.
The number one thing that I've been blown away by is the belief that everything that we do can have a bigger impact on the community as a whole. We're doing some things here that nobody else in the country is doing.
We're always looking at those opportunities. What kind of businesses can we start, create, that we utilize our current expertise?
We are smack dab in the middle of a really diverse community. We really want to make a lot of good, positive changes. For our community, we have to do something that'll change things forever.
We are the diversification effort of the Mille Lacs Band for government contracting. If gaming goes away for whatever reason, we want to be that, to be able to ensure that all the facilities that the tribe has can be maintained and we build more. And our goal is to ensure that happens for the next 1,000 years. We work a lot with our Anji Bamadazing program. That is our after-school youth mentorship. Tim Taggart Jr., who's actually a professional boxer, he's over that program, does a fantastic job. He teaches anything from golf, basketball, boxing, all kinds of sports. We just want to make sure that we take care of our people.
That's what kind of sets us apart, is I tried to build that relationship and rapport and actually get results versus trying to view them as a number. Being able to help people with their nutrition, their health and wellness, to build something really, really simple and that works with their lifestyle is the best thing I've ever done.
Good morning. My name is Yvette Fielder. Thank you so much for being here at our Native Edge Institute, provided by the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development and funded in part by the SBA.
When you make a profit in a business, you need to do something socially and civically responsible. Instead of waiting for employees to come to us, we go out to poverty areas where there are people who don't have jobs, and then we provide whatever is missing, whether it's education or transportation, or maybe just some enthusiasm and optimism to get them started. We try to build business that way.
We're told as Anishinaabe, we all have gifts that we need to make sure we share. My goal was always to make a life better for the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe.
Home ownership is for everybody. I'm a huge advocate for that, and I want everybody to be able to have a home and to feel comfortable in that whole process.
We're floor nurses. We are working in the trenches. We have created the Birth Act.
Oh shoot, I just switched. Go again.
The number one thing that I've been blown away by is the belief that everything that we do can have a bigger impact on the community as a whole. We're doing some things here that nobody else in the country is doing.
We're always looking at those opportunities. What kind of businesses can we start, create, that we utilize
that way?
We're told as Anishinaabe, we all have gifts that we need to make
Alrighty. We're getting John mic'd up, and we got some fresh coffee. And then let's get settled in and get started again.
All right, people are still walking, but I'll sort of get started. So, before I get, I do want to talk about the difference between the 8A program, because it's unique, not only for individuals and sole source, and the fact that it's a 9-year program, but there's also unique qualifications or unique attributes to the program for entity, meaning tribal, Native Hawaiian, and Alaska Native Corporation. But real quick, for those that are currently in federal contracting, how many folks are aware of any affiliations and services? Okay. When we talk about small in your revenue versus your employee count, one of the things that is unique in federal contracting is things that you might normally do in the private sector. So, and by the way, things you might even normally do in federal contracting, and I'll tell you a story about, I used to do federal contracting. My dad had started a firm back in the 80s. I joined it like in the late 80s. I did that for like 20 years. And I'll tell you, a perspective from concerns around affiliation. But generally speaking, there are certain things that may create a finding of affiliation between two entities. Okay? What does that mean? Affiliation in and of itself is not a bad thing. You can be affiliated with another organization, but if you get protested, or for whatever reason the SBA wants to determine your size, then those revenues will be combined. And then all of a sudden you might not be small anymore. What are the things that can lead to a potential finding of affiliation? Common ownership, common management, familial ties. If you do a lot of private sub-relationships, or you do multiple joint ventures, if a significant amount of your revenue is coming from the same source, right? So I'll give you an example. When I was responsible for the program, we had been out, in the community trying to increase 8A participation. It was a service-disabled veteran-owned small business company that could potentially qualify for the 8A program. We encouraged them to participate. So what do the analysts do? I mean, in their part, they were looking out for making sure you follow all the rules. They sent the package over to the size office, which, by the way, is under the same umbrella of my own office. The size person looked at it and said, oh, yeah. There are certain things that you might do in the private sector or in practice that can lead to a potential finding of affiliation. The other example I'll give you is when I was in federal contracting, we used to bid on a lot of projects, a lot with USAID, right? Now, when you receive a small business set-aside contract, you as the small business have to do 50% of the work, right? You can't go after a small business set-aside and do 1% of the work and give 99% of it to like Lockheed, right? There's limitations on subcontractors. So when it's a set-aside, the prime contractor or a similarly situated firm, similarly situated means they're either small if it's a small business set-aside or women-owned small business if it's a women-owned small business set-aside, they have to do at least 50% of the work. In construction, it's a little bit less. In construction, it's 15%. In specialty trade, it's 25%. But in either case, we used to bid on a lot of projects. And we used to have Deloitte as our subcontractor, right? And I would say, oh, no worries. We'll do the 50% of the work. I understand limitations on subcontracting. But you know what? Deloitte has all the systems and processes and procedures. They can write the proposal. They can find the right staff to manage this project. Well, there's a problem with that. That's called ostensible subcontracting. If your subcontractor is providing critical and substantial part of the work, even though you're doing 50%, you're overly reliant on that subcontractor, that ostensible subcontracting clause comes in and you can be found to be affiliated. So there are things like that that you should be aware of. If you're doing joint ventures are a great tool. And we'll talk a little bit about the mentor protege program and joint ventures. It's a great tool. If you don't have that MPA in place to exempt you from affiliation, we'll talk about that. Just do joint venture after joint venture, and a huge amount of your revenues are coming from that joint venture, you can potentially be found affiliated. If you have common employees or common office space, you can be found to be affiliated. So what I always tell at least our clients is, business is ugly, right? It can be messy. But try to keep it as clean as possible in case you get protested. Does that make sense? Any questions? No. Okay, now the one exemption from affiliation, if you are a tribally owned entity, tribes can have a whole bunch of 8A companies. They can have a whole bunch of sister companies. By regulation, none of those will be found affiliated with each other. That's only on tribes, right? Tribes, Alaska Native corporations, and Native Hawaiian organizations have that exemption from affiliation between their sister companies. as long as each one is individually small, the SBA won't affiliate them to determine their size gap. Any questions about affiliation or concerns around affiliation? Yes, sir.
Yeah, one question. If you have
Hold on one
shared
second.
resources across multiple 8A entities,
I'm sorry.
if you have shared resources
Yeah.
across multiple 8A entities, does that,
Yes.
and you're still tribal, they're all tribe owned?
Oh, if they're tribally owned, then that's fine.
Okay.
If you're tribally owned, tribes oftentimes will have a centralized shared services provider. You will not be found affiliated between the sister companies or that provider.
Okay, perfect, thanks.
Yeah, there's an exemption from that for tribally owned entities.
John, I heard a rumor once that they tried to do affiliation between two tribes, even though they were two separate federally recognized tribes.
I can't get it to change it.
Can you expand on that a little
It just
bit?
thinks it's headphones.
Yeah, I mean, so I don't know if I've seen it in the tribal sense. I've seen it in the NHO sense, Native Hawaiian sense. So if your parent organization, and in this case what I saw was that the Native Hawaiian organization, because Native Hawaiian organizations are just nonprofits in the state of Hawaii, if their board members were commingled, and then their entities were commingled in such a way that they worked always together and all consistently together, there was the potential risk of those entities being found affiliated. But that was in the case of an NHO and the parents being commingled with board members. I don't know that I've seen it in the case of a tribe. Any other questions? Okay, now, why is the 8A program unique, right? So first of all, the 8A program, real quick, thank you for mentioning, by the way, the WSB program. The WSB program is challenging, not only because of the NAICS codes in the WOSB program, and the NAICS codes in the head WOSB program, and certification, by the way, third-party certification, but you can continue, and it used to be a self-representation program, but as a WOSB, if your NAICS code isn't there, you can continue to self-represent. And when those awards happen, the federal government still gets credit for WOSB spent, right? But if your NAICS code is one of the NAICS codes where set-asides occur, I would encourage you to get certified because you want to bid on those. And by the way, I think you mentioned there's probably an initiative to make everybody front-end certified for the Women on Small Business program. And then the other thing that I'll point is I don't think there's any veterans, but there might be some online. The Service Disabled Veteran on Small Business program used to be a certification program at the VA, right? And the rest of the government was self-representation. If you wanted to work at the VA and go after set-aside contracts, you went over there and got certified. Since about a year and a half ago now, is it that long? The rules changed. SBA took over the veterans certification. It's a full front-end certification program now at the SBA. It's been going really well. They launched it, I think the systems was launched in January. It's been going well, and from what I understand, it's pretty efficient. Any questions on those items? Okay, so on the 8A program, why is it unique? Number one, it's a 9-year program, right? So the one thing, if you're looking to apply to the 8A program, the one thing I always sort of want to point out is make sure you're ready to take advantage of the 8A program. It's only 9 years. You do have a unique ability to be awarded directed, non-competitive awards, right? Up to, if you're individually owned, up to a threshold of 4.5, and I think in manufacturing it's 7.5, it might have just gone up. However, when you come to your developmental stage, when you come to year 7, 8, and 9, you're gonna start getting weaned off of sole source. And you have to meet your BAC requirements, business activity target requirements, right? So if you get in the program and you haven't done your homework, remember we talked about who's buying what I'm selling, how are they buying it, do I have a network, have I done any work at Department of Interior, do I know the contracting officer, do I know the program office? If you don't have any of that done and you get into the 8A program, the chances are you're gonna burn your first 4 years trying to figure all that out, and then once you start gaining traction, you get into year 7 and it's gonna be like, oh, you're in the developmental phase. You can't, you have to meet your business activity targets. We're gonna wean you off sole source. So the one thing that I caution folks on, and the SBA, by the way, even when I was responsible for the program, they can't say, hey, you meet all the qualifications, but we're not gonna let you in because we don't think you're ready. Now, there's a potential for success criteria that can be subjective, but if you've been in business 2 years, but you've never done federal contracting work and you meet all the other requirements, they technically have to let you in. But you're gonna end up wasting your 9 years. It's a 9-year program, one bite at the apple, and you wanna take the most advantage out of the sole source opportunities that you get. Again, directed award, very unique. The other programs, yes, they can do sole source, but not the way the 8A does. In the 8A program, the contracting officer doesn't have to write a justification and get an approval within the threshold. They can do a government cost estimate, they can write up the statement of work, they can ask you to prepare a proposal against that. They submit that to the business opportunity specialist that you get assigned at the district office. The BOS can accept that requirement and you have your $4.5 million sole source, no competition award. Right? That's really unique. In the other programs, let's say Upzone Women-Owned Service Disabled, there is a sole source provision. I'm sorry. However, the contracting officer has to write a justification and get it approved. And the justification has to say that you're the only small business or the only woman-owned small business that can provide this product or service. And that has to get approved. And again, no disparagement to contracting officers, but contracting officers are risk averse. So are they going to write a justification and give it to their boss to get approved that they're going to give you a sole source, no competition award? Doesn't happen a lot. Now, when I was responsible for the program and we were launching the Women-Owned Small Business Program, we tried to make the argument, and some contracting officers will do this, right? We tried to make the argument that the language, I don't want to say you can play with the language, but you can. Like you can say, you're the only women-owned small business in this geographic area that can do this work. Or you're the only women-owned small business with this type of past performance that can do the work. So there are ways to do the sole source, but it happens much less frequently, and contracting officers are reluctant to do a sole source in the other programs. So again, 8A, sole source, 9 years, take advantage of the sole source opportunities. When it comes to tribal entities, we talked a little bit about this, right? Their entities, their 8As will never be found to be affiliated with each other. So they can have multiple 8As. That's number one. Number two, technically they have unlimited sole source authority. So technically, the federal government, the Department of Defense, can give them a $150 million direct award, no competition, sole source, right? At $100 million, the Department of Defense, the contracting officer has to write a justification and approval at $100 million. So what we tend to see, because contracting officers are risk averse, is you'll see awards up to that $100 million. In civilian agencies, it's $25 million. And that's for tribes and Alaskan Native corporations. Native Hawaiian organizations are more restricted. Their unlimited sole source can only occur at the Department of Defense. And again, they have that $100 million justification and approval threshold. But tribes, as they enter the federal marketplace, the idea oftentimes is that first 8A is sort of a catch-all. So they'll get into the federal marketplace, they'll organize, their Section 17 Economic Development Authority, their holding company. That first 8A generally, although you have to have a primary NAICS code as a catch-all, you'll do construction, IT, whatever work that you can get. Then they will look to pull out IT and make it its own 8A. That's 8A number 2. They'll pull out construction, make that 8A number 3, right? And then those guys are sort of off to the races, going after the specific type of work for each of those 8A companies. The challenge for tribal entities is you can't have 2 8A companies in the same NAICS code. And you have to be out of that NAICS code for 2 years before you can drop another one in. And the unique part about tribal or entity-owned organizations are that you don't have to be in business for 2 years before you apply. You can go out today, create your company, and apply to the 8A program as long as the tribe or the economic development entity can, number 1, demonstrate, and number 2, commit to provide support for entrance into the 8A program, the SBA will accept that application. So for tribal entities, you can literally just create a shell, go after the application, as long as you have what we call a firm letter of commitment from either the tribe or the Section 17 or the Economic Development Authority, and be able to demonstrate the financial capacity to support entrance into the federal marketplace, then you can drop an 8A into the program. Now, for tribal entities, and we talked this morning, or the presentation this morning about OJON, there is a whole strategy around NAICS codes, number of companies, when am I going to graduate from this NAICS code, how do I drop a new one in, maybe 1 or 2 NAICS codes. If the NAICS code doesn't match identical, it could be 1 or 2 away, and then you start transitioning contracts. So there's a whole strategy in science as you grow as a tribal entity in the 8A world on NAICS code management and your subsequent entities that you drop into the program. Any questions so far? Okay. So 8A program, we've sort of talked about it, right? I mean, this is another thing that I just want to make sure that the group understands. When it comes to any of these programs, number 1 is, are you small, right? 8A is primary, are you small? Number 2 is ownership and control. So in the case of a woman-owned small business, is the women principal, the female principal, own and control? SDVOSB same. Upzone's different, we'll talk about that. 8A same, does the disadvantaged individual own and control? Ownership is easy, right? You own 51%, you can demonstrate that you own majority of the organization. Control becomes kind of tricky. Why do I say that? Because if you have a minority owner and you have unanimous consent provisions in your operating agreement, you don't control. The SBA will say, wait a second, your minority owner can block your actions because they cannot give you consent on those unanimous consent provisions. So you have to be cautious, right? So we talk about the application process and uploading documents, etc. You should be able to do all those things, right? You shouldn't have to hire someone to help you with that. But you want to be cautious on 1, questions around affiliation, 2, questions around control. That's one example I gave you with unanimous consent. I'll give you another one SBA considers as negative control. You're a minority partner, you haven't put up any money. Your minority partner put up $1 million, right? And by the way, it's not an arm's length transaction, and it's like at really, really low interest rates. It's not market-based anything, right? So SBA views that as negative control. Why? Because chances are you're not going to decide anything without getting the okay of the individual that put up $1 million to start your organization. So you have to, those are the types of things you have to be aware of when we talk about control, like overt control, and then negative control. Did your partner, or do you have debt out to someone, or does your partner, who's not the disadvantaged individual, have unanimous consent or excessive outlay of capital to the organization? Those are the types of things. So for all the programs, you have to demonstrate ownership and control. And then on the HubZone program, it's unique, right? And the one thing that I'd say is that if you think you qualify for the Hub Zone program, I'd encourage you to at least look at it. Hub Zone program is unique in that it's not based on the individual owner, like woman, service disabled, disadvantaged. It's based on principal office and employees. Your principal office has to be in a Hub Zone. What's a Hub Zone? A historically underutilized business zone. SBA doesn't determine where Hub Zones exist. It's actually housing and urban development. And there's a calculation for the years that I was responsible. I couldn't, there's algorithms and calculations of unemployment and poverty rates and economic growth, and they come out with these maps. And it used to be the maps kept changing all the time. The maps have been stabilized, they won't change but every 5 years. That's number one. So your principal office has to be in a Hub Zone. What's a principal office? It's not your headquarters. So if you say, oh, I have headquarters in, I don't know, Manhattan, doesn't matter. A principal office is where most of your employees work. If you have 2 locations and you have 3 and 2, your principal office is where the 3 are. And if you have job sites, let's say I love Aberdeen, let's say you have 100 people out in Aberdeen, they don't count, you can exclude them. So you take out your job site employees, you look at everybody else, where are the most people located? That's your principal office. So, we have clients that, have 3 and 2, and they're like, oh, I gotta switch this guy over here, now I'm in a Hub Zone. People do that. It's okay. It's not, that's okay. It's within the regulations. So that's requirement number 1. Is my principal office in a Hub Zone? The other requirement is, do 35% of my employees reside in a Hub Zone? Not the same Hub Zone. It can be any Hub Zone in the country. And if you look at the map, there's a lot of Hub Zones. And all tribal land, by the way, is considered Hub Zone. So and the other thing is an employee is anybody that works 40 hours a month, not a week, a month. So again, not necessarily gaming the system, but you can hire interns in college towns, right? College towns, a lot of them are Hub Zones. You can hire interns in college towns for 40 hours a month, and your employee count goes up to meet 35%. Once you're in the program, if you get a Hub Zone set-aside contract and your employee count drops, it can drop down to, it has to stay above 20%. It's called attempt to maintain. So if you get a Hub Zone contract and you have to hire and you start going down to the number of Hub Zone employees, that's okay as long as you don't break the 20% threshold. You have to demonstrate, though, that you're doing it in good faith. Are you trying to hire? Do you have ads out? Are you going to events and doing employee development and outreach and recruiting and all those things? You have to do it in good faith, right? You can't just say, you know what, I'm still above 20%. Because you have an annual submission that you have to attest to, and every 3 years you have a full documented resubmission that you have to demonstrate compliance. Those are the 2 requirements. One thing that I'll say is with respect to tribes can participate in, and this doesn't impact Alaska Native corporations or Native Hawaiian organizations. Tribes are unique. Tribes can participate in the Hub Zone program by just promising that if they win a Hub Zone contract, 35% of the staff on that contract will come from that tribal community or the surrounding Hub Zones around that tribal community, right? So, technically speaking, and again, I don't consider this gaming, but I'll give you an example. In 8A, tribal 8A gets, a tribe entity gets into the 8A program, right? They apply for the Hub Zone program through the tribal exception, which is basically filling out a form. There's a process, basically filling out a form saying that, hey, if we win Hub Zone contracts, we will comply. right? They go out and get a $100 million 8A sole source. It's an 8A set aside with their hub center. So that contracting officer gets a $100 million 8A credit and a $100 million hub center credit. That tribal 8A never has to apply or bid on a hub zone set aside contract. And yet the government will get the hub zone credit. So it makes the 8A, tribal 8A, very attractive in trying to meet the federal government's hub center goals, right? So that's another approach if you're a tribal entity. Any other questions around either ownership, control, negative control, 8A or hub zone program? Yes.
Hold on 1 second. That way our online audience can hear the question.
Just a quick question about the principal office as it relates to the hub zone. How does remote work play into the equation?
That's a great question because after, during the pandemic, SBA suspended some of its requirements about presence at a location. Technically speaking, it becomes challenging because you have to demonstrate which office they work out of. And I know that's not exactly what happens in the current world. You might have an organization where everybody's remote. Then you look at, are they working from home offices and where are those home offices located? Or do you have, or are they assigned to a physical work site? They might be there only 3 days a week and work remotely 2 days, but are they assigned to that physical location? Does that make sense? I think there was a question here too. Yes, sir.
Thanks, John. Good information. You were talking a little bit about ownership and control, and great information. What about active engagement of the disadvantaged individual?
Oh, that's a great point. Thank you. That is actually a great point. In the 8A program, in order to be certified, the individual that the certification is based on needs to be 100% engaged in running the day-to-day activities of that entity, right? So we've had clients that are like, well, I started this thing on the side, I'm doing this, and I'm still working for, Lockheed, and I just want to get this certified. SBA is going to look that you have 100% devotion to that 8A entity in order to get certified. There is an exception for tribes. You can have a day-to-day manager that can manage up to 2 entities, as opposed to having 100% dedication to that entity. Any other questions? No? I think I'm missing anything on the 8A program. Talk about 8A. The one thing that I'd say is, in the 8A program.
John, I think
yes.
we have a question.
So I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. Like if you're going to be applied to be in an 8A program, right? You need to be 100% actively engaged. So you can't be like a professor part-time and here for like.
So
what does that mean?
So that's a good question. That's also a good question. SBA considers 100% dedication, like can you demonstrate that during work hours your time is dedicated to the firm? Like we had a client that owned a brewery that spent most of her weekends managing that brewery, but during the week she was running her 8A construction company. That was okay. SBA had a whole bunch of questions about that, like how can you possibly do that? But she demonstrated that she had other people running the brewery operation and she was only occupied there on the weekends or after business hours. So there'll be questions, but if you can demonstrate that your business hour time is fully dedicated, you can have side jobs, you can have weekend jobs, you can have off hour, I don't know if you're a full-time professor, that might be a challenge. But if you're an adjunct or something like that, that might be able, arguably, to do.
So is it like a 40-hour work week or
Yeah,
something?
it's business, traditional business hours.
Okay, so 9 to 5.
Correct.
Okay.
You have to demonstrate traditional business hours. Look, I think SBA is flexible enough where you say my industry's traditional business hours are, I don't know, if you can demonstrate that. But yes, traditional business hours dedicated to the organization. Because and look at it from the SBA's perspective. You have nine years in the program. You have to take advantage of those 9 years. There's no way your 8A company is going to grow unless you dedicate 100% of your time to growing that company.
So if I decide to go for this program, I need to say I'm going to be 9 years in Nebraska, dedicated 100% of my time to this.
You can withdraw from the program once you're in if it doesn't go well. They're not. It's not a prison sentence. But
Sounds like it. Okay.
You also don't want to get into early,
Yeah, we talked about. You definitely don't want to get into early. All right. So we talked about that. Right? You don't want to waste your 9 years. But yeah, I mean, look, we have clients that voluntarily withdraw from the program. We have clients that outsize. I mean, we heard from Hush today, right? Even tribal entities, individually owned tribal entities can outgrow their size and will be early graduated or voluntarily withdraw from the program. So you can do that. But it's a one bite at the apple. It's not like, oh, I withdrew in year 5, I want to come back again later. So be ready to participate in the program because you get one bite at the apple.
You just get one bite.
Correct.
So you need to choose wisely.
What's that?
You will have to choose wisely
Yes,
when to take
you
that
get one
bite.
Correct.
For the business and the qualified disadvantaged individuals.
Correct. One bite for the business and the qualified disadvantaged individual.
Okay.
Okay? Is there another question? These are good questions. Any other questions on 8A or Hudson? I do want to talk about mentor protege program. Wow, we're only down to half an hour. I do want to talk about the mentor protege program. The one thing that I'll say, I meant to say this earlier. There's annual reporting requirements, right? So when we talk about early graduation, you have to maintain compliance, especially in the 8A program, even in the Hudson program. But you have to maintain compliance with the thresholds, right? So once you're in the program, they're going to evaluate, every year there's an annual review, right? So they're going to evaluate, hey, is your income still within those thresholds? Is your net assets still within those thresholds? Is your total assets still within those thresholds? Now, total asset is you drop everything in, and it has to be, I think the latest number is 7 million. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's 7 million. Net assets is 350,000. You can take out for net assets, you can take out your principal residence, you can take out the value of your company, you can take out your retirement accounts. You have to be at that $350,000. Then you drop everything back in, and you got to be below 7 million. You can still, the rules were updated, you can still exclude your retirement accounts. That makes sense? And those numbers are in the slide. Any other questions? Okay. All right, I know we're down to half an hour, and I want to talk about the mentor protege program. Why is it important? Why is the mentor protege program? So as a new entrant into the federal marketplace, it's difficult, right? You need a track record, you need systems, procedures, processes, you need business development support, you need networks, connections. So a lot of times, it helps to identify a mentor. The mentor protege program used to be allowable only in the 8A program. And what did that mean? It meant if you were a 8A, you could team up with an other than small entity. People always say like Lockheed or Boeing. We'll talk about why maybe that doesn't make sense. But you can team up with a large entity, right? And that large entity is supposed to provide assistance to the protege in these areas, right? Now, you have to be really careful because you only get 2 mentors, right? The 8A is 1 bite at the apple. Mentor-protege is you only get 2 bites at the apple. You only get 2 mentors in the entire life of your business. So when we're advising proteges, we're like, hey, make sure you do a gap analysis, right? These are the areas. What are the things that are preventing me from growing? Do I need business development support? Do I need contracting opportunities? Do I need network? Are there systems and processes that I need? If I'm in construction, do I have contract management, construction management systems? Do I need access to capital? International trade doesn't come up a lot. So what I always suggest, or what we suggest to our clients, is do a gap analysis. Identify what your needs are and make sure, it's like a marriage, make sure you understand the culture of the mentor and make sure you understand that they can provide against the needs. The NPA application itself is a template. The SBA has it on the website. What's really important is the chart that identifies the assistance flowing from the mentor to the protege, and a preamble which says, well, this is why the mentor can help the protege, and this is why the mentor is qualified to be able to help the protege in the industry that they're in. Those are the sort of the 2 important parts. And in all reality, I wouldn't really mess with that template, because when you do, SBA General Counsel's office gets involved and it slows everything down. Now, sometimes we'll have a mentor that's like a $5 billion company that's like, well, you know, our legal team wants to add this paragraph. That slows everything down. Doesn't mean it doesn't get approved, but it slows everything down. The template is pretty well set. Now, when you look at that chart, when we look at clients, if we're advising, and sometimes we advise both sides, right? But if we're advising the protege, we always say, hey, be really, really specific. What are they going to provide? Who's going to provide it? When are they going to provide it? How are they going to provide it? And what does success mean, right? When we advise a mentor, we're like, hey, you have to report on this every year. And it's a 3+3 program. 3 years, it gets renewed for a second 3. But SBA has to renew it for a second 3. So you have to demonstrate that you're actually providing the assistance that you said you would. So you know what, make it a little bit fuzzy, make it so that you can definitely demonstrate against it, and make sure that it's not overly burdensome so that you're not able to demonstrate success. So there's a balance. When we, in my mind, in reality, there's a balance. It's got to be specific enough so that the protege gets what they need. The protege really needs to do that gap analysis. And then, you do have to report on it annually, so you want to make sure it's targets that you can meet. Now, why would a mentor want to do this? Right. First of all, this was only in the 8A program. Small Business Jobs Act of 2010 said, hey, put it in the socio categories, HubZone, women-owned, service disabled. Then they came back in 2013 and said, oh, you know what, just make it all small. So it took the better part of 6 years to get it launched in 2016. So now it's been launched for 7 years for all small businesses, right? So why does the mentor want to do this? Okay, so mentor gets 1, but up to 3 proteges. Used to be that your proteges definitely couldn't be competitors. Used to be really strict. Like if your proteges were in the same NAICS code, SBA would be like, no, they're competitors. SBA's loosened the rules a little bit. If you're in the same industry, but you can say, you know what, this protege is an 8A, and this one's a HubZone, and they're not going to compete against each other, and we're not going to make them compete against each other, SBA is okay with that. Or if they're in the same industry and they're construction, and one only does work in the Northeast and the other one does it in the Southwest, they're not competitors. If they're in the same industry and one does DoD works only, and the other focuses on civilian agencies, you can demonstrate that they're not competitors. So the rules have loosened up a bit with respect to the mentor and their proteges, but they're still limited to 3. The rules technically say you can have 1, but up to 3. Now, when folks come to me and they're like, well, I want Lockheed to be my mentor. Lockheed, in all of its billions of dollars of organizations and subsidiaries and everything else, only gets 3. So the chances, I mean, no disrespect to your companies, but the chances that your company is going to be one of those 3 is highly unlikely. They work with folks, prime, sub, small business. They have really needed technical expertise that end up being their proteges, right? In my opinion, the best protege, a mentor, is a firm that's been through what you're going through, right? I like graduated 8As that are successful and are taking off. Why? Because they've been through what you've been through. They figured out the infrastructure that they need. They figured out the BD and the networks that they need. And by the way, if they're a graduated 8A, they can't bid on those 8A contracts anymore. They need a home for them. So maybe this place is a good home for them, right? They can start flipping those contracts. Now, how would they flip those contracts over? When you create that mentor-protege relationship, right, you can create a joint venture under that mentor-protege relationship. That joint venture, because it's created as part of the MPA, is exempted from all affiliation. So even though they're other than small, even though they're going to provide you all sorts of assistance, and maybe office space, and maybe even 40% of, invest 40% of in your equity, they're exempted from any finding of affiliation between mentor and protege. Now that joint venture can go after those contracts that they had, that they graduated and couldn't get anymore. Those contracts can be transitioned to the joint venture. The joint venture implements it. The protege has to do 40% of the work, but the mentor can do 60% of the work. So as they graduate, right, their position is, wow, I'm going to get stuck doing none of the work. Well, if I mentor somebody and create a joint venture, then I can continue to do 60% of the work. So that's the benefit to the mentor. For the protege, you get access to all those contracts. You might get assistance in getting your facility securities clearance, which is critical if you're in IT and cybersecurity. They can sponsor you for that. They can help you go after larger contracts. And the unique thing about the joint venture is it inherits the past performance and qualifications of both members, right? So think about that for a second. The joint venture is 51% owned by the protege. So it inherits the size and status of the protege. So the joint venture can technically be a tribal 8A if the 51% is a tribal 8A. However, it inherits the past performance and qualifications of both members to the joint venture. So if your mentor, and I hate to say this, but if they're Lockheed, all of a sudden you have a tribal 8A joint venture that has the past performance and qualifications of Lockheed. So it's really competitive. So the one thing that we've seen is when people lose to a joint venture, there's a lot of protests. Because the joint venture also requires the protege. Remember when we talked about the 8A program and the disadvantaged individual had to own and control? Well, when you look at a joint ventures have operating agreements as well. The 51% protege owner has to own and control. A lot of times, mentors, especially large mentors, we worked for about 18 months on a mentor-protege joint venture for a tribal client. The mentor was a behemoth, multi-billion-dollar IT services company. They didn't want to give up the keys to the protege. I mean, that's understandable. They're reluctant to take the risk. So they will draft the operating agreement in such a way to maintain some control of the entity. Now, SBA recently updated their regulations where some control by the mentor in a very limited fashion can be okay. But for all intents and purposes, the protege needs to own and control. So if the operating agreement is drafted in such a way that the mentor has undue control, you get protested, SBA finds you to be affiliated, you get kicked out, the contract goes to the next in line, right? So it's a great tool to get assistance. It's a great tool to create the joint ventures as long as they're created appropriately. And it's a great tool for graduates of the 8A program to continue to participate in the 8A program. And by the way, it's also a great tool for Lockheed to be able to do 60% of an 8A sole source requirement. Unlimited. They could get a $100 million contract and do 60% of it. Again, as long, now, so it used to be all 8A joint ventures had to go to the district office and get approved. Then it was all 8A sole source joint venture awards would go to the district office and get approved. And that was streamlined even further where there's a checklist where you submit to the district office, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's been implemented across the country. Joint venture. The check.
Process, sole source, meaning.
So the sole source opportunities are still going to the district office. Everything else doesn't need to go to the district office, competitive. Yeah. So the sole source will go, they'll review it, they'll approve it. But if it's competitive, it never has to go to the district office. But it can be protested. So you want to make sure it's created according to the rules. And again, the mentor usually pushes back. But if you get protested, you want to make sure that it prevails on protest. And if you haven't followed the rules with respect to ownership and control, you're probably going to lose out on protest. Any questions about mentor-protege? The one other thing that I'll say is, when you create the mentor-protege agreement, on that chart, you want to put in there everything that you want exempted from affiliation. If you're going to do joint ventures, you want it in the chart. If you're going to do a 40% equity injection by the mentor, you want it in the chart. If you're going to do sponsoring of facilities clearance or management assistance or any of those things, you want it in the chart. That doesn't mean you can't go back later on and amend your MPA, but to be on the safe side, whatever you want exempted from affiliation should be in that mentor-protege agreement in the chart. Yes, ma'am?
So, I think on another slide you said that you could have 2 mentors. So you'd be able to do 2 joint ventures then?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Right.
So, great question. Thank you. Yeah, so how many, if you have 2 mentors, how many joint ventures can you do? So the mentor-protege program, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, is a 3+3 program, right? So a total of 6 years you can have this relationship. And then under that relationship, you can create the joint venture and go after contracts. It used to be complicated, and for the life of me, even when I was at the SB, I was like the 3-2 rule, you know, 3 contracts, 2 years, when does the clock start, what's a contract? So it's simplified. The joint venture is 2 years. 2 years from award of your first contract. My perspective, it's the first award of your first federal contract, prime contract. So as soon as you get that contract to the joint venture, your 2-year clock starts, right? Now, let's say you get into the end of year 2, you have 10 proposals outstanding. That doesn't mean you can't accept those proposals that are outstanding. It just means you can't bid anymore under that joint venture. Now, here's the other thing. You can always create JV number 2, and then you can create JV number 3. So that'll take you the 6 years, more likely than not. But you can create multiple joint ventures. I've seen tribes, both clients and when I was at the SBA, where they had like 6, 7, 8 joint ventures under an MPA. And SBA has always said that at some point, one JV, one extra JV, maybe too many JVs, but SBA has never found JVs under an MPA to be a finding of affiliation. Does that make sense? Okay. Any other questions on the mentor-protege or the joint venture program? No? Okay, one last thing I just want to get to, because we talked about the performance of work requirements, right? So and this was another, so one step back. The reason sort of the mentor-protege program was expanded beyond the 8A program is that both the administration and the Congress realized that requirements were getting larger and more complex, and smaller companies were having more and more difficulty participating in the federal marketplace. So how do you get, larger firms and incentivize them to help proteges? And then how do you make sure that those qualifications flow to that joint venture entity? Now, the one thing that I'll say is, you'll see some requirements come out, like, I think it was Oasis, where the GSA said, oh, wait a second, you can't have all 3 past performance requirements come from the mentor. And SBA's position was like, wait a second, past performance flows to the joint venture. It's an entity. But there's been sort of swing of a pendulum of all 3 can come from the mentor to no more than 1 can come from the mentor and the other 2 have to come from the protege. So it's an evolving landscape, and there's been some court decisions on it as well. But for all intents and purposes, the past performance and qualification of both members flow to the joint venture. Now, and then there's all sorts of performance of work requirements that we can get into, but they're really in the weeds. The other program that I wanted to sort of speak to is, because it's more and more difficult to participate in the federal marketplace, because requirements are more and more complex, and because small businesses have to do the performance of work requirement, which is 50% for services, Congress passed and SBA implemented the similarly situated rule. What does that mean? That means if it's an 8A set aside, right? Technically, the prime contractor 8A has to do 50% of the work. However, because of the similarly situated rule, you can have any of your subcontractors that are similarly situated to count against that 50%. So if you had 1, 2, 3 8A companies, and together you did that 50%, that would qualify as meeting the performance of work requirements. That was recently implemented as well. And the idea is that as a team, those similarly situated companies can come together, and you wouldn't be found affiliated either. As a team, those similarly situated companies can come together, go after woman-owned small business set aside, an 8A set aside, et cetera, and instead of having the prime having to meet the 50% work requirement, which sometimes is rather large, cumbersome, and difficult, you can combine your efforts to meet that 50% requirement. Any questions there? No? Okay, I think you guys are ready for lunch. I really appreciate your time, guys. I know that was a long 2 hours. The slides are available. I didn't get a chance to go over the preponderance narrative or the social disadvantage narrative. I might have time to do that this afternoon. I have slides on the requirements on how to put your, how many folks are applying to the 8A program? How many folks are already in the 8A program? For you guys that are already in the program, did you already submit your social disadvantage narrative? SDN? No? You did? Okay. So, 2 things. I may have an opportunity to talk about this afternoon, or I'll be here in sort of the networking session, and I'm happy to talk through it as well. Back there?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm happy to talk through it as well. And there's slides on it. Last thing that I'll say is, my firm, has a questionnaire and a template that's just available for folks to use. We've used that template for our clients, and they've been getting approved. So feel free. If you can't find it, let me know. You can use our template and our questionnaire. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you,
John. So the presentations, we can send those out.
Yeah, I'll email
right?
them to everybody when I get back to Arizona.
The questionnaire and the template is on our website, but I'll send you those so you can send them out too.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. Yeah.
Thank you, John. Appreciate your time, and don't forget your jacket. So we're going to go into a short lunch break to go ahead and grab your food, use the restroom, and then we're going to start back up again with this panel at 12:15. Okay, so those of you online, please come back in the next few minutes, and we'll get started with our panel.
No.
The number one thing that I've been blown away by is the belief that everything that we do can have a bigger impact on the community as a whole. We're doing some things here that nobody else in the country is doing.
We're always looking at those opportunities. What kind of businesses can we start, create, that we utilize our current expertise?
We are smack dab in the middle of a really diverse community. We really want to make a lot of good, positive changes for our community. We have to do something that'll change things forever.
We are the diversification effort of the Mille Lacs Band for government contracting. If gaming goes away for whatever reason, we want to be that, to be able to ensure that all the facilities that the tribe has can be maintained and we build more. And our goal is to ensure that happens for the next 1,000 years. We work a lot with our Anji Bamadizing program. That is our after-school youth mentorship. Tim Taggart Jr., who's actually a professional boxer, he's over that program, does a fantastic job. He teaches anything from golf, basketball, boxing, all kinds of sports. We just want to make sure that we take care of our people.
That's what kind of sets us apart is I tried to build that relationship and rapport and actually get results versus trying to deal them as a number. Being able to help people with their nutrition, their health and wellness, to build something really, really simple and that works with their lifestyle is the best thing I've ever done.
Good morning. My name is Yvette Fielder. Thank you so much for being here at our Native Edge Institute, provided by the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development and funded in part by the SBA.
When you make a profit in a business, you need to do something socially and civically responsible. Instead of waiting for employees to come to us, we go out to poverty areas where there are people who don't have jobs, and then we provide whatever is missing, whether it's education or transportation, or maybe just some enthusiasm and optimism to get them started. We try to build business that way.
We're told as Anishinaabe, we all have gifts that we need to make sure we share. My goal was always to make a life better for the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe.
Home ownership is for everybody. I'm a huge advocate for that, and I want everybody to be able to have a home and to feel comfortable in that whole process.
We're floor nurses. We are working in the trenches. We have created the Birth Equity Work Group, an education program to eliminate racism in healthcare. We need to be able to change our approach and our way in order to provide a safe birth for women.
How do we connect with these kids and get them into the programs? One of the things our friend Virgil Hill, who's a world champion boxer, member of the International Boxing Hall of Fame, has been advocating for is an all-native tournament that will be a qualifier for Team USA. We want to build toward the Olympics. We have the facilities here at Mille Lacs to support that, and it wouldn't surprise me if in the next 2 or 3 years we get to that point. We're a very unique tribe. We still stay agile, fun, cultural, everything we want to be, and we're doing great things in great places.
We live in such a wonderful place. We have all of the opportunities available for you. If you want to go to college, we'll support you. You want to get job training, we'll support you. Whatever you need, we are there to help you. And just tell us what you would like to see and what your dreams are, and we'll help in any way we can.
You're never going to know what you're going to get out of it until you just go. You just got to run with it.
Leave your mark. Do something that's going to be impactful.
That'd be my advice to other folks, is to do good things for other people, and you'll have all you need come back to you.
We have always looked 7 generations ahead. We never look for immediate successes. It's always about sustainability.
A big part of that is teaching our tribal citizens how to do it themselves. Become completely sovereign or independent on providing our own food, producing it locally.
I think incorporating buffalo back into diet is very important. It wasn't just a cultural food that we were so used to eating, but even just looking at the nutritional side of it, it's so much more leaner.
We currently have around 150 buffalo on the property. Right now we are focused on building out the infrastructure at the ranch, which requires the fencing, water.
I think it's so important to be involved with the community because it builds trust. That's another thing that I'm really proud of here at Redco is they take community input very serious and they do something to change it immediately.
There isn't any time to reinvent the wheel. Supporting local small businesses, native owned, is what we have to start doing.
The National Center is critical to tribal businesses, to small businesses.
I see them supporting tribal enterprises and the growth of those within the United States.
Connecting them to government contracting, marketing services.
I think it's a good step forward to making relationships.
I'm actually going to take a lot of this information back to several people back on our reservation that I know are starting to try and open their own business.
Our mission is to spark a prairie fire food movement to indigenize our food system.
I see a lot of progress. I'm excited about the new opportunities to preserve our sovereignty and to work on our common needs.
This is where Native should be on the forefront with their businesses.
Food sovereignty work doesn't have to be what we're doing. I think it's anything around like learning how to cook, learning how to hunt, learning how to grow your own food. Going forward, I would love to see people's mind shifts around what is healthy food. It doesn't have to taste gross to be healthy.
I would like for people to remember what their Lakota values are because those values will guide you.
Indian-owned businesses can flourish and support one another and just move down this green path together.
We just want to welcome you and thank you so much for being here in this amazing space.
Thank you for joining us. Great information to improve Indian country.
Today we're in New York City at the beautiful Hard Rock Hotel owned by the Seminole tribe. There's some lucky attendees that are here today. They're getting the first-hand experience of what a Native Edge Institute is.
It's important to attend events like the Native Edge Institutes because of the resources that are here. Networking is always a big part of any event that we do at the National Center.
We like to pride ourselves in being the #1 connector in Indian country and for Indian country. So we're able to connect these different tribal nations to each other because we're everywhere in contact with everyone. We see what someone on the West Coast is doing versus someone on the East Coast isn't aware. So person A has something that person B needs, and we're able to connect those people.
And our goal is to expand globally. I'd really like to see our tribal enterprises and our Indian-owned businesses selling to the world and doing trade with the world.
I've been with the National Center since 1980. We're one of the first Native American government marketing assistance programs to introduce the 8A program to the Native American community. We've pretty much been there since the beginning.
In my tribe, super active with the National Center, calling, asking for consultation. They're looking into working with our export team on exporting rice and doing their agriculture.
For me, the 39 tribes in Oklahoma, we all have tourism groups.
It would even be more beneficial to us if we had a museum, and the National Center, especially with the exports, could definitely get us there. They're going to Africa, so they're doing great things.
We're going to South Africa and we're going to Ghana, and we're going to be meeting with businesses who are looking into importing and exporting. This being the first mission is pretty exciting. We're going to see what opportunities there are, and we can bring them back to our clients.
You know, economic development, we think about it as a circular economy. How can we share more of the resources that we have and expand on that and build it?
Our goal is to create more opportunities for investment into tribal communities and Native-led nonprofits. And we do that by advocating and working with tribal leaders and Native-led nonprofits.
Whenever you support a Native business or a tribally owned enterprise, that money doesn't go into the pocket of one person, of like a millionaire or billionaire. It goes into the pockets of the community. These tribes are assisting the local communities, the surrounding towns, the state that they reside in. Even though it's a sovereign nation within the state, they still provide financial assistance to the state by providing those jobs and supporting the local economies.
A system that has made tribes dependent. If we're allowed to be creative and to bring into our culture, elevate tribal ecological knowledge, then the outcomes will look quite different.
A lot of the communities that I went to when I was younger, you go there now and you see the growth, and that growth comes from the economic development that these tribes have done. Being able to provide resources and be an organization that can help move tribes and the businesses into their next level, that's something that I really enjoy.
We have clients that have been clients for years, and they've just pivoted and grown their businesses into other arenas. So I would love to see small business owners just reaching their goals. And if we can be a part of that, sign me up.
It feels good, man. It feels good, right? Yo.
I'm really proud of our partnership with the National Center, just because of the fact that there are common values on really elevating and celebrating Indigenous talent.
We're doing more business-to-business relationships within our tribal communities, where there are partnerships that can be forged that are supporting an intertribal trade network.
My dreams when I open my own coffee house is to have native coffee roasters in my coffee house, clear from the East Coast all the way to the West Coast, you know, and the coffee's good.
I use this company platform to give opportunity to our community to build careers, not just jobs, careers. We're just trying to take care of our people that way.
This is an excellent opportunity for someone like me who just hasn't had the exposure or any opportunity. This is great for me.
We're just looking to build relationships with larger companies to gain, bigger contracts and be able to expand.
This is a perfect room for you to be able to see other businesses that have, leveraged some of those resources and opportunities. And this is a great place to make those types of connections and to find resources.
Eventually, we want to do our own roasting, so that's one of the things that will hopefully be in the near future, and then opening our own commercial kitchen.
For me, this is power. This is strength. To see that in full display today with all the different nations represented, groups, and individuals, it's beautiful.
How can I show up at work as my unapologetically, authentically Indigenous self every single day? How do I bring my Indigenous values to the workplace? How do I serve my community? Those are my questions.
You make an impact in the community, you show up with a strong brand and with strong product, and then you continue to build relationships with other corporations and nonprofits that want to do this same work. And that's where we're going to see our community, especially our youth, truly uplifted.
We want to come and be impactful. So if there's an area where we could be most impactful, then I'm all in, and I want to be part of that opportunity.
The number one thing that I've been blown away by is the belief that everything that we do can have a bigger impact on the community as a whole. We're doing some things here that nobody else in the country is doing.
We're always looking at those opportunities. What kind of businesses can we start, create, that we utilize our current expertise?
We are smack dab in the middle of a really diverse community. We really want to make a lot of good, positive changes for our community. We have to do something that'll change things forever.
We are the diversification effort of the Mille Lacs Band for government contracting. If gaming goes away for whatever reason, we want to be that, to be able to ensure that all the facilities that the tribe has can be maintained and we build more. And our goal is to ensure that happens for the next 1,000 years.
We work a lot with our Anji Bamadizing program. That is our after-school youth mentorship. Tim Taggart Jr., who's actually a professional boxer, he's over that program, does a fantastic job. He teaches anything from golf, basketball, boxing, all kinds of sports. We just want to make sure that we take care of our people.
That's what kind of sets us apart is I tried to build that relationship and rapport and actually get results versus try to view them as a number. Being able to help people with their nutrition, their health and wellness, to build something really, really simple and that works with their lifestyle is the best thing I've ever done.
Good morning. My name is Yvette Fielder. Thank you so much for being here at our Native Edge Institute, provided by the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development and funded in part by the SBA.
When you make a profit in a business, you need to do something socially and civically responsible. Instead of waiting for employees to come to us, we go out to poverty areas where there are people who don't have jobs, and then we provide whatever is missing, whether it's education or transportation, or maybe just some enthusiasm and optimism to get them started. We try to build business that way.
We're told as Anishinaabe, we all have gifts that we need to make sure we share. My goal was always to make life better for the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe.
Home ownership is for everybody. I'm a huge advocate for that, and I want everybody to be able to have a home and to feel comfortable in that whole process.
We're floor nurses. We are working in the trenches. We have created the Birth Equity Work Group, an education program to eliminate racism in healthcare. We need to be able to change our approach and our way in order to provide a safe birth for women.
How do we connect with these kids and get them into the programs? One of the things our friend Virgil Hill, who's a world champion boxer, member of the International Boxing Hall of Fame, has been advocating for is an all-native tournament that will be a qualifier for Team USA. We want to build toward the Olympics. We have the facilities here at Mille Lacs to support that, and it wouldn't surprise me if in the next 2 or 3 years we get to that point.
We're a very unique tribe. We still stay agile, fun, cultural, everything we want to be, and we're doing great things in great places.
We live in such a wonderful place. We have all of the opportunities available for you. If you want to go to college, we'll support you. You want to get job training, we'll support you. Whatever you need, we are there to help you. And just tell us what you would like to see and what your dreams are, and we'll help in any way we can.
You're never going to know what you're going to get out of it until you just go. You just got to run with it.
Leave your mark. Do something that's going to be impactful.
That would be my advice to other folks, is to do good things for other people, and you'll have all you need come back to you.
We have always looked 7 generations ahead. We never look for immediate successes. It's always about sustainability.
A big part of that is teaching our tribal citizens how to do it themselves. Become completely sovereign or independent on providing our own food, producing it locally.
I think incorporating buffalo back into our diet is very important. It wasn't just a cultural food that we were so used to eating, but even just looking at the nutritional side of it, it's so much more leaner.
We currently have around 150 buffalo on the property. Right now we are focused on building out the infrastructure at the ranch, which requires the fencing, water.
I think it's so important to be involved with the community because it builds trust. That's another thing that I'm really proud of here at Redco is they take community input very serious and they do something to change it immediately.
There isn't any time to reinvent the wheel. Supporting local small businesses, native owned, is what we have to start doing.
The National Center is critical to tribal businesses, to small businesses.
I see them supporting tribal enterprises and the growth of those within the United States.
Connecting them to government contracting, marketing services.
It's a good step forward to making relationships.
I'm actually going to take a lot of this information back to several people back on our reservation that I know are starting to try and open their own business.
Our mission is to spark a prairie fire food movement to indigenize our food system.
I see a lot of progress. I'm excited about the new opportunities to preserve our sovereignty and to work on our common needs.
This is where Native should be on the forefront with their businesses.
Food sovereignty work doesn't have to be what we're doing. I think it's anything around like learning how to cook, learning how to hunt, learning how to grow your own food. Going forward, I would love to see people's mind shift around what is healthy food. It doesn't have to taste gross to be healthy.
I would like for people to remember what their Lakota values are because those values will guide you.
Indian-owned businesses can flourish and support one another and just move down this green path together.
We just want to welcome you and thank you so much for being here in this amazing
And then we'll get started.
Maybe we should put up the little priest presentation, even though we're not going to run it right now.
The what?
Good afternoon, everyone. There we go. Power button. Technology at its finest. So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back into the room as we are beginning our afternoon sessions. And this is our lunchtime panel, which I always say is the hardest panel because we're trying to get everyone's attention and keep them engaged as they eat, as they're trying to conduct business, right? Emails, returning phone calls. But we have a really dynamic panel with us today. We have Lance Morgan, who we heard from earlier. He is the CEO of Ho Chunk Inc. We also have Jill Meadows Jones, the Vice President for Human Resources at Ho Chunk Inc. We have Mr. Aaron Lapointe, the Senior Director of Business Operations for Ho Chunk Inc. And we're also joined by President Manoj Patil. He's a president of Little Priest Tribal College. So please help me welcome our esteemed panel. So this panel is about leadership, and we're hoping that you're able to learn from what some of their journeys have been, what some of their best practices may be, and what skills they find useful in their respective positions. And so what I'm going to do at this time, because we just have 45 minutes, is to ask everyone to give us, a 2-minute and under introduction of who you are, but then also answer the question, what skills do you think are necessary to effectively lead in your respective organizations?
Should I stand? Should I sit? You can. Yeah, they can't see then. Okay. Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. My name is Manoj Patil. I'm the president of Little Priest Tribal College. I'm also the founder and CEO of New Horizon Tutoring. It's a tutoring business right across the river. I've been here in this area for the last 21 years. So I'm honored to be here. And thanks for, again, making me a part of this. The question was about leadership. One of the things I have learned to be a good leader is extreme empathy. And I honestly tell you, that is something I see a lot of people don't have it. They may be talented, extremely hardworking, have a fantastic work ethic. Everything falls apart if you don't have that empathy, especially to your boss, especially to your board of trustees or board of directors or board of regents. But and even to your employees, to your students in my case as well, I never take this for granted, who it is. I always make sure that I take empathy as a big factor. And it is a hard one sometimes to follow, but to be successful as a leader, the other things are definitely needed. Don't get me wrong, just having empathy doesn't make you a good leader either. But it's a combination, but don't forget the two keywords, extreme empathy. Under extreme situations, you gotta have extreme empathy. Thanks again for having me.
Hi, I am Jill Meadows Jones. I'm the Vice President of Human Resources for Ho Chunk Inc. Thank you. And I've really had the opportunity over the past 10 years to develop my own leadership. And I think the thing that I've really taken away the most and that we really work to implement across our organization is meeting people where they are and helping them to really lean into the natural strengths and talents that they already possess and use those to find the best way for them to be successful. We do a lot of work with Gallup engagement and strengths and teaching people what their natural abilities are, and then how to transform those into actionable goals and use them not only in their own success, but the success of their team. So I think that's really one of the most important things is your ability to discover and really understand that individual, where they are, what their goals are, and how you can help them really use the talents that they already possess to take them to the next level and help you take the organization to the next level.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Aaron LaPointe. I've been with Ho-Chunk Inc. for about 7 years now. I'm a Winnebago tribal member, and I don't want to say that these guys are old, but I'm kind of representing the new generation of leaders. So I guess for me, what makes an effective leader is the willingness to learn. I know that Jill just touched on our strength finding strategies and things, and one of my number one strengths is learner. And if you're going to be a leader, I think it's important having that skill, because when you're making these big tough decisions that can affect many different things, it's important that you know all the different aspects that go into that decision. So your willingness to learn all the different approaches. I have to do this on a daily basis almost. When we're making these decisions, you have to understand the effects that it's going to have across the board, and not just specifically to your expertise. And yeah, I want to welcome everybody, and it's good to see this many people here. I'm excited to see a lot of the people I work with, a lot of young people, a lot of up and coming leaders, and I wanted to acknowledge them. I think that's a great way of being an effective leader too, is acknowledging your peers and your fellow employees or the people that you're working with. So all you guys that are here today, obviously your supervisors, your company, somebody's seen something a little better in you and they want to see you succeed. So it's good to see everybody here. Thank you.
I got that chair, that's leadership. So I didn't know this was going to be sort of a question thing, but I have like a couple minute sort of intro thing that I'm going to do. I'm just going to do that. And then, because I really wanted to emphasize some of the work my team is doing, because they're actually doing some fantastic things I wanted to show. But I think of, I watch those documentaries on TV. I like to watch the Indian ones, before we got wiped out. But anyway, they have this thing where they have a buffalo kill site. And what they would do is the Indians would, chase the buffalo over a cliff. And they would all die, and then they could easily just eat them, take the hide, whatever it is we did to buffalo, right? Right now, all I do is eat them. Anyway, so a herd has a leader, right? And I am sure that the leader of that herd thought he was doing the right thing. But they all ended up being ate, and they went right over the cliff, right? And so you got to be, it's easy to lead, right, if you're motivated and you have power. What's hard is leading correctly. And I always have this phrase where you better, and I'm more explicit, but you better be damn sure you're right. Right, if you're going to use the power you have, especially when it's the power of a tribal entity, and we have 5,600 tribal members, right? We had a marketing issue, and I took my marketing team to the powwow, and my family had a food stand, and I introduced them all to them. And the next week I said, "You met my family. They are under the impression I'm some kind of marketing genius. So I need you to make them believe that, right, to do a good job, right? So that's motivation. Right? I want them to understand. And when you're the CEO, you have more information than everybody else. It's like a pyramid. And they're acting logically below you, but they don't have all the information. So if they don't have all the information and you don't share them with them, that's on you, right? Odds are they have more information about the details of what they do, and so you need to use them to get the information and come to some sort of conclusion. And so I've worked in companies, I work in some company cultures that I don't like. Like at Ho-Chunk, we have a few cultures that have morphed, and it's kind of a need-to-know basis. And we just had this in one of the new entities we started, and I said, this needs to be we are not a need-to-know company, right? We are a company that shares information. I want everybody to, if I wasn't there, I want my people around me to know what I would do in 95% of the situations I would do. I want them to know me well enough to do that. I go around telling these stories, but the stories are memory points. They're easier to remember inside the company because I want them to know in this situation we can apply it this way. And the trick is, if you're going to have a 95% rule, do not freak out about the 5, right? Because if you freak out about the 5% they're wrong, you're going to freeze and paralyze your organization. And in a tribal company, you've got to transfer knowledge. You've got to educate people. You don't show up with 100% perfection and knowledge. And Ho-Chunk was small. We didn't have a lot of college-educated people. I used to spend all my time on the whiteboard, drawing out what I thought. I used to sit in meetings and sort of wait for everybody to get there, because I would sort of dictate what would happen. But it doesn't quite happen that way anymore because we've been able to transfer enough knowledge to do things. And if you can get your people to do 95% right and you don't freak out about the 5, you just try not to do it again, you become a learning, evolving organization that doesn't just go by the great leader. Leadership starts popping up all over the place. The other thing I want to mention is that there's a thing called a like-me hiring bias. We had a lawyer, and we got a new lawyer that I had met, and I said, was this your brother? You know? And then we had a marketing person, and then he hired another marketing person. I said, is that your sister? Right? Because that's human nature, right? That's why Indians don't do well in corporations, right? We're not in that environment very much, right? But what you need to do, and what we'll talk about, what Jill and Aaron will talk about, is that you need to build a team. And if they're all just like you, then what the hell's the point, right? And Ho-Chunk Inc. has become the fastest growing company in Sioux City, and we are the brownest, the most woman-oriented, and we have the craziest backgrounds because we look for different traits to balance out our team to create this. So you can't just lead yourselves over the cliff. You've got to be smart. You've got to have the right people. You've got to have the right perspectives, and the diversity of our company has been our strength. We're an Indian company, but if you look at who we are, we look like America, right? And sometimes in corporate America, that makes them nervous, right? But that's already coming, and we're already here, right? And we're kicking ass. So I think that there's a strength in who you are, right? And who we are. And so if you look at Ho-Chunk Inc., once you're in. But we've balanced out our company. We've balanced out our leadership. We have different strengths. We have different skills. And we are an open-ended company that shares information, that builds up the next generation of leadership. And you're going to see that with what we're doing. I'm not going to go get into the details of it because that's what they're going to do. But I wanted to set the tone for who we are and what we want to be, right? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Lance, and for all of you for your words. I do have a couple questions, but I certainly want you to feel free to share the points that you want to make if they can't be brought out in the questions that I have. And I want to piggyback on what I really heard all of you say with regards to the transfer of knowledge, with identifying emerging talent, with seeing upcoming leaders. And I think that in Indian country, we actually do a really good job of identifying emerging leaders and mentoring them and nurturing that next generation. It's once you get in that role that we give you hell, right? But while you're coming up, we make sure that you have the tools necessary and the support necessary. You know, I can share that when I reflect back on my 20 plus years, I had official and unofficial mentors who to this day still check on me, make sure I have the support that I need, make sure I'm taking the breaks that I need, make sure I'm prioritizing family, that have touched me in so many different ways that have allowed me to really grow in the roles that I have been able to take on. So my question for you are, what are some of your best practices for succession and transitional leadership? Because, we always say we kind of want to work ourselves out of this job, right? We can't hold everything so close to us because it doesn't belong to us. Even in individually owned companies, we know the knowledge doesn't necessarily belong with us. It belongs to those that we're working with and those that we're serving through the services that we provide. So how is it that you are able to, or what are your best practices? I'll start there.
All right. All right. I want to just talk about the college itself and then kind of globalize this answer. Little Priest started in May 1996, got their initial accreditation in 1998. We are one of the only few colleges in the entire country that had the most number of presidents in the last 25 years. Constant turnover was constant. And there was no stabilization of the college. Accreditation was an issue because of the lack of leadership. And finances was in doldrums throughout the last 20 years or so. So when I inherited quite a bit of problems, the first thing I did was to stabilize the situation. But the question is, we just completed 25 years, by the way, 2 Fridays back, and we had a big celebration. We are looking into the next 25 years, and for that to be a successful journey, we need to start planning now. One of the things I've already undertaken is the documentation of everything. So if I need something from 1996 to 1998, by the way, Lance was one of the original board of directors on the to have chartered this institution, so special thanks to him. But I don't have any document. We don't have the blueprints of the buildings we are in. So first is to document the history. So I'm creating history at the college. So you'll see, if you come to the campus now, you'll see old pictures of the institution. The graduates of the institution, you'll see that. And then we're centralizing all these things with the backups, in cloud backups and stuff like that. Second is to provide all the employees with a possible chance of becoming a leader. I was very fortunate to be one of the Aspen Presidential Fellow. I just completed the fellowship with the Aspen Institute, one of the only 25 presidents in the entire country this year. So I'm using that model to create future leaders, not only at the college, but at the community. We may produce graduates. Eventually, they may be the CEO of Ho Chunk someday. We never know that. So to provide the opportunity is to be intentional about it, is to provide them training, professional development at the right times, the right place, and to recognize early who can be a leader and who cannot be. And I can guarantee that not everybody can be a leader, and it's not everybody's cup of tea. So in my case, it's a documentation to create history and to create a pathway for our new graduates and to have them leadership options as well. So thank you.
So I think over the last several years, Ho Chunk Inc. has worked really hard to develop programs internally for learning and development opportunities for all of our employees, and really specifically to work on succession planning and preparing for that next generation. As Aaron may have pointed out earlier, our leadership team may be getting older and starting to work on some different life transitions within the next few years. And so it's really important that we get that next group ready to take over those roles. So Willie Bass, who's here with us today, has done a lot of work to develop some programs that really start individuals in the community from the time they're in high school up through college and beyond to really get that foot in the door with Ho Chunk Inc. We have an apprenticeship program with high school kids that gives them some opportunities to learn about different professions. We've got an ambassador program and an internship program that gives them responsibilities across the organization and the opportunity to work on different projects and be part of different groups that are working towards some big goals and get some life experience. We have a successful plan of transitioning those individuals into long-term roles and hopefully continuing their leadership development. In addition to that, we've been really mindful of creating succession plans that really meet people where they're at. So we start with their strengths. What are their natural abilities? We do individual development plans to think about what they want, what are their goals in life, where do they want to go? And then we look at traditional succession planning, which is just those, career lattices or career ladders that everybody is familiar with. We have an immersive leadership program where we just kind of pluck really talented individuals out of college or out of maybe another organization that they're in, and we throw them into the fire, so to speak, and we let them run a department or run a division and really get that on-the-job experience with some mentors from our leadership team. And then we have a footprints program, which is kind of a fast-track program for our rising stars and people that have really demonstrated that they could be future leaders within the organization. And so there's an opportunity for everyone. There's different tracks based on where people are, and it all ties back to, that strengths perspective and how do we help you to be the most successful that you can be, doing what comes naturally to you. And I think Aaron's going to talk a little bit about his personal experience in those programs.
Yep. So I've been fortunate enough within my 7 years at Ho-Chunk to have the opportunity to grow within a leadership role, and I guess a lot of the programs that that Jill was talking about from the programs that try to bring in new employees with the apprenticeship program, ambassador internship. I was an intern that came into the company as a full-time employee. But there's all these other opportunities within the division. Like one of the things I think is really cool within Ho-Chunk that Jill might not have mentioned was like our internal committees that help some of our internal employees develop leadership skills, organizational skills, and different things that they can transition into a leadership role. But myself, I get to kind of live it. There's a few programs that have been rolled out, and we've been really pushing succession planning within our organization. So I don't know if I've kind of been that guinea pig to push through some of these programs, but it's really helped me develop as a new and emerging leader within the organization and within my community and tribe. But since being in a leadership position as of now, there's a couple points that didn't get brought up with the first two individuals, and one of those is identifying internal potential. And I think to do that, you have to be present within those divisions, within those businesses. And that's something that I try to do to identify some of those potential leaders. And then, but you have to be very intentional. I know Manoj mentioned that, but be intentional in finding those next leaders too, and taking the time and really evaluating them. And then one thing, I've had the opportunity to do this. One of my employees here, who most recently took on a management position, Corey over there, he knows, and Lance does it to me all the time too. You got to test them, put them through some situations that really test their leadership skills and evaluate them through that. And it's a great opportunity for them. Some people, like Manoj said, leadership might not be for them, but this is a great tool to use to identify whether that is them or not. But it really starts with giving them that opportunity and trying to empower them too. That's a word that hasn't been used that's really important in leadership, is empowering them to want to do that too. Because it's really important for us as Native American business leaders to really empower our youth, empower that next generation of leaders. Because when we were that age, I'm a young guy and I'm saying that, but when I was younger, it was like you didn't really see.
It just gets worse.
But you didn't get to see Native Americans holding these high position areas or being the big leaders. So now that we have that, I think it's important that we embrace that too, and use that platform to empower the next generation, coming from the youth to the people that have established large corporations or large initiatives like Lance and Manoj here, and using that platform to really empower that next generation and show them that we have a place at the table too. So thank you.
Yeah, back in the day, right, that just keeps happening. What's really bad is when all of a sudden you can't see anything, just so you know. So I won a board of directors, and we had like an event, and we made cards, like greeting cards. It was kind of fun, right? But we had to write a note to ourselves, one to our 14-year-old self, and I basically said, "Bye Google, Microsoft, and Apple, and be nice to the woman I was gonna marry," right? You know, so that kind of stuff. And but the other one was, what would you write to your current self, you know, from the future? And the first thing on my list is, well, interestingly, it was 10 things. I don't remember the other ones, but the one I do remember said, think intergenerationally, right? When my grandmother, she's passed away now, and I miss her a lot, but the last 6 months of her life, I learned so much about her, right? She wanted to pour information into me. You know, I learned all kinds of things about it. You know, things I didn't know, like she had lost a couple of children, you know, in birth and things like that, or disease. And she told me their names. I had no idea, right? So she was pouring information into me. And I was thinking to myself, I don't want to be that guy. You know, I don't want to be pouring information into people as I walk out the door. And we've been thinking that way for some time. We once had an interview with a guy, and he was a non-Indian executive MBA, and he was kind of like talking down to us a little bit. You know, like, this is what you need. We know this. We know this. He was like lecturing me on something. He goes, "Do you understand?" It was some kind of accounting technique or something. And I said, and I've used this before, I said, well, this is where I said, I feel like I need to mention I got an A in management accounting at Harvard Business School, right? Because he could stop lecturing me, you know? And he's like, "Oh, okay." But, and I said, I don't want this guy working for us, right? And the problem you have is that you don't have a pool of that kind of talent, resume talent. And so you've got to, what Aaron referred to is, you got to extrapolate skills. And some of the smartest people I've known in my life are relatives or tribal leaders who didn't have a lick of college education, right? And so you've got to understand what you're dealing with intelligence and people, and you've got to put them in a position to succeed. At Ho-Chunk, we decided after that meeting with the guy who was talking down to us that we're going to play the long game, right? And we had one intern, we had two, we had 20-some last year, 20-some. And what we are going to do is we are going to put time, energy, money into our young people, and we're going to see what pops out the other end. And I used to be kind of mean to them, you know, like in the first month, like put them on the spot, because I wanted to see how they reacted to pressure, right? I don't quite have time to be mean to interns anymore, but I miss it, right? And one of the great events of Ho-Chunk Inc.'s annual year is the intern presentations at the end, where you can see their growth in just 3 months. But they've sat in the board meeting, they've sat in business meetings, they've gone with us on trips, they jump so fast in the confidence level, and we love that event every year. And we pour hundreds of thousands of dollars into these programs, and every year something pops out. Let me ask a question. Who in this room, I see a lot of Ho-Chunker, who in this room is an intern or was an intern? Yeah, well, who has worked with our interns? You know, right? So this ain't lip service, guys. Right? This is the real deal. And our interns are also, our tribal leader was a former intern. You know, we've had people who've run the college in the past, the hospital in the past, all be interns. You know, the whole thing of the Rhodes Scholar was to send a little bit of England, you know, to everywhere around the world at Oxford. They'd send these people from all these countries around the world to Oxford, and they'd go back and they'd do something, right? So this is not exactly the same thing, but we take a little bit of Ho-Chunk Inc. and put it throughout the whole community. And that confidence, you know, is powerful. You know, I had an intern one time who said to me, "What do you want me to do?" I said, "You don't know enough to really help, but I want you to remember that you're a total badass and go back and finish school and come back here and help me," right? And that person now is one of our top people, right? And so that's the way you've got to think about it, intergenerationally. And if you're intentional in your approach, good things happen. Not everybody benefits. People fall off the wayside, you know. It's a little bit of a pyramid structure, but you get enough, right? And these guys run programs on a daily basis and systems on a daily basis that nurture that environment.
Thank you all for sharing those stories and your best practices. And Lance, I believe the current director for the Office of Native American Programs at SBA, Jackson Brossi, is a former intern of yours as well. So you can see the impacts and the effects that a great internship program can have, because people are learning the skills, both soft skills and hard skills necessary to really propel them in their career. I want to change directions just a little bit. As I mentioned earlier, being a leader can be incredibly challenging in Indian country. And at times it can feel more personal than political, because we are personally invested in the work that we're doing. We know what the direct and indirect effects it will have on our loved ones, our family, and community members. But in these positions, a lot of the work that we do, we have to take the personal out of the work and out of the decision making for the good of the whole. And so how do you balance the personal with the policy, with the political, and the professional goals of your organization?
That's a tough one. I want to actually give an example. This happened in November 2022, last year. So the tribal council had called me for a meeting, and they were not happy with me that we requested our annual appropriation budget late this year. And that was not the case, actually. We never request the annual appropriation. It's always been a part since the college's inception. But this time, somebody dropped the ball somewhere. And of course, I know who that person is or was. Another thing about the leader is you don't throw people under the bus. You just have to accept it. And I remember it was 308 people watching on YouTube, and there were almost 40 people at the Tribal Council chamber who were watching my discussion, me getting questioned by the Tribal Council, which is their duty, of course. It was very hard for me to be getting blamed. And probably that was the first time in my professional career where somebody was questioning, because I always believe I'm always 10 steps ahead. I'm always 10 steps ahead. I'm always out-thinking everybody else. That's what I thought, at least. So when they say that, why are you asking the appropriation this late? I only told them, I'm sorry, I'll do better. I could have easily said, this is the history of the college, and I can show all the dates where we got the money in the past, and all the meeting minutes where we never actually asked for the appropriations. I had all the documentations I needed. But I just said, I'm sorry, I take the blame, we'll do better. Yes, it was personal, right? That you're getting blamed for something you didn't do. But as a leader, you step up. You show the listening audience that you are able to be calm under stress. Aaron, that's going to happen, by the way, pretty soon to you. Just wait and watch. You just don't throw people under the bus. The minute you say, oh, this guy was responsible, you lost all your credibility as a leader, because now everybody will think when I'm the next one to be thrown under the bus. I just told them, and I told them the solution. So I already had bought a letter to the Tribal Council for the next 5 years. So I had given them the plan that I'll send notifications to the Tribal Council treasurer on March 1st of every year. And boy, we have already done this year, and we are already ready for the next year. So not only I didn't throw anybody under the bus, I took the blame, but I also have an action plan how I'm going to solve it. Yes, it is hard. Let me tell you, it sounds great right now. At that point, I was sweating. Nobody could see it where I was sweating, but trust me, it is hard to be blamed. As a leader, and I'm pretty sure Lance has been 10 times or 100 times more been in that position than I am, but it's hard. But you got to take the personal thing out of this, because you thinking about the institution, not you as a person. I helped the college get that money that day, by the way. They didn't make a motion of $450,000 without getting contentious, because I was thinking about the impact we would have if I started having a discussion or an argumentation. Think the big picture, take the blame, don't blame others. Thank you.
So I think one thing as a leader, you are responsible for the entire well-being of your employees. So not just from a career aspect, but everything really within their life. Career might be kind of the pillar of all of that, and it impacts all of those other things, but you really have to support them, from a community perspective, from a stress management perspective, from, things that are happening in their personal life. And so I think the importance there is that as a leader, you have to demonstrate those things yourself and set that example. If it was brought to my attention at one point, I was stressing to an employee that they needed to take a break. You need to really take a break. You're at your limit. I can tell you're at capacity. You're really stressed. You've been, working really hard and long hours and on the weekend. And the employee said to me, well, I see all of you doing it. I see all of you, sending us emails on the weekend or sending a note on the weekend, or you're at an event, or you're, doing this or that, or I see you in the office late at night. And so it really was a wake-up call to me that I might be saying all the right things and trying to support people in the right way, but if I'm not myself, demonstrating the need to take a break, demonstrating the need to take care of yourself, that employees are watching that and you're modeling maybe the wrong behaviors. So I think one of the most important things is making sure that you are taking care of your employees by really supporting yourself.
All right, I'm hoping I answered this question, but from my understanding is, how do you remove like your personal political opinions or whatever from what's really right? And I think it's important as a leader that that you know who you work for. It's more than just yourself. You can't take your personal perspective and weigh that too hard on your decisions, because for me, in my position, it's those 1,800 other employees, it's the 5,700 other tribal members that we're making decisions for, that we're carrying on our shoulders when we're leading, whether it's just one small organization or it's an entire company or an entire tribe. It's understanding that, and also letting your team know that that's your stance, that your personal opinion isn't going to weigh on your decision, that it's a collective of all the different impacts it could have. And yeah, I think it's important that your team knows that, and that's your approach, and that should be one of your strengths as a leader, is making a holistic decision based on who you represent, not just yourself.
Those are all good points. When you're the CEO and you're a big entity, and then you deal with tribal employees, it's a weird thing, because it's a macro switch, right? So like, you've got to set up, you got to create the company, the jobs, the town, the structures, all these programs, and there's going to be success and failures. But when you deal with an individual, especially with tribal members, right? They say it's not personal, but it's personal to them, right? And it's their life. And so you slide down to a micro level issue, and it's a hard thing to do. I see Dulcie back there. I think Dulcie's, every time she calls me, what do you call me about? What? No. She only calls me about one thing: a tribal member's in trouble. Yeah. So Dulcie's whole job, I think, as far as I know, is to call me when a tribal member employee is having an issue. And what we do is we talk about it. All right, is there something going on in their life? Is there something else they can do? Can we put them on an employee improvement plan? Can we do all these things? Because I sort of have a protective force field over my peeps, right? But every once in a while, you got to remove it. And they don't appreciate it, just so you know. So it becomes personal. And in a tribal environment, it's hard to get past that. But what you do is you give them every opportunity to succeed. And half the time, it gets thrown in your face, right? And I even suspect it's going to be thrown in my face, but we still do it, right? Because what Aaron pointed out was that we are not strictly a company. You know, we're a development company, not just in business, but in people. And so it is very hard for us to let go of the development, especially after we've invested sometimes years in people, right? And usually it ends up working out in the end, but it can be painful. So in my world, you can't avoid the personal at certain levels, but all you can do is sort of manage it to the best way you can and give everybody every opportunity. I once said to somebody, you know, this is your like ninth life, come on. You know, I had another guy who was sort of yelling at me because he didn't believe his lie. You know, he said, I was sick. I said, yeah, he didn't remember because he was buying me beers at the bar the night before, right? And I said, search your mind, man. We hung out for like an hour. And he's like, okay. I said, just take the suspension, right? But when you're dealing with people, they got to go home and tell their wife something. They got to tell their mom something, right? And so it's never, I really screwed up. It's always the system, racism, all these kind of things. You just got to deal with it, right? And that is part of the gig, you know, if you're going to work in a tribal arena, you know. And so, but the main thing is to stay focused on the big stuff and keep that train running, because you'll keep having success after success after success. You can't get bogged down in the micro, although when you do get into it, be compassionate.
I want to thank our panelists for sharing their knowledge and their experiences with us today. Certainly, we have learned a lot from your journeys, and I encourage you to meet and have conversations with our panelists, find ways to follow up, you know, be a leader, introduce yourself, take the next step to make sure that you're growing in your organization by continuing to network and nurture your network with our established leaders that we have here today. So please help me thank them for spending time with us.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for being so flexible on our small stage. All right, we have another panel coming up. So Misty and team. Misty will be moderating this session. And again, please look to your bio handouts to read more about all of our speakers. And I'll take some of this down. Yes. No, it catches all. Okay, that's great. So this one's on. Okay.
Is that on, or do we have?
It is on. Yep. And I don't want you to trip, so I'm going to take this. Thank you. Being cognizant of where I am on the stage.
Hello, hello. Welcome everyone to this panel. For those of you who did not hear my introduction this morning, I am Misty Slater. I am Chief of Staff for the Iowa Tribe of Kansas and Nebraska, and I am here to share with you a little bit about our journey as a tribe on our economic development efforts. So I'm going to set the stage, and then I'm going to pass it over to some of the folks that are really in the trenches doing some of our economic development efforts, even more so than some of our tribal leaders who are managing really the day-to-day operations of some of our companies. But I wanted to kind of set the stage and give you a little bit of background on where the tribe has been and where it's going. So the Iowa Tribe of Kansas and Nebraska historically has had a really robust trade and agricultural economy. So our ancestors really had some incredible trade routes all across Turtle Island and all of the Americas, really. And so trade and agriculture ancestrally has been driving our economy. Now, of course, in modern times, that shifted just like it did for many Native people. So our economy, as it shifted, turned into a gaming economy. It also was driven a lot by modern commodity agriculture. So over the last 15 years or so, we've been transitioning back to some of our ancestral tradeways. This has not been overnight, and it's not been easy, but it has been important. So it took some time to figure out, what does a traditional economy look like in a modern era? That is a tough question. That is a tough question to answer. But we've got some incredible leaders on our council that was really up for the task. So we start by every question we ask, every answer we come up with, we look through the lens of what impact does this decision have on life? And when we say life, we mean life of humans, of people, life of animals, life of plants, life of our non-human relatives, and life generations back, generations forward. So every decision we make, including our economic development decisions, are made through that lens, first and foremost. And when we look at, okay, so what does our ancestral kind of economies look like in a modern era? Well, to us, that looks like reinvigorating indigenous to indigenous trade. We're doing that by signing commitments, and we're calling them commitments to indigenous relations and trade, because we build relationships first. First and foremost, we want relationships with the people that we work with. We want to know them. We want to know their strengths so we can have a relationship that is just going to work for both of us. The capitalistic economy oftentimes ends up with winners and with losers. And we want everyone to be winners. So we need to build those relationships so we can make winning transactions for all of us. We have participated in trade missions all across the globe. I've been to Australia, to Alaska personally. We've been in Texas. We've been in Nebraska. We've been signing these commitments to indigenous trade and relations with a number of partners all across the globe. Also, we're putting our money where our mouth is. We broke ground on our foreign trade zone in July. So we're actually creating opportunities to build those indigenous trade routes all across the globe. Also, we're transitioning our agricultural economy from the modern kind of commodity crop economy to a fully regenerative model. Regenerative agriculture is a model that is going to create healthier soils. It creates healthier waterways, healthier air. It mitigates the impacts of climate change. And it also brings premium prices for the same products because we're using regenerative methods. So again, it's a win-win all around. In this instance, it's a win-win for both Mother Nature and for us. But I should say we have experienced some challenges along the way. No new pathway or new old pathway is without its hurdles. We've experienced challenges particularly with transitioning to some of our regenerative methods, but we have learned from them. So one thing we particularly want to do with all of our ventures, but also with our agriculture, is making sure others can learn from our challenges so folks don't have to experience the same things we did. So one of the ways we did that is through the creation of CERNA, the Center of Excellence for Regenerative Native Agriculture. We are actually launching that, and it's a farm training program where native farmers and non-native farmers alike can really come together to learn about regenerative farming, to have access to new markets that they otherwise would not have known about, and to subsidize that transition from a conventional model to a regenerative model. We are also actively building out our food system infrastructure. I struggle sometimes when talking about farming because our food system infrastructure is not built for regenerative agriculture or for traditional ecological knowledge of Native people. It is built for commodification, so much so that when you talk to society at large, traditional ag is modern ag. So our traditional agriculture is not traditional agriculture for the society at large. So we are building out that infrastructure to create the ability to aggregate, to market, to distribute foods for Native producers, similar to the model that's already going on for non-regenerative products. And finally, as we work to diversify our economy, we have adopted a tribal business code and developed a number of tribal-owned businesses. So one of the companies, which I will let my colleagues speak about more here in just a minute, is Gray Snow. Gray Snow is derived from our name. Iowa means people of the gray snow. So we named our companies that to be true to our tradition. Again, how do you build an economy that is both traditional and modern? Well, words matter too. So we have named our company Gray Snow after the name of our tribe. And this company will allow us to grow and expand opportunities for our people, but also other Native people. And these are going to be in areas like green energy, technology, broadband, communication, professional services, 8A, many different areas. And finally, we also have on-reservation businesses. These are businesses in which the mission is not necessarily profit, but it's services that our tribal members need. So some of those things include having a water system, having sanitation services, which is trash service, curbside trash service, having a gas station and some basic food sold in our gas station. But also some of our on-reservation businesses include our farm, our bee farm, and also our hemp farm. So throughout the rest of this presentation, I'm going to turn this over to my colleagues. I will encourage you all to ask questions as you have them. If we have time at the end, we will also have some Q&A, which I will moderate, but feel free to just speak up and ask questions whenever you have questions. Okay, thank you, and I will now turn it over to my colleagues.
Do you guys mind if I sit or do I need to stand? I'm good either way. I'll go ahead. I'll go ahead and stand just for recommendation's sake by a gentleman over here. So first of all, I'd like to say thank you for inviting us to speak on this panel here today. I want to say it's been an honor to be able to have communication with the Great Lance Morgan, of course. He was part of the inspiration of when I first was able to be honored to be asked to join the tribe for the work that we do. And I always looked at who is successful out there in the world and who's doing great things. And of course, we all know what Ho-Chunk has done. So thank you for having us here, and thank you for the organization and Res. My name is David Tam, and I'm the CEO of the Gray Snow Managed Solutions companies. I always come out and say, in my conversations, my topics, I always say we, because I see myself as a part of the organization, but I'm not a tribal member. I am Chinese American. And having an outside lens to a different world is valuable in a lot of ways, but then also invaluable because I can be able to learn. So on this last panel up here, talking about some of the struggles that they've had, I've also been able to experience those as well, and it's been very insightful. As leadership and then doing the work that I do, I want to kind of start off my little history where I started off with this. Is I was the economic coordinator for the tribe. I wrote the 5-year economic development plan called the CEDS plan for the tribe, funded by the EDA, identifying what essentially is a glorified SWOT analysis and how we leverage the tribe and diversify away from a ag and casino-based economy. In doing that work, I was able to assess a lot of opportunities. Foreign trade zone was mentioned before as one of the opportunities, and they said, what's a foreign trade zone? So going through that process of mere concept all the way to actually breaking ground implementation has been quite a journey, and it has been a struggle, but it's been a very valuable process. When I came on the organization doing the CEDS work, I looked at what is the key things that this tribe needs here to really help diversify their economy and grow. And so this is all pre-COVID, before anything else. My background a little bit is in the energy space as well. So I said, look, the cost of energy out here comparatively is a challenge. The resiliency, reliability factor of power is an issue. When the power costs are higher than your rent, that's an issue. I also looked at, well, in infrastructure aid for business and economic development, we have to have infrastructure. What does our broadband system look like? How do we extend that broadband? Where can we go? I won't go to all details of it, but essentially what happened is Grace Know, we are the holding company. And I looked at what subsidiaries, what services that we need to develop within our organization to provide value to our own tribe. In doing that, we gained a lot of knowledge along that process. And we felt that due to progressive leadership and open-mindedness, we want to be able to share the strengths and the weaknesses and the challenges that we've all gone through in this process and be able to show the other tribes and helping them. And that's been invaluable to us because our leadership was also very adamant that based on the story of intertribal trade, is that Grace Know is actually designed to go support other tribes. Like our mission is really to go and like say, what other tribes need support in broadband or energy or ag or IT, whatever it may be, and be very open sourced about it. Share that knowledge. And we do a lot of that. We don't charge for it. We just say, this is our insight, this is what we thought. Great. If you need some heavy lifting, we're here to help. But we want to share it with you because we don't want you to go through those pains that we've gone through before. So those were really, really key fundamental pieces. That's really ignites my passion a lot is because I come from a small rural town. I grew up in a town of 600 people. So to grow up rural in a small community and understand those unique challenges of, oh, I have to drive an hour to get groceries is daunting. So what do we need to do to take care of the people? That's the focus of Grace Know. I'm going to kind of go through this little presentation here really quickly. So this is a little bit insight about when we started. I won't go into all this notes here. If you want some presentation, let us know. One of the things that we also noticed in our business is a lot of tribes rely on grants. I've been talking to a couple of tribes lately that, you know, they're so heavily reliant on grants, the federal shutdown is very concerning to them. So how do we make sure that we're not dependent on those systems? We're also very heavily focused, and we'll talk about this a little more about workforce development. All of our projects that we do, pretty much, we have a workforce development program. We actually have 2 training programs. One is the renewable energy sector, we'll talk about in a little bit, and the other factor is in the broadband space, because we believe that if you can have infrastructure built in your own community, tribal members in your own backyard should be the ones who operate and maintain those systems. So we actually have a splicing program and a heavy equipment program for broadband work that we do. And I'll talk about our broadband work a little more detail in a little bit. These are our 5 core focuses that we do. We do other ancillary services, of course. Professional, yep, they're all up here. I will also just like to announce for everyone in this room that we're very fortunate that even though this new recent 8A topic and that's gone through the court case right now, we were actually able to push our case through, and we were actually a tribally owned 8A as of 2 weeks ago. All right. And again, I will say it's not for the faint of heart either. Our office locations, as you can see here, just like you know, myself and Peter Gregory, we are located in the Oregon office. We also have our Colorado office, which is known as SolarTAC. We'll talk about that in a little bit, but to give you a little insight, SolarTAC is a 74-acre renewable energy testing facility. I believe it's the only tribally owned renewable energy testing facility. There may be others out there I'm not aware of, but that's really important in our mission and our commitment towards renewable energy and energy sovereignty for tribes. Of course, White Cloud, Kansas office and our Kansas City, Missouri offices, which is our federal office location. We're going to talk a little bit about the energy services and so forth. Just kind of like a high level. This is what we do as Greystone Green Energy, but I'm going to pass this to our GM and our director for Greystone Green Energy, Peter Gregory.
Good afternoon. One thing I wanted to say from the previous leadership conference or panel, I saw what I think is really, really important, and that is genuineness. And it's something that I see in the tribal community, having been involved in starting and running businesses from a couple $1 million to a couple $100 million and helping others do so. What I see here and what I see in the tribal community across the board is genuineness in the leadership, because you really care about each other. And that's so important, and that's what makes or breaks, to me, a leadership team. And I think, Lance, you've done a great job. It just emanates from you, and I think that's really important. Some unsolicited comment, but in terms of energy, we are at a stage right now where there's a generational opportunity for tribes in energy. There's a big push at the federal level, at the state levels, at the tribal council levels to go to energy sovereignty, because in the future, there's a lot of danger associated with, am I going to be able to get energy when I need it? Am I going to be able to afford the energy when I need it as time goes on? And I can tell you right now, you look 30, 40, 20 years out, the answer is no. You won't get it when you need it, and you won't be able to afford it when you need it. And the way to solve that is take care of that problem right now and build your own energy systems and your own sovereignty around energy, because you can't have any kind of sovereignty without the energy to support that. And it's a generational opportunity because the government, the federal government, is supporting energy sovereignty as much as I've ever seen them support anything, and for tribes. So there's a lot of grant money, a lot of grant programs, billions and billions and billions of dollars to support energy sovereignty, and they just authorized tribes to take the investment tax credit, which has always been a 30% tax credit for putting in renewable energy systems. Now it's available to tribes, even though you don't have a tax appetite, you can take it as a direct pay. So there's a 30% base, and then there's up to 40% additional adders that tribes can take. And a typical tribe in not the super rich tribes, but a typical tribe can get up to 50% usually, and then some in certain conditions can get up to 70% of the money back that you put into a energy system that you develop for yourself. So we're looking at three ways to do that, and we've been working now. David and I have been working since he was a little kid together on renewable energy. We've been working with this tribe, the Iowa tribe of Kansas and Nebraska, for about 5 years now, and we learned a lot. We're trying to understand what it takes to get to energy sovereignty, what kind of systems can be deployed, how do we finance those systems, how do we get grants to support those systems, et cetera. So we learned a lot. We've gone through all kinds of successes and failures in doing that, but we've developed an energy plan, a 5-year energy plan that said, hey, to get the sovereignty, this is what we got to do. Here's all the buildings that have to be supported, the ag that has to be supported. How do we make sure that we're not dependent on the utility? Then we look at all the grant opportunities that are here now and that are coming down and determine what should we look at in terms of grants. How do we make sure that we have a good opportunity with those grants? And we know how not to get a good opportunity. We've had a lot of failures in submitting for grants and it not working, not being accepted. So we're learning that. So now we put together a plan that says, hey, we're only going to go after grants that make sense, and it's going to be part of a 5-year plan, and it's going to be a very important part of getting there over the next 5 years. But then again, grants take a long time, so it's really the long-term plan. But what do you do now? Because of this ITC and because of other incentives, for example, in California, if you put in energy storage, they'll pay you back for it in state-supported incentives for tribes. So how do we do something now? And that's what I'm working really strongly on now, is developing the financial partners who can finance these projects. The tribes can own and operate these systems, and you can deploy a system today that is to pay for that system. Even if you finance the whole thing to pay for that system, your loan payments, your financial payments are less than the amount of money you're saving on your energy bill from the utility. And that's the opportunity today. The one is it's less. 2 is you control it, not utility. 3, and most important, is you're protecting yourself against the future of energy. And I can tell you, having been in the energy industry for 40 years, starting with utilities, you have there's no way that you're going to have the energy supply and price you need to run your tribes over the next 10, 20, 30 years. I'd be surprised if you have it for 5 years. There's just so much going on in that industry. The opportunity is now for tribes, and everybody, the feds, the states, everybody's supporting that, so it's time to do it. And that's my big push. So the other thing we do besides doing this for the ITKN, we also go out to other tribes, and we have multiple tribes now we're working with to do the same thing, do an energy plan for 5 years, help them develop a grant program that makes sense and doesn't just spin a lot of wheels and spend a lot of money, and then help them look at what they have now and what can they install right now in energy. What buildings can they support? What can they do on their casino to make it protect their equipment better? What can they do in terms of adding charging stations for EVs to generate revenues? What can they do to support the utilities the other way, where the utility pays you to provide stability for their own power grid? And those things can be done right now. And right now I can tell you, we collectively, working with partners and acquiring SolarTech, as David mentioned, which is a world-class test facility, the only one owned by tribes, probably the best in the world, and it happens to be owned by ITKN. We also have good partnerships with EPCs who are jointly working with us on this, where we have about $100 million in installed base, and then we have a project pipeline over $100 million. And our effort right now is to find the best financing approach for those to make sure that the tribes can afford it and that they can pay their loans or their lease payments, whatever is the best way to do it. They can pay that for less money than they're saving on the energy. So that's what we're doing on the energy side. It's a tremendous economic opportunity for all of us. And, I'd like to talk to anybody here about how can we expand it to the tribes around here. Yes, sir. Ask away. No, you don't have to. Right now, as of the Inflation Reduction Act being approved, tribes, nonprofits and tribes, but tribes have even special incentives. You can take the full tax credit without any, as a direct pay without any tax appetite or tax payment. So you can just apply for it and it's automatically paid back to you as a direct pay, it's called. So that's the generational change. Tribes used to have to go to the utility or go to some third party who could take the tax credit, and all they would do is take all the tax credits, take all the benefit, and you're left with a new utility, right? As opposed to owning and operating your own facilities, which is what I'm pushing really hard with everybody I talk to. Own and operate your own facilities, control that price. You're protected against the future. You've got super reliable power, and utility is your backup and a source of revenue for you. And that's the opportunity that exists. It's not that complicated. It wasn't available to tribes a year and a half ago, and really not until this year. Any other questions on that?
All right, I'll jump.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to go back presentation-wise. Thanks, Peter, for all that information about this overall work. I'm going to get a little bit more detailed to that, talking about our own project work here in a minute here. So this is kind of the work that we do. We do a lot of pre-development work here, which is we call it the Quick Look, Quick Start program. Kind of identifying, is their project feasible? Where is it feasible? Was it viable? And so forth. And we go all the way through planning, funding, design, and construction. Peter said a lot of projects we're doing right now is with the funding part of it, at least right now, looking at identifying what's the best funding solutions for tribes. And we're working with a lot of other tribes who are looking at financing as well as other partners on that. Just to give you a little project overview, this is kind of one of our own projects. This is for our own tribe, and I want to talk about this at a high level. Do know this is not our official design anymore. This has been changed, but I'm just using it for presentation's sake. So this is the Iowa Tribe's reservation here. If you look at that larger building, it's a casino. We have a police station, fire station, gas station, a food pantry, and other ancillary buildings within the area. We identify microgrids as critical service support because this location here is at the end of a co-op. So we have power reliability issues. We have a power bump issue. Power bumps for the casino per annum cost around $200,000 per year in equipment loss, just in power bumps alone. So that isn't even tied into the financial savings aspect. We're talking about equipment savings, all the indirect benefits of that. We looked at critical services because in the event of a disaster, and for example, there's a major flood out there happen on this tribe, so we're limited access, road access, some bridges were taken out. How do we ensure that this location has power in its most critical time for support services? And so that's kind of where we designed everything, looked at it. We did the ground mount proposal on this platform. There are some other designs that we're looking at as far as rooftop mount, but again, this is a heavy wind area as well, so you gotta take those factors in consideration. But we took essentially everything down to what are the three main loads are required. So first is this normal operation mode. Second of all is essentially emergency services mode. We have some power, but not, and then there's critical services, meaning that everything gets shut down. And because the casino also acts as the emergency response shelter. So in the event of a major emergency, everyone goes there for food and shelter, so we have to have critical load services. So these are things that we take a look at. We analyze the load analysis of what's the solar array look like, how much load do they need, what does critical load look like in the assessment, making sure we have power at critical times, and then if we have power bumps, how do we avoid that loss of equipment? We're going to skip that. By the way, this is a video about SolarTAC. If you visit our website, graceno.com, and go to Graceno Green Energy, you can see a 6-minute video about the SolarTAC site itself. For time's sake, we're not going to present that today. We were intending to, but just for time's sake, we're not going to. But please visit our website and check out the video if you want to learn more about our renewable energy testing facility. On a secondary note, we will be sending out an invitation, hosting a lot of people who are interested tribes and non-tribal entities to come out and visit our site to learn about the work that we're doing and our commitment. So it is a site that you can come and visit and tour if you'd like to learn more about our work there at SolarTAC. And I'm going to keep moving ahead. So Graceno Communications. So again, this is pre-COVID. I'm a kind of a tech nerd. And one thing I noticed out there during my SEDS analysis, I realized that there was broadband, but it's a little bit antiquated. We have a smart farm initiative where we want to use modern equipment to deploy regenerative agricultural practices. But in order to do that, using smart farm technologies, we needed to make sure that we had the right proper wire mesh network. So we kind of look at how do we increase our communication expansion. Not only, and if you come out to our reservation, by the way, and you're on your cell phone, it's a little bit of a hilly, right? So it's kind of funny because we'll be on the phone with somebody and the call will drop out. I'll just hang on because I know they're gonna go back up the hill and then the cell phone will reconnect. But that's kind of the type of communications that we have out there, which is very challenging for a lot of people. There are also some homes out there that have, you know, not the best cell coverage and probably not the best, I mean, the Wi-Fi we have is a little antiquated, but we do have broadband to the home. So anyways, but doing that work, we decided we're going to expand our services. We've built a very, very robust, a very deep bench of a broadband communications experts where we actually do permitting, design, site assessment. We do actually the, essentially everything it says right here pretty much, but we can go all the way from concept to deployment. So we did a lot of work in the NTIA round 1. We are doing a lot of work in NTIA round 2. We're helping quite a few tribes understand their broadband feasibility work. We actually did some work with the Omaha tribe here locally. I don't know if you guys know, but Yurok Tribe is a $67 million broadband project. We're the prime on that project. We have a few other clients that aren't listed on here. There are projects that we're currently working on right now. I normally wouldn't be speaking about broadband as that's not my expertise. Our expertise in that is John Walton. He was a CIO for the city of San Francisco, CIO for the city of San Jose and San Mateo County, 25 years in federal government and communication space. And he's actually on the Yurok project today as we speak. He's actually on site developing that work out there. But we're approximately about $60 million in work in the pipe right now for all of our broadband efforts, supporting tribes. all tribal clients in this case, and helping them expand that. With that being said, my other comment about infrastructure projects are important to have workforce development. All of our projects we tack onto this is that we also provide the workforce development training. So we'll train people how to build a broadband in their network, how to maintain it. We also have a splicing course that we teach on site. We just got done, I apologize, I don't have any photos of it, but we just finished our training course out on the Iowa Tribes Reservation. We had a few members from the Omaha tribe actually come out to our course and participate in that class. So they know how to put that fiber in the ground, how to operate that equipment, how to install everything. And so when their project is done, that they make sure that they have the team of people who are tribe members, who are employed, getting good paying jobs to do this. Just to give you a scope, the fiber industry, the broadband industry, AT&T has said they need to fill approximately 600,000 jobs in the broadband sector over the next 10 years. They want 60,000 people trained this year. They're never going to make it. The demand for that sector is huge. Because right now, guys, we're in this time of modernization. And so when I came on Gray Snow, I looked at what do we need. The utility grid's going to modernize no matter what. We have to. It's an antiquated system. We all know that. We have to be able to live off the land. We have to have energy sovereignty. These are all important things. That's why Gray Snow Green Energy was started. When we looked at the broadband space, this is a critical piece because if you're tribe members who are very entrepreneurial, I think a lot of reservations have people who are making jewelry, for example, or they're making some sort of clothing or whatever it may be. How do they get their product to the mass market is typically through like an Etsy platform, right? Or a Pinterest or some sort of online presence. But if they don't have good online access in their own home, that entrepreneurial spirit dies. It goes away, or they try to find other ways, and it's harder for them. So to encourage more entrepreneurial spirits, we feel broadband is a key piece of infrastructure. If you're really going to do economic development and do international trade, for example, you have to have some sort of access to broadband. So these are key fundamental elements. And everything that we do is talking about how do we take care of our people first. And I say that because I probably got a little bit of a flack when I spoke at the Seminole Tribe, the Renewable Energy Conference, because everyone in that room were large-scale utility equipment providers, for example. And I have said, look, if you guys want to build large-scale solar or large projects for broadband and just sell it to the tribe, but not really take care of them, or use tribal land, generate large-scale utility power for the utility at a wholesale rate, but there's no value to the tribal members themselves, that's a problem. So we are microgrid developers because we believe take care of your people first is a key foundation before you worry about selling power to utility, for example. Take care of your tribe first. And there's no reason why in today's current technology that you can't. And like Peter said, if you go to a PPA model, utility model, or in a lot of broadband cases, you have a third party install it and maintain it for you on your own land, you're really just not really promoting sovereignty. And that's really what we're trying to promote. So all the work that we're doing is all about sovereignty. I just kind of want to emphasize the points that workforce development are super critical. These are key pieces of economic development. That's all I have as far as our presentation goes. We want to make sure that we have lots of time for Q&A. And I apologize, but I will be leaving here shortly after this. I have a flight to catch back home, but Peter and Misty will be here on our roundtable if you don't want to have open question here. But please do ask questions. That's what we're here for, guys. So anyways, besides that, thank you for your time. I'll hand this back to Misty.
Any questions from the audience? We have a few minutes left in this session, so we do have time for questions. Okay, I will ask Peter. I'll ask you a quick question. First, I'll say there was a little bit of alphabet soup. I'll hand you a mic. There was a little bit of alphabet soup. I want to mention ITKN is the Iowa Tribe of Kansas and Nebraska, in case anyone doesn't know us by that acronym. I will just say, can you tell us a little bit, was it Enterprise Rancheria that you are working with? Can you tell us a little bit about that work that's going on there? So maybe the folks in the audience or the folks that are joining virtually can kind of see a real life case study of how Gray Snow helps Indigenous people.
Yeah, so a friend of mine that I'm working with, helping him build a separate business, introduced me to the chairperson at the Enterprise Rancheria. Her name is Glenda Nelson, and she is an amazing person at getting things done. She got to President Obama and got approval to build the Hard Rock Casino in the Sacramento area on her tribal land. So it's a huge $600 million casino, and it's doing fabulous. Anyway, I got introduced to her, and she had been told about our relationship with ITKN, which is the Iowa tribe of Kansas and Nebraska. That's just too hard to say, but and she said, you know, what are you guys doing there? So we told them what we're doing there, and I put together a concept of let's develop those three things. Let's develop a long-term energy plan to get to sovereignty, which she jumped on right away. Okay, how do we do that? And I said, well, that's a 5-year plan. She said, I want to do it in 2. And she will probably do it in 2. Second, I said, we got to look at all the grants that you're working on and submitting and studying and paying people to do. Let's look at a really good plan on what's real, what isn't real, what do you have great chance to obtain, what do you not. What's new in that there's a lot of new programs that you really got to understand how to capture those grants. So let's look at that. So I'm advising her on that. And then third is let's look at what you can do right now without grants, because even if you do get a grant, you're 2 to 3 years before you have something operational. And we can be 2 to 3 weeks to get something operational if we just finance it ourselves on the tribal lands. And so she's pushing all 3 of those things. We have about $25 million that's been approved in projects that to do right away without grants. There are some incentives in California, and there's a high price in California, so it's an easy decision to make there. But it's also an easy decision to make here if you know what you're doing. So we are doing, on that first set of projects, we're going to cover the casino roof with solar. We're going to add charging stations to the casino because they really need that for where they're located. And we're going to add a battery system that provides a level of uninterruptible power supply so they don't damage their equipment when they get little blips in the energy and transitioning from utility power to backup power. So that's one project. There's another project where we're looking at a community of 22 homes. They're low income. The people pay $225 a month to live in those homes. They're nice homes. They were help funded through HUD. But they're paying $400 and going up in energy cost. And so people are being driven out of their homes because they can afford the rent barely, but they can't afford the energy. And that's just going through the roof. So we're putting a program together to energize that whole community and get their price fixed long-term, give them much more reliable power, and we'll be down to around $200. And that's without grants. With grants, it would even change it more. And we will look at seeing what kind of grants we can apply, but we're going to go do that right now. There's another community of low-income homes that are duplexes and triplexes, and we're doing the same thing there, putting a system together so they can get long-term energy at a fixed price. And I would even look at it like a utility is a variable rate mortgage, right? You got to pay your utility bill, but you don't know what it's going to be today, tomorrow, whatever. It's variable rate, and you don't even know what the index is that you're going against. A system that you develop on your own and that you install and you fund on your own at a tribe is a fixed rate mortgage for energy. And it's a fixed low rate mortgage for energy, and it provides a much better system. So we have those 3 projects under development now, and then they have a 63-acre planned community they're working on, and we're helping put the energy system into the design package for that planned community, which would have all the aspects of it has the medical facility, the support facilities, the retail facilities, as well as homes for lower income tribal members in Northern California. So those are the projects we're working on we can't do it fast enough for the tribal council there.
I will say thank you. I think that what you just shared about an energy bill in a home that is $250 a month being $400, that's the perfect example of, in a modern capitalistic society, there are winners and there are losers. And someone who can barely afford $250 worth of rent definitely can't afford a $400 energy bill. They're the loser. And the Iowa tribe wants to stop that. We don't need losers when we're developing an economic strategy. So this is a perfect example of recognizing when there are gaps in services and when there are opportunities to do something better and doing something about it. So we have 1 minute left. In the last minute, does anyone have any questions? Okay, well, I'm not going to be the one to make us late and get us off the agenda. I am not going to be that person. So I would like to say thank you, everyone, for taking the time to listen. And do let me know if you have any questions as you go throughout the day, or Peter. And if you want to reach out to David at any point in time after he leaves, I would be glad to share contact information as well if you've thought of something for David after he leaves. Thank you all.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Misty and team. We're going to do a little fun raffle right now. So I'm going to shake this up, and you can get your prize at the registration desk. So the first name is, and you have to be present to win, Mystic. Oh, okay. Here, I'll give you this, so then when you have time, you can pick that up. And I'll grab another one. Josie Garcia or Jose? Jose? Okay. Where's Jose? Oh, okay. It's not my handwriting, so. And I don't have my glasses on. Thank you. In here again. Angel. Doroshi. Angel. Is she here? Her jacket's here? Her bag's there? Okay. So she's sitting right next to you? Oh, okay. Maybe we'll just leave it there. And Iva? Iva? She's here as well? Okay. Where are they? Karen Russell? Is Karen? Raise your hand high. Okay. And is that all the bags? Okay, perfect. Next we have Aaron, who's going to introduce the next group.
Hello, my name is Erin Abrahamson. I'm the Chief of Staff here at the National Center. And I am going to introduce, I'll introduce Kaya Jackson, who is our Export Development Specialist for the National Center. And she works under our export program that we have. And she has put together a panel on unlock your export potential through local and national resources. So I'm going to hand this over to Kaya.
Hi everyone, my name is Kaya Jackson. I come from the St. Carlos Apache tribe. St. Carlos Apache tribe in Arizona. I am the Export Business Development Specialist at our National Center office for our MBDA export program. And today I am joined by Kobe with the Nebraska SBA STEP program.
Yep.
Okay.
Department of
Okay. And then Kathleen with the South Dakota STEP program. Yes. Yes. Okay. So we also have, I peeked at the registration list and I saw we have a few other people from the U.S. Commercial Service. So we have Meredith, right? Meredith Bond with the Omaha, the Omaha representative for U.S. Commercial Service. And then I also saw Cinnamon King with Sioux City. Sioux City. Is Cinnamon? Oh, okay. So a lot of export resources here. So I'll just kind of go in and then we're going to go down the line and present. Let me see. So I kind of went into like who we are. So we're part of the National Center. We are in our third year of our grant, and kind of like what we do here at the Export Center is we work with minority-owned companies who are already exporting or who are interested in exporting and wanting to get connected to different markets. And by exporting, I mean like exporting their goods or services outside of the U.S. So we don't really do much with importing, but our connection with the National Center, the work that they do with tribes could also make that connection too as well. So what we do at the NBDA Export Center is we assist minority-owned businesses, minority-owned businesses with technical assistance, export plan development, consulting, making those connections through like B2Bs or direct matchmaking. We'll have matchmaking services and then export compliance training. So here's some of the minority-owned people we work with. Being with the National Center, we can be an advocate for our Native Americans, Alaska Native, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander folks, and so that's kind of one of the main reasons I love working at National Center, so we can really bring that all together. You can find us at different trainings, conferences. We host monthly trade talks. We are present at all the NEIs that are hosted. And then you can find us this spring at our Reservation Economic Summit. And then also partner trainings with some of our partners that I'll go in with. So I kind of went over our services already. Sorry, I'm nervous. We have our direct matchmaking, different training and education resources, and then just connecting you overall with the rest of our National Center partners, which includes our, I need to change it, not PTAC anymore, but Apex Accelerators, our other NBDA partners, and then our additional partners, so like the U.S. Commercial Services and XM Bank. And there's our contact info. Joanne is our director, and then we recently got a new business development specialist, so Melissa Cody. So yeah, that's just us in a little package. Kobe, you can go next.
All right. Thank you. Turn off. Okay. You guys can hear me? Okay, perfect. My name's Colby Angst. I'm with the state of Nebraska, since we have some competitors here. State trade expansion program through the Department of Economic Development. Our STEP is administrated by the DED, and I manage that grant, but it's funded through the SBA, the Small Business Administration here in the United States. And so what we do is we take qualifying small businesses that are ready to export, and we incentivize them through a couple of different grants, grant activities, and make sure that it's not too painful to get this process started or to keep it continuing. So a lot of times what we end up doing is promoting trade shows, and then sponsoring those small businesses to come to those trade shows with us to open up new markets abroad as our team travels. And so a little bit about our team. Our team at the DED is the International Business Team. So what we do is we have two main objectives, really, is to export goods and to import jobs. And so we're always out looking for FDI or any sort of investment to come into the state, and that's the majority of our team. I'm the only one on the export side. And so what I do is I go around and I work with mostly the small businesses on getting their exports off the ground. So over this last year, we're in step year 10. It's a 2-year grant cycle, but it's called step year 10. And we've sponsored 47 different companies with a range of payouts from a few $100s up to $10,000 per trade activity. Like I said, the most common one is travel, but we also have sponsored activities in translation services, in media services, in changing your website to fit a Canadian audience or a French audience or wherever you're going. And we also have different trainings and things like that that we can sponsor and help you out with too. So what we really see ourselves as is a resource desk for the state for expanding and new to export companies. And so if you have any questions at any level or any step of the process, I'm a good first stop so I can start directing you to banking services, logistics services, U.S. commercial services, or our own grants in-house. And so I do have a table here later that I'll put some information out on, and so you can contact me, contact our office, or look up that grant information as needed. So again, small businesses through the DED get some great grant funds for anybody that wants to export abroad. Thank you, and I'll turn it over to Kathleen.
Okay, I'm not as eloquent as my colleague, not competitor. So I've got pretty pictures, but I need to read my speech, so please forgive me for the nerves. Okay. So I'd like to first introduce you to South Dakota Trade. Where's the, how do you, no, it's fine, thanks. It's a non-profit organization that started operating in January this year only. We were formally inaugurated in April this year. So we feel as though we've done quite a lot in the few months that we have been operational. South Dakota Trade was set up to develop and expand export trading throughout South Dakota. And we're already working with a lot of small businesses to encourage them to consider exporting and to expand their markets where they are already exporting. More details about South Dakota Trade can be found at our website at southdakota.trade.com. So I'd like to introduce you briefly to our team. There is our CEO and President, Luke Lindberg, who is passionate about everything exporting related and even more so about South Dakota. Edward Newburn is our Senior Advisor and Chief of Staff, and he keeps the operations running from day to day. Then I deal primarily with all things step related, which I'm going to tell you more about just now. And then there's Rock Nelson, our Senior Trade Specialist, who has been advising South Dakota companies and surrounding state companies for over 25 years. He deals with the companies mostly East River in South Dakota. And then Kelly Ruland is the Trade Specialist that deals with small businesses West River. And she's with Elevate Rapid City out in Rapid City. So there are 4 pillars of focus for South Dakota Trade. We've got export education, where we held a seminar in June already, and our next seminar coming up on the 17th of October deals mostly with regulatory and compliance issues for small businesses. We also have we've partnered with SIDO to provide new to export training, which I'll tell you about shortly. Then we have the STEP grant and international trade consulting and trade missions, and we've just concluded our first trade mission to Mexico City, which was a great success. So if you are interested in any of the pillars of our focus, then please get hold of one of us. Any one of the trade team will be able to assist you further. So the Small Business Administration State Trade Expansion Program, or STEP, has been operating for several years. South Dakota was one of only 3 states where we were not part of that program. So seeing an opportunity to further assist the small businesses of South Dakota with export trade, Governor Kristi Noem designated South Dakota Trade as the state host organization for the State Trade Expansion Program, or STEP. South Dakota Trade has secured $175,000 under the STEP Year 10 program, which we have available to small companies in tranches of up to $5,000 for each activity and up to a maximum of $10,000 per year or per cycle, which, as Colby indicated, is a 2-year cycle. Under the STEP 11 program, we have recently been awarded $200,000. So obviously they can see that we are providing value. So the STEP grant is a vital and flexible tool in helping small businesses increase their sales. It can be used in a variety of ways, such as participating in the trade missions, trade shows, learning new skills through one of South Dakota Trade's export education courses, and purchasing real-time market intelligence to help companies succeed internationally. One of the training programs that South Dakota Trade has been a part of is the SIDO-developed New to Export training. An independent and experienced exporting coach is appointed by SIDO to each business to develop a strategy and exporting plan suitable and tailored to the requirements of each business that undertakes the training course. It is all virtual, so the very best coaches in the business are available to assist businesses. The cost is $1,500, and 2 delegates from each company can attend the training on behalf of the company. This is an ideal opportunity to investigate the readiness of your business and to take the next step in exporting and to decide and understand which markets would be most beneficial to your business. A couple of our businesses in South Dakota undertook the training in May this year, and they reported back that it was invaluable to their business, and they have since started exporting into other markets, Canada, Mexico. It's a first step. It's been fantastic for them. We've got the next training session is starting on October 17th, so if any companies are interested, please get hold of us shortly. So the STEP grants operate on a reimbursement basis for eligible small businesses. To be eligible, businesses must meet the SBA definition of a small business, and you can find the full details on the SBA website. But just briefly, it includes that businesses must have been incorporated in America and be operating in South Dakota to be eligible for the South Dakota STEP grant program. You must have operated profitably for at least 12 months and have less than 500 employees. But to check the eligibility requirements, a small business can visit the SBA website. There are 9 key areas of eligible expenses or activities that are covered under the STEP grant program, such as participating in trade missions, trade shows, website development, design of marketing media, attending export training, and these are all reimbursed once a project or activity has been completed by the business. Applications for assistance with these eligible activity costs must be received prior to undertaking the activity. Otherwise, South Dakota Trade will not be able to reimburse the costs. We will also require reports on the impact, successes, and even your disappointments will be helpful on a quarterly basis for at least 6 quarters or 18 months after the funding has been provided. So in summary, small businesses are eligible to apply if they meet the SBA Small Business Definition Guidelines and wish to participate in eligible activities, which are those activities supported by the SBA STEP program. If your business is sitting on the fence or involved in accidental exporting, or you wish to expand your exports into new markets, please contact me or any one of the South Dakota Trade team, and we'll gladly answer any of your questions and assist you with an application for the funding or guide you through the export or trade process. My email address is there, kathleen.ireland@southdakota.trade.com, and you can set up an appointment with me. I'm always happy and available to chat.
Okay, so we're going to take advantage of the panel here, and I'm going to ask them some questions, and you guys can just share that microphone and turn it on, and then whoever has the answer or comes up, go ahead and just share with each other. So my first question is, and I'm a small business owner, I'm pretending. My foreign buyers want credit terms, but I require cash in advance. I don't want to lose their sales. What advice would you give them?
Go for it. So that's where South Dakota Trade has the knowledge and the ability to guide the various businesses through that process. We've got Rock Nelson, who's got the experience in actually operating his own small business, and he guides many small businesses in those sort of trade terms. We also partner with the Small Business Administration and various other entities within South Dakota to assist and guide the small businesses on those various issues. One of our board members is part of the banking system as well, so credit terms is definitely an issue for businesses, but we've got the knowledge and the ability to look at the issues and to guide you from there.
Okay, anybody want to add?
I would just parrot that, we can find somebody to help find that right answer for you, but it's a delicate balance of how much you trust each other, and so it's pretty difficult for us to say you absolutely have to do one thing or another, but I'd say talk to the experts and make your own judgments when it comes to that, because neither one of you might want to do that business on those terms.
Okay, next question. My company provides a service, not a physical product. How can I be assisted?
Before I answer that question, I just want to know from the audience, who of all of you are small business owners or business owners? Okay. And then, do any of you currently export right now or have interest in export? Okay, I just wanted to know for myself. But for the question was, what was it?
I provide a service and not a
Provide
product. So how can I get into exporting?
So service-based businesses definitely can export. They have different markets depending on the market that you're looking into or the industry specific. So a lot of our clientele that we work with are cybersecurity, are IT based. And then in Indian country a lot, what we see for export is tourism. So we get like people who are interested in the tours, who want to see some of the major attractions when it comes to Indian country. So that's kind of like what we see on our end. So I think there is definitely opportunity out there for service-based businesses. And, yeah.
So one of the key feedback reports from the businesses that went down to Mexico City on our trade mission was that businesses do business with people, okay? And with a service that is even more imperative, that you want to look a person in the face and do a handshake deal and know that you're dealing with a person. So under the STEP grant program, for instance, travel services, how do you promote a business or your service overseas if you haven't been overseas? So the STEP program finances the ability to develop those business-to-business meetings and go over and meet your partners there. And one gentleman who is a cattle rancher who is more comfortable on the back of a horse, He goes down to Mexico City, and from that interaction, he comes back with 109 inquiries for possible contracts and business. He was overwhelmed. So that's the way to actually do the business. The STEP grant program is very instrumental in providing those handshake deals and introducing businesses to other businesses in the markets overseas.
I would agree with all that, and to add, we don't really differentiate between a solid manufactured product and a service when it gets to my desk. We're here to help your business sell your goods, services, whatever it be abroad. And so however we can do it with STEP grant or without STEP grant, we're here to help you. So don't get too wrapped up on, is my product exportable? But let's get more focused on where is it exportable to, or who really needs it. Because there is a business out there that needs you, or a group of folks. As we always say, 99% of the population is outside the United States, so let's go find them.
Thank you. Is there a country, so I'm new to exporting, is it feasible for me to look toward Mexico or Canada because we share borders? Or does it depend on maybe the industry of what my product or service is, or should I look closer to home?
I wouldn't get too worried about distance unless you're selling something gigantic. Then it might be a problem, or maybe something that takes care, like chemicals or something like that. But really, you should just look for the most applicable market. The closest markets are usually some of the biggest markets, Canada and Mexico being some of our top trading partners. But with Nebraska, we also have trade offices in Japan and in Germany. So whether you're looking at locating your product in Asia or in Europe, we have allies in those areas that can help you as well. And so don't get too narrowly focused on the neighbors, because your product might not fit the demographic of Canada, but it would really fit, Philippines or something like that. And so it's an easy way to get started, just to go up to the border. I know a lot of folks that work along with us take product to the border and then have that company come and grab it and take it across. And so they're not technically exporting, they're just pushing it up to North Dakota or Michigan or something like that and letting that company pick it up. So there's all sorts of different ways to export, and so don't get too wrapped up in one idea.
No, you can go first.
Okay. That was pretty much what I was going to say. But yeah, I was just going to say, it's dependent on what your business is, whether what your service is or what your products are. It's the market that you're going to look into. So that may not be our closest neighbors either. So just kind of keeping that in mind. And I think you did a good job of saying all that.
So a lot of companies are also involved in accidental exporting because we are sort of situated very close to the Canadian and Mexican borders. A lot of companies tend to dip their toes in the water, so to speak, to attempt exporting there first. But there's a whole world out there. And that's why we've got these agencies that are set up that are there to help businesses to determine where those markets and the suitable markets are. And lean on them. Lean on us. Come and talk to us if you want to get a market research paper done for you. We can point you in the right directions and we can guide you further.
Great. Okay, so I have a very small business and my sales are only $75,000 a year. Am I too small?
That's bigger than my small business, so no. No, honestly, we take all companies. Each state has its own program guidelines for STEP, State Trade Expansion Program, but they're all fairly similar because it's dictated by the SBA generally. And so whether you need to be in business for 2 years or 3 years or have a profit or a loss, look at those fine points in the applications, but it's generally any size, we welcome it all. Our job is to help you grow your business. And so if you're a small infant business, we want to get you to the toddler size and then get you to kindergarten, get you through the ropes and get you graduated through our programs.
No, that's not too small. So with a lot of our clientele base, when it comes to working with Native Americans, we have a lot of artisans. And so some of those artisans cannot reach some of these high numbers that some of these agencies are wanting, but we still work with them regardless. And then I guess you could say, like, it depends on what agency you're working with, what numbers they're looking for and everything. But if that's something that they can't work with you with, there's so many more others within the state that can offer those assistance. Because we have, like I stated here, we have the STEP programs represented, we have MBDA represented, and then we have the U.S. Commercial Services here as well. They're in every state, almost in every big city in the states. And then I can't remember the exact number of how many there are in the different countries, but there's resources out there to help you move your product and service along.
Great. So recently we went to Canada for Indigenomics She conference, and in Canada I learned that they have a very similar program as the 8A, that the SBA formal program of SBA, woman-owned, similar. Are you aware of any similar programs in other countries that would support me as either a woman-owned, minority-owned, and those types of categories, veteran-owned, specifically that would help me into their market?
So again, that's all relationship-based and networking. I'm from South Africa, if anyone hadn't guessed. So I've partnered up with people that I knew over there that have an economic development structure there, and have tried to get businesses that are involved in ag to partner up with the ag industry there as well. And it's all relationship-based, trying to network and trying to leverage what the skills and the contacts that you have. You try and put the companies together where it fits. But again, it's all based on market research. It depends on what the company is looking for and what they need, and we tailor it to their requirements.
I would say similar to Nebraska, I think it's pretty, I guess, commonplace to incentivize new manufacturing or new jobs and to incentivize the export of those products out. And so when we go to another country, we're generally not trying to move a factory from Nebraska to Thailand, for instance, or Vietnam we were in recently. We're not trying to build new factories in Vietnam quite often. What we're trying to do is build a relationship between that government and our government so that we can have those discussions and translate those messages or share those messages with Nebraska companies of what is available there. Usually we're looking for more of an export market. But again, there might be a company that has a factory in, say, nearby China that wants to move somewhere, or in Thailand that wants to move up somewhere. And so we really just place ourselves as a resource for that country if we're a partnering country. And so you'll see that a lot in our trade activities from the governor down, governor and our director at the DED. As they travel and talk with these other communities and countries, that's a lot what we're asking for. What can you offer us in our partnership that can help us both out? And so if you have any questions about a certain country or region, we're a good place to start. Obviously, U.S. Commercial Service is where I'm going to turn you over to pretty quickly after that, because we're just limited in our own trade activities generally. And so we need a big network of people to ask questions to, and U.S. Com Service is usually that.
Okay. I've done business with my international customer for many years, and I trust them. Why should I insure them?
Wow. That's all on you. Trust is great. Trust only goes so far. Contracts are around for a reason. There's a few safety nets you want to have for a reason. As I talk to more, I've only been on this side of the coin for a couple of years now. As I talk with more and more experienced people, you start getting all the horror stories of all the things that can go wrong. I mean, we just went through a global pandemic. There's so many things that can go wrong, and so insurance is always good. Yeah, insurance is always good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
protect
speak to the
yourself.
experts. Make your own decision. Don't listen to us.
Can each of you provide at least one success story that, granted, you're our program, the National Center, I always say it's new, and they're like, no, we're starting our 3rd year. I mean, like, in the scheme of time immemorial, going into the 3rd year is really new. But can you share an example and a success story or something along those lines?
Okay. So one of our first clients that we worked with, had the pleasure to work with, was called the O'Connor Group, and they worked closely with snow management that was up here earlier today with the I'm going to get it wrong, sorry, the Iowa, Nebraska, Kansas tribe. They worked with them to create a foreign trade zone. And so with them, we were able to do a lot of connection with the Australian market. And so with that, they're continuing to grow. They're looking into some of the African markets. So earlier this was August. In August, Aaron and I had went to 2 different countries in Africa. We went to South Africa and Ghana, and so part of that was on behalf of our clientele, but also on behalf of like Indian country, and we wanted to find what the markets were there, and then just kind of create relationships like what we've been talking about on this panel. And so through that, we were able to make that connection with one of our clientele, and so we're just really excited for him because he's been doing really good, and you can find him like all over the place.
And where is he from?
Oh, he's from Texas. He's called the O'Connor Group, but a lot of his team is in Oklahoma, and I want to say Kansas area. I might be wrong on that part, but what he does is he does agricultural equipment. So.
'Cause, yeah, I can share plenty. Just recently, we started doing some reporting for last quarter for STEP, and I was going through the surveys, and I found a company that make scientific equipment in Nebraska, and we had granted them a little less than $10,000 to visit a trade show abroad, and they reported over $100,000 in sales from that trade show. Now, it's nice equipment, so I imagine that could even be one sale. But just that one sale, us helping sponsor that and make that happen, gives us a great ROI, great tax revenue, but of course that company can now grow its base a little bit larger, and its reach abroad a little bit further. And so we love seeing that, and we've got a number of companies that are able to do that every year through our program. We also just recently got back from trade missions in Japan, Korea, Vietnam, with the governor, and all those companies that came along with us came with us for a direct purpose, whether they're selling a direct good to a consumer over there or to a distributor or whatever. We work with them to set up fruitful meetings during those missions to make sure that not only are we representing Nebraska and what Nebraska can produce to these countries abroad, but they can actually get a deal done. They can get some work done over there. And so we're always happy to have companies tag along on missions and make sure they represent our state, like I said, and come back with a big win. So there's always a good number of those.
So as I said, we're still quite new, but in the few months that we have been operational, we've helped quite a few companies already. We took 5 companies down to Mexico City, and all came back with success stories. But the one that stands out in my mind is our first one. Your first always stands out, doesn't it? And they went to a trade show over in Birmingham, and they do car wrapping. So it's not quite the vinyl, but it's not quite the respray, but it's a wrapping. And from there, they got numerous orders and through Europe, and then they were invited to a trade show in the UAE, and they got so many more because the UAE loves their bling. So they got so many more orders there, and it's been fantastic and very heartwarming.
Nice. One last question, and then we'll let the access to capital, because we have a lot of questions for them and their presentations, because businesses always need the capital, right? if I'm a small business owner and I am targeting, let's just say, any country, and I've started to build the relationship, I feel like it's a legitimate thing, I can come to you and you'll assist me to make sure that that is legitimate, if you will. And have you ever gone along with a business if they've been invited to a meeting? Not so much you're doing the mission, trade mission, but I'm kind of sought out my own, and now I want Kaya or Colby or you, Kathleen, to come along with me. Have you ever been in that situation?
Not very often, honestly. Generally, it's the reverse, where the company or country abroad is coming to visit us and would like to speak with somebody that's in their industry or is aligned with them for purchasing or selling or whatnot. And so generally, it's the other side of that, rather than our company, our Nebraska company, asking me to travel abroad with them for a meeting purpose. We're a little bit more pre and post of that activity. And so they talk with us beforehand to maybe vet the company or culture and make sure that they're good. Like, am I crazy here? Will this work? And so we can help maybe give some confidence in that way. And then when they return, what are those follow-up steps? Who do you need to help connect the dots from there out with banking, logistics, manufacturing, et cetera? And so not so much in the in real time, but pre and post, we have a lot of those conversations.
Yeah, I think that it's more, our role is more of an advisory position rather than getting our feet wet. We go out, we've got the trade specialists that go out and look for those businesses that we can help. But thereafter, we put them in contact with the experts that can assist them rather than getting personally involved in that.
So with kind of vetting the buyer, we work very closely with the U.S. Commercial Services, and I think that's the agency that you guys are referring to that can assist with that portion of it. But my experience, no, I have not experienced getting invited along to
Italy, me, no,
to go along with the company, but it kind of similar to what like Kobe said, vice versa. We're assisting with helping them find the buyers and then bringing those opportunities to the various companies.
Thank you. Well, this is the team, and they, again, will be here at the end of the day for the roundtable discussions, pick their brain, get their business cards, and let's give them a nice warm of applause. And then I'm going to pull up the PowerPoints, and the next Access to Capital group will come up.
Okay, thanks everybody. Great presentations today. I'm Bryson Patterson. I am from the U.S. Small Business Administration. We've heard a lot about the Small Business Administration today, particularly as it relates to contracting. And that is part of our mission. And I'm very fortunate to have my colleague Lisa Clausen here with me today. And Lisa is our business opportunity specialist in the South Dakota District Office, where I'm from, the Deputy District Director there. And Lisa and I will be here during the meeting session. If you guys want to know more about contracting, drop off a card. Lisa hosts a monthly call that really gets into the details, into the weeds on government contracting. And she has various different experts from Apex and from some of the different contracting agencies on there. So it's really useful. So the Small Business Administration does contracting, and we also provide technical assistance through our terrific resource partners, including the Small Business Development Centers, Women's Business Centers, and SCORE offices. I've got a lot of information in these pamphlets that you guys can get. I've got some in the back, and I'll have some with me today if you want to get some more information about that. The other thing that SBA does is it provides loan guarantees. So we work with our lending partners, including First Interstate Bank, to provide loan guarantees to businesses. I always tell people, you come in and you want a loan, but there's some but there, and that could be, but my credit score is low, but the business is kind of new, but I haven't been involved in this line of business. Whatever it is that makes it hard for the bank to make that loan, SBA can come alongside you, provide that loan guarantee to enhance that credit to make it possible to get to yes. So anyway, so today has been great. Thank you so much to the National Center and the team. This has been a terrific event, great content. We heard about contracting from John. We had a great leadership panel talking about how you run your own business. The panel about the infrastructure was fascinating, just about how our businesses need that infrastructure backbone even to start to grow. And then we talked about, okay, you can export your product overseas as well, but to do all of that stuff, you need funding. And so this panel is going to talk about that, and I'm very fortunate to have Brandon Croats here, who is from First Interstate Bank, and First Interstate is one of our SBA partners, providing loan guarantees under the 7A program and the 504 program to small businesses. So, Brandon, I just want to talk a little bit with you just about banking and how you interact with your small business clients, what your role is, and I guess that's the best place to start. What do you feel like the role of the small business banker is for that business?
Okay, so the role of the banker, in my eyes, is generally that of an advisor, because you might not know exactly where you want to go or how you want to get there, and so we kind of help you with that. So you have this target up there on the wall. I want to be here. That's what I want to do. I want $1 million in sales, or $5 million in sales, or $100,000 in sales, or whatever it is. But we don't know exactly how we're going to get there, right? And so that's one of the things that a banker. So is the banker's not supposed to be the evil banker that it was, a while ago. It's supposed to be more of an advisory role right now, and so that's what we try to help you do. And it might be that. The path is never straight to that target, right? It's never. There's always ups and downs, or maybe even the target moves over a little bit. Once you get in and just do what you think you want to be doing, maybe you learn that, or you realize that maybe that's not exactly what you wanted to be doing. But if you shift it a little bit, you're going to enjoy it so much more, and it'll still get you down the right path, right? So that's kind of what we do. We want to help everybody. And sometimes, unfortunately, we do have to say no in banking. That does happen. But if you have a good relationship with your banker, a good relationship with the bank, that no isn't always a no. You come back and you ask why. Well, how can I do this, or what makes this turn out this way? So maybe it's you just need a little bit more experience, or we have to change the organizational type of the business from an LLC to something else, or from a sole proprietorship, in the other direction. There's a lot of different things, or a lot of different ways that we can word things and get you going down that same path. And maybe it's just that the ask is too big. Maybe we want to see you, maybe we feel that you're biting off too much, or something along that line. And it's not that the business wouldn't work. It's just that we're there to sort of help you vet your opinions and vet your ideas a little bit in order to make sure that you get the best outcome. Because we, as a bank, banks are for profit, but it does us no good to put somebody in a bad situation. And so that's what we try to avoid. We try to help everybody get in the best situation and get the funds that they need.
I think it's a good way to think about that win-win, in that you want the client to succeed. Obviously, the client wants to succeed. So helping them take those steps and get set up so that they can succeed. So when a person is, okay, so a person has a business, they're thinking, okay, yep, I've had this business for a few years, it's a good business, but I'm running it out of my personal checking account. I need to set up a business banking relationship. Wow, I go downtown, there's like 8 banks up and down Main Street. Like, how do I choose a bank? Where do I go? Where do I start?
Normally, we tell you to go to your whatever bank that you're currently using, because that's where you have your relationship with, right? They're the ones that know you. They're the ones that see you going in and out, making your monthly or weekly deposits, however they come in. When you have an issue, with your debit card or whatever, they're the ones that help you out. So you've already built up some personal collateral there, in the form of recognition. So that's where we tell you to go first. If you don't feel comfortable doing that, then there's a couple other routes to go to. There are SBA preferred lenders, and First Interstate Bank happens to be one of those. Also, there are other resources in the community. Here in Sioux City, we have Western Iowa Tech here in town, and they have a wonderful small business development center. And you can go there with your idea. If it's penned out on a napkin or if you've done even more elaborate work, they're willing to help you out with all those things, and they can help you develop a business plan. And then from there, you can kind of formalize your ideas and everything, and then they can recommend somebody as well. So there's multiple ways. Hopefully you aren't just going down, hitting up every bank in the phone book there or on the internet. I guess now nobody uses a phone book anymore. So.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And we have an internet tool called Lender Match, where people can go onto the SBA website, sba.gov, and put in some information about their business, and then that goes out to multiple SBA lenders who can then, look at your business and decide, hey, I want to have a conversation with them or not. Or sometimes, then this happens, the information, there aren't any bites, for whatever reason. So then you'll get information about the Small Business Development Center, which I think is a great place to start. The Small Business Development Centers help businesses create business plans as well as cash flow projections. So you're looking at, what's this business going to look like in the future? What's it going to look like when the doors open? What's it going to look like when it has that debt service put on it? But I guess that gets to sort of my question. And you recommend, let's go to the Small Business Development Center and talk to them. What else should the business do before they meet with the lender? Like, what do you like? What makes you feel good when a business owner comes in to meet with you?
There are probably about 5 things that we'd like to see you work on, have ready for us when you come talk to us. And this is, most of your bankers, they'll have a slightly different list, but they're all essentially the same. We'd like to see you have a business plan, and that is basically your resume, what you got into. Tell us why you like the business, why you got into it, why you think it's a good idea, what interests you about it, as long as a short resume. After that, so that's your personal background, and then after that, we'd want to that's the business plan part of it. But we'd also want to know more about you as yourself. We want to know financials. You mentioned financials and projections. If you're able to do that, those are the things that we'd like to see as well. If it's an existing business, that might be as simple as 3 years past taxes. If it's a new business or a new startup, then those are going to be about 2 or 3 years of projections that we'd like to see. So there is some work, and I used to say that you can't give a banker too much information initially, but that's not true. It's got to be relevant information. We want to see that you understand what you're doing. The more that you understand the business that you're getting into, the industry that you're getting into, whether it's buying a Dairy Queen or setting up your own arts and crafts store or starting a welding shop, whatever it happens to be, the more you know about your industry and can show that, not just in speaking with us, but on paper as well, the better off everything's going to go. The smoother the transition will be there.
No, that's good information. That's good things for people to think about. And I'm going to give everybody some chance to ask some questions too. So you guys be thinking about your questions, and we'll open it up. But now, okay. So what about you're doing your homework and you realize, okay, I'm going to go meet with the bank, and okay, let me put it this way: somebody comes to the bank, but there is a problem. There's credit issues, like, so what are some things that you have to, get to yes, or, I think we touched on it a little bit, but what are some things that people can do to get, that are tools that you can use to help people get to the yes?
Okay. Well, sometimes it is just a matter of time. We just have to work our way through some things. Unfortunately, credit reports are out there. Everybody knows about those, and things stick with you. They actually affect your credit score, I think, for 3 years, and they're out there for 7, so people can see things for at least 7 years out there. And if it's really bad, I mean, that's just something that we gotta recognize, and then we got to work to make sure that everything gets better. Other than that, though, there are different ways to make things get to a yes. Maybe you came in asking for an unsecured line of credit. Maybe we can find some collateral for that credit, to back that up. I've worked with businesses that have needed $30, $40, $50 million lines of credit, and I've worked with businesses that needed $5,000 to $15,000 lines of credit. There's generally a way of getting around those things. We also offer different products as well. So you have lines of credit, you have straight, amortizing loans. Most banks offer, not most banks, but some banks offer what's called a factoring type program, like a business manager program, where you have, if you're a service business, you don't have a whole lot of assets, but you're selling services. If you are a trucking company, or if you are a plumber, or an employment agency, something like that, where you have clients and you're receiving all these checks back and everything, but you don't have a whole lot of collateral down. There are programs out there that can look at those too, where you're charged maybe a percentage of what each of those invoices are that you're receiving on a monthly basis. So you don't actually have to come up with the collateral to do things like that. But there are different ways. There's also things called borrowing bases. So maybe you have a need of in your peak season. Maybe you're kind of a seasonal business, but in your peak season, you have a need of maybe $100,000 or $150,000 or $5 million, whatever that number is. But in your off season, you really don't need that much. There's things called borrowing bases. So we'd go out and look at your receivables and everything that you have, and then the amount of credit that you'd have available to you would be based off of what's out there outstanding right now. So there are different vehicles to get you a yes, and that's part of coming in and just talking to your banker and laying out your idea, laying out your plans, and seeing what they have to offer, because each bank is a little bit different, but they all should be able to do most of the same things. So.
Yep. No, I think that's helpful, and it's interesting to think about sort of the creative ways that you can structure the credit. We used to say put like a shorter leash, as far as like, okay, yeah, let's do this and let's put it this way. And I think over the years I've been with the Small Business Administration, I think we've changed our loan products around a bit, and we've always had the regular 7A loan, which will provide that guarantee on a term loan, but now we've got some more tools in the toolbox. We've got cap line program, which is like your receivables finance line of credit, and so SBA can provide guarantees on multiple different types of loan structures, which I think is a helpful tool. I think the other thing that we try to do on the SBA side is if you really can't get to yes, if there is a credit problem, we've now got the microlender program. Our microlender in South Dakota is Grow South Dakota, which is in I was just up there. Sisseton, South Dakota is where they're based, but they're lending statewide. And they've got a credit builder program, so they'll do a loan as little as, I think they've done loans as little as like $100, and you pay them back, and then they report that to the credit agency, and you build your credit right back up. And they also go on the other end. I mean, they'll like fairly large loans for new businesses and businesses that just aren't going to qualify even with an SBA guarantee from a conventional lender. So there's a lot of credit tools out there today. Do you want to talk a little bit about some examples, some small businesses that you've worked with and some success that they've had?
Sure. Sorry, my name is, for those that didn't see or haven't looked at the things, my name is Brandon Kreutz. I've been banker here in the Sioux City area for, well, it'll be 25 years now in March, so quarter century for me. And over the years, I have had a couple of good experiences. There's been some bad ones too, but a couple of good experiences. Actually, the good ones far outweigh the bad ones. That's why we keep doing it. Yeah, as far as one of the best experiences I had using the SBA program was where we utilized both the 504 and the 7A program. It was a company here in town that in the health industry, and we were able to walk them through both. They had been, I don't want to say struggling a little bit, but we were not in this rate climate, but I've been in this long enough where we've seen a couple of rate cycles now. And in the previous one, rates were going up. And it's tough for some companies when, you know, you're used to paying $50,000 in interest a month or whatever that happens to be, and then all of a sudden it triples to $150,000. That takes a big bite out of things. Now, you do get to add that back, right? That is an add back at the end of the year for your EBITDA and everything. But at the time, though, that's a true cash expense every month that is coming out. So what we were able to do between using the two programs was able to lock them into longer interest rates. Lower interest rates, but longer terms, and help them ease into the new interest rate climate. And so that was a really good feeling. And then because of that, with the savings that they were able to save, they were able to get a lot new equipment, a lot more equipment, and actually expand into a couple different locations. So that was a really that was a long process compared to a normal bank loan, but it was very satisfying in the end to get to see how much their lives improved, both from a business standpoint and a personal standpoint, because there's a lot of stress that goes on in running any business, let alone one that's realizing what's happening and then trying to make a shift there quick. So that was one of the ones that was a lot of satisfying, because they did have about, I think it was 75 or 85 employees at the time. So that was good. Another kind of fun one was here in the area. We did, I worked on a loan. It wasn't nearly as big. It was we actually used one of the SEDC here in town, Siouxland Economic Development Corporation, to get them approved for a smaller loan. But it was buying some of the tropical snow places that are around town. So bought 4 of those, and it was a young couple, and they just thought it was a great idea. They'd been going there all their lives, and they saw that it was for sale on a sign. They came in and talked to the bank, and we got it worked out. So it was pretty good, and my kids are thankful that they did that, because my kids still go there. So
that's always great. I mean, I think that you know, talking with you and a lot of bankers I talk with, I mean, part of the fun is seeing that business, seeing that tropical snow truck drive down the street and knowing that, hey, yeah, we were able to get that done. I mean, that's really cool. For people's information too, you mentioned the 504 and the 7A program, and those are the primary programs of SBA. The 504 is typically going to be owner-occupied commercial real estate, and those are going to be loans up to $5.5 million. Under certain conditions, we can pop them up a little bit. And then the 7A is our general loan program that kind of goes along with everything. Like everything in the kitchen sink can go under that 7A program. So that's cool that you were able to combine those, you know, to make that happen for that business.
Yep, that was the first time that I got to combine the use of the programs. Before, it had either been one or the other. You know, somebody was looking at expanding into a new business or needed some more land or something, and so, you know, we went the 504 program, or they were buying all new equipment or something along those lines. So it was the 7A. But that we got to utilize both of them on that one transaction. Yeah. So it was
very
awesome.
Cool. No, that's great. That's really cool. And tropical snow is like a collateral vehicle. That thing driving around, you know, there's a market for that. That's good business. I like it. All right, I'm going to turn it over to folks in the audience. I know you guys have been sitting here thinking about some situations that you've had, and thinking about your business or maybe some clients for those of you who work with businesses. What questions do we have out there?
No, there's no zero interest loans right now.
I guess that actually is a good question. We've gone from 3.5 on the at least on the home mortgage side. We, 3 years ago, I think we saw some stuff going out the door in the 4s and 5s, and here we are looking. What are we looking at now, and how is that affecting people?
Well, it definitely affects your purchase power, right? Your money went a lot further when the interest rate was half. Yeah, I just pulled up the SEDC's website just before we came up here, and so a 20-year fixed note rate right now for a 504 is sitting at 6.86 right now, and a refinance is sitting at 6.84. So, yeah, rates have basically doubled here in the last 18 months for sure. And so that does affect what you could get for your money or what you're going to have to do for your money. So recently, though, we've had a couple of people go through with some purchases and things like that. So it shifted from a fully renovated building to one that maybe they were going to have to do a lot more work to, and then one that they could work out in stages. So the front half of the building, they were going to finish out first because that's where they needed, and then they were going to slowly expand through the back as hopefully as things improve for them.
Yeah, so they're not taking out like as big of a bite at the beginning, so smaller loan amount. Yeah, that makes sense. So that's gonna flow through to cash flow because you're not going to have quite so large of an interest payment. Well, that's a very good creative way to do it. Yeah, other questions folks have? Oh my gosh, you guys, this is your chance. Nobody needs a loan. I'll talk for a second then. Uh-oh. Sorry. Yeah, sure thing. Thanks, Yvette.
Hi. You mentioned about, you kind of threw it in there about home mortgages as well. I work in real estate, so is it comparable with the commercial loans and home mortgage loans? Are the interest rates comparable to like both of them, I guess?
Yes and no. Everything's gone up, right?
Yeah.
In your world, you've seen everything go up. Right now, though, commercial mortgage rates have gone up even more. Right now there are 10 and 8, 9, and 10 interest rates out there for different products and things. So it kind of just depends on money down, the amount of collateral that you have. Generally, when you're thinking about lending, there's it's kind of like a three-legged stool that you're standing on. You have equity, cash flow, and collateral. And so if one of those is lacking a little bit, it kind of throws the stool off balance, and you kind of want to keep all those in line. But definitely everything is moving in the same direction. It's just I think the commercial rates have moved a little bit quicker.
Okay, so just like with any home loans, I guess it would just be with my potential buyers and stuff, everybody's is different. Nothing is the same. So is that kind of the same way with doing your commercial loans as well?
Yeah. There's generally not one box that you can put everybody into.
Yeah.
Everybody's kind of got their own little version of everything. So yeah, you try and work with everybody on an individual basis, based off of what they bring to the table.
Mm-hmm. And then also too, you mentioned the interest rates, and you said that you're seeing, what's your kind of trend? What you're seeing right now between 6.8 and maybe higher?
Well, so for the 504 program, and I'm on the board for the local for SEDC, the Siouxland Economic Development Corporation, which is the local partner for that half of the SBA's half of the 504 program. And right now, or as of earlier today, 20-year rate was at 6.86 on a straight purchase, and it was 6.84 on a refinance. So that's where the rates are right now on commercial properties.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be shy.
You guys are good. No, as long as we've just got a little bit of time, I just wanted to touch on SBA's contract cap line, because a lot of the folks here are looking at getting into federal contracting or working with folks who are doing federal contracting. And that contract cap line program has, like all the 7A programs, a 75% guarantee. But it's unique in that it's a line of credit, and the bank can take the contract proceeds as collateral. And so then they're able, the lender's able to advance all the costs of performance on that contract. So if you're a small business, you're thinking about, okay, I'm going to bid on some contracts. I think that if you've got a little history, you've done some, say you've done like $100,000 contracts, but you say, wow, look, this, you know, this agency's putting out contracts that are, you know, higher than that. They're putting out contracts that are, you know, 400 or 500,000. I'd like to bid those, but I don't have the cash necessarily to make that happen. You can work with the bank to set up a line of credit. And one type of line of credit would be this contract cap line, where the proceeds from the contract are pledged to the bank, and then you can go ahead and bid. You can borrow the money to complete the contract, or at least get yourself to your payment milestones. And then as those payment milestones are coming in, they're paying down that line of credit. So, yeah, that's a program that we rolled out a few years ago, and now we've made some enhancements to it, and I think it's something that's that a lot of lenders are going to make available. But in certain situations, I think it fits pretty well. But yeah, since it's a contracting focused event, I thought, yeah, I should bring that up and let people know about that. So yeah, there's a lot of different tools out there. Whatever you guys are doing, I feel like you know, working with your bank or making sure that they know what you're doing, they know what that target is, know where you're trying to take your business, so that they can go with you, and you know, being transparent with them. So hey, you know, I mean, they've seen it, right? Like not. You know, if the business was perfect, then you wouldn't be borrowing money to begin with, right? Everybody's business is different and unique, and everybody's credit situation is unique. And so, you know, working with your lender, making sure that you're able to leverage them to advise you to get your business to go in the direction that you want to go. Any closing thoughts, Brandon?
I guess for those that are looking at doing some of the government contracting, there are a couple of different types of contracts as well, and I think they alluded to them earlier. But there are some that are considered essential services. So even in the case of a government shutdown, you're still going to receive payment on those, because those are the needed services that go through. So banks do look at contracts based on how they're structured. So if you have one that is guaranteed funds, as in you know, the essential services, you might get a little bit more credit for those than what you would for you know, your papers, you know, the contract is to supply paper to, you know, the local college or whatever that happens to be. So just FYI on that. So when you're looking at things, and when you're looking at what you might need, make sure that you understand the terms of those contracts too, because the bank is going to ask that. So.
And First Interstate Bank, you guys have a presence across, Wyoming, South Dakota, Nebraska, all over the place. And where is your office here in town?
So yeah, 14 states. I think it's 317 locations. But yeah, here in Sioux City, we do have one location. We're right off Gordon Drive, behind the IHOP. So ATM out on the street, and the building's in the back there. So yeah, if you ever have any questions, you can stop in. I'll be around here for a little bit too if you need to ask some questions. But if you want to do something more in private, go ahead, give me a call. We can set up an appointment to talk, or just swing on by. I'm generally around somewhere.
Good deal. Thank you very much. We sure appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Next up, we have Mike Channel from the Apex Accelerator Program, and he is going to share with us the program services, and we have him for the next 30 minutes.
I'm going to stand here if that's okay with you guys. Okay, so the Apex program is a very exciting area to be in right now. They used to be called PTACs, and now because of the last administration and their only focus on the upper 1%,
A lot of the businesses, small businesses, mom and pop shops, have gone by the wayside. And Congress took steps to be able to correct that because the innovative thinking comes from the small business owners. And we were transferred from DLA, which is Defense Logistic Agency, which is a commodities buying group, and the way they justified the money that came out for their grants. What they do is they buy helmets and shoes and that kind of stuff. So their gauging system on our success was extremely odd to me. I'm not from the nonprofit world, but I am from the for-profit world. So it was a completely different area for me. And OSBP is the one that took over the program. They've moved us way up the food chain for the Department of Defense. We've got a much more exposure now. They've really taken the handcuffs off of us. They're more focused on DIB ready and GIB ready. Means government industry business ready and defense industry business ready. And we can really focus with our clients. Now, I am one of 7 tribal PTACs, so I can only help Native American-owned businesses and tribally owned businesses. So I really appreciate that, and that's the only reason why I came out of retirement to be able to take this position, is I had a platform that I really thought that I could make a difference in Indian country, and our client base has been, we've been really, the clients, with OSBP taking over, the clients can choose who they want to work with. DLA, they just didn't get it. They didn't recognize sovereign immunity. They didn't understand why Region 11 should exist, which is only the tribal PTACs. And with OSBP, we've been working very hard with them to try to make them aware of the 578 federally recognized tribes, and that they're countries within the boundaries of the United States. We have to be very careful about how I always work in the interest of my clients, okay? So I try to avoid the tribal governments at all costs. I try to work with the tribe's for-profit entities, and I try to work with Native American-owned businesses. And I don't want to send my Native American-owned businesses into a tribal government setup, because if there's any dispute with any of the work that's done or anything else, it'll go to tribal court unless they have a waiver of sovereign immunity. So it's a very specialized area. OSBP has recognized that, and they are attending our monthly calls with BIA and IHS. And the Biden administration a couple Februarys ago passed the Buy Indian Act that's actually been on the books since 1910 and hasn't meant a thing. It's just been political glad-handing. It's just words that were on the record. Now there is actually an advantage, and it's with the Department of Interior. And the only way I can compare that is when George W. Was on that aircraft carrier, and he made a claim about the VA, and that the VA could only use veteran-owned businesses and service-disabled veteran-owned businesses, because that's a community that they serve. They put these advantages for Native American-owned firms in the Department of Interior, and I believe there's 10 different agencies within that, like BIA, IHS, U.S. Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management, and there is a button that you have to click on the SAMS profile of your company, which we help the clients do, and it's an IEE and it's an ISBEE certification. So it's an Indian economic enterprise, or it's an Indian small business economic enterprise. Now, they had an internal record of that, but it was on an Excel spreadsheet and it wasn't accessible to the public, and they finally got their act together, and now it's available to everybody. But we have a monthly call. Region 11 has a monthly call with BIA and IHS, and OSBP is actually attending those meetings, trying to learn more. So it's a very exciting time. And we just try to go through. I actually personally went through the 8A program myself as a general contractor. I know the positives and I know the negatives of the program. Back when I was trying to apply in the 8A program, you would apply once, and if you were denied, you had to wait 2 years to go back till you could apply again. It took me 6 years to get in the program. On the third try, I finally figured out that you had to have a tribal U number. You had to be an enrolled member of a tribe to be able to qualify as a Native American-owned firm. So I did that, went back through there. We did about a little over $156 million worth of federal contracts in a 4-year time period. So from that experience, we work with our clients, our business owners, to try to get them prepared. 8A is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once and you're done. The first 4 years, you have unlimited opportunity with the federal government. In the last 5, they push you out by percentage of work. So you try to work your tail off. We try to work with our clients to get brand recognition, identify an agency that's buying the goods that you're selling, be able to go to the events, get things squared away before you ever turn that hourglass over, because it's a once-in-a-lifetime deal. We try to give them an entrance plan. We try to enforce to them that to go into that program, they're going to need 4 players. They're going to need a banker. They're going to need insurance and bonding. They're going to need a contract lawyer, and they're going to need a banker. And they have to have those 4 things in place to be able to be successful. But we encourage them to also identify which agency they want to go after. We will go through the Federal Procurement Data System or USA Spending or whatever and be able to identify the spending trends of that agency. And we'll break it down even to the point to where the solicitations that are coming out of those agencies, the first set of numbers identify the office that is issuing the contracts, and through that information, through the Federal Procurement Data System, you can actually get names of people, addresses of the office locations that are spending that money, and you can go back and we try to put our clients, if they're going to a Meet the Federal Buyers event or something, we try to get the attendance list ahead of time, and we try to pinpoint specific SBLOs, Small Business Liaison Officers, or contracting officers, KOs, of who they're going to go after. And we will also give them, hopefully, the last 5 contracts that office is awarded to try to get the attention of the person that's actually the buyer that's there. We'll make sure that they have the things that those people are looking for, which is a capability statement, and depending on the agency, whether it's a 1 or 2 page capability statement, we'll also make sure they have a business card, and we'll also make sure that they have a website that's active. Because when they go to these events, if they don't have some of these items, their stuff will get round filed before that SBLO even leaves the event. And we really try to put it in real-time terms. We try to go through, make sure that they have an entrance plan, they have a growth plan, a realistic growth plan, because the biggest mistake that small business makes is they outgrow their revenue. It's like a pig going up to a trough and getting turned upside down. You want to be able to have a sustainable growth plan and an objective. And then at the end, you want to have an exit plan. You know, I mean, everybody dreams, oh yeah, I'm going to build this business, I'm going to have my kids and all that other stuff. It's not that way, okay? Don't get lost in the program. Remember who you are. Remember what your value system is. Plan for the end. How are you going to cash out? And are you going to retire? Those kind of things, I mean, in real terms. Because you'll start getting those success stories and everything else, but I'm telling you, you're in the deep end of the pool. When I went through the 8A program, we got our brand recognition from being in the top 25 fastest growing companies in the city of Omaha. It was the Chamber of Commerce Award. In 1998, 1999, 2001, we were in the Chamber of Commerce's top 25 fastest growing companies. 2003 was our biggest year. We did $17.9 million worth of federal contracts in that year, and that was during the transition out time. So that's not even counting the open market work that we had. But the bottom line is, you need to keep in reality of who you are and the people that are around you. Because once you start achieving success and getting that brand recognition, you're going to have all kinds of people coming and blowing smoke to try to be your best buddy to get into the whole program, right? So I told you I went through this. I built my own building. I used a CDBG money to be able to buy 2 city blocks by Ellsworth, Epley Airfield. We were trying to get hub zone certification. I had an office in Omaha and Des Moines. I had 99 employees. Come to find out, the controller that I had was embezzling money. They ended up taking my building. They sold my building that was appraised at $1.8 million. They auctioned off my equipment, which is at $2.9 million. I lost the eyesight in my left eye because of stress, because of a blood clot. I had open heart surgery. I'm lucky to be married. I'm lucky to have my house. And the reason why I'm telling you this is we share that experience with our clients, and it's real time. So you got to be very careful. You got to go about it. It's not a dream type of program. It's not a giveaway program. And with this platform, I can cross over and talk to the people on the federal government side, the contracting officers, the ones that are making the decision. And we try to put it into perspective for the clients. You know, understand who you're talking with on the other side of this table, right? You're dealing with a federal employee. What they have mandated goals of these mandated program participants, right? It's the law. They have to fill those goals. So look at it from an objective point of view. There's so much opportunity out there. Don't chase after everything. Focus on one agency. Go after that agency. Find the contracting officer. That person is God. They'll make you or they'll break you. You got to win the trust of that person. You have to go through and you have to make sure you're dealing with a federal employee. They don't want any problems. They don't want any hassles. They want somebody that's going to make them look good. If you make that person look good, you get the jobs done better and make them look good, and you're able to make a profit, they'll continue to give you money and give you projects because you're making it easy for them. So put those things into perspective, and that's basically what we do. You know, is go back through, and we take and we'll bring people in and we'll start talking to them. We're never going to tell you what to do, but we're going to encourage you and give you outside thought patterns, okay? And that's from the positive and the negative part. That controller, he stays in the state of Nebraska because it's a Republican state and it's white-collar crime. The statute of limitations of it is only 2 years. If you can't prove that crime in 2 years, the crime goes away. I found out through the private investigator that I'm the 7th company that he's done this to, and he's still there. And he'll try to sue me for slander for saying that. But that's real time. So that's what we try to protect. We try to tell our clients, once you're in the program, we'll try to tell them different elements that go into the contract so that they can maximize their growth, okay? I asked this morning if there is still a credit enhancement agreement, you know, and then there's the Prompt Payment Act that we'll try to encourage our clients to get into their contracts. If they can get that Prompt Payment Act, they submit the bill. Once the government accepts the bill, they have 14 days to pay it. And if they don't pay it in the 14 days, it starts drawing interest. Another thing that we do is we'll share with them if there's materials that are being delivered to your job and you get it delivered to an insured warehouse, you can take the contracting officer over there, show him it's in an insured warehouse, you can invoice him for it. So you don't have to wait until it's installed on the job and completed. In other words, we're trying to get our clients to work on the government's money, not on their own. Okay? Any questions? Thanks for your patience, you guys.
Okay, so I'm just getting into the program.
Okay.
And you will help me with my woman-owned hub zone certifications,
As long as you're Native American.
as long as I'm Native American.
Yeah,
And you
that's
do
my
have the
stipulation.
information for the state PTAC that would help.
We work with the state PTACs a lot, and that's part of OSB OSB has taken this to a whole nother level. You know, with DLA, I thought DLA was very lazy, all right? And this is just my opinion, you know. But honestly, they set up all these PTACs in a state education system, right, through the schools. So it made it a very stingy, my client, you know, that kind of a mindset, right? And it's not that way with OSBP. Because we're working with Native American-owned firms, we can work with other PTACs because our tribal entities, like TEPA is our largest, and they're out of Corning, California. They're in 32 states. So how are they going to work with one individual area? We want to work with other PTACs that have points of contact in their local communities. Right now, we have 72 clients. I think we have 5 Alaskan Native corporations. We have the Cherokee tribe from North Carolina. We've got the Pamunkey Indian tribe from Virginia. And they've all chosen to come to us because we give them a different perspective.
Now, earlier John mentioned, was it, I'm like going way back. I almost said Fez Biz Ops, but the matchmaking system. Yes, I believe. But the Apex accelerators do have the capability to connect me to automatic bid opportunities, correct?
Yes.
So that's a huge benefit.
Excuse me?
That's a huge benefit.
Yeah, positively. Bid match is part of our service in going back through there, and we'll work with Define with them. One example that I can give you is we had a gun dealer that came to us to try to build his business. Had no exposure to that at all. What I did is I went back and started looking at a gun dealer, right? And I went to the NASIX code, and the NASIX code goes from a 22 caliber to a bazooka. So what we ended up doing is going through the PSC code, and then we got to a 40 millimeter handgun and parts and ammunition, okay? And then we tried to find another person for the rule of 2, right? Another gun dealer that's Native American that would have these opportunities. Another thing, John, that I wanted to talk to you about earlier, we have a female-owned optical supplier, and she's the only one in the country. So all these IHS contracts, she can't get sole source or anything like that because there's not 2. So what we would encourage is our tribal entities to try to consider opening that service for the benefit of that other client. Yes, sir.
I just wanted to add that I'm from South Dakota.
Okay.
I'm an Apex accelerator.
Okay.
One of 4 up in South Dakota work in that area. And
I know Marcella Hurley very well.
Yeah, Marcella, and I worked with Sonny here a while back.
Yep.
He had mentioned you. I just haven't met you yet.
Yeah, Sonny and I worked years and years ago, and Sonny knew my dad.
Oh,
okay. And I was working as a private consultant, but I ended up retiring, and then I got this opportunity because a friend of mine was writing this grant and asked me if I would apply for this job.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, as far as working for a college, totally different for me because I quit high school. Not because I was stupid, but I was bored.
If you're okay, I just want to add a couple things of
Yes, sir.
our experience. One of the things I do a lot of is the SAM, helping people with
Yes.
getting through SAM. Several months ago, I'm going to say probably March, April, it was a disaster, in my opinion, trying to get people through it. Lots of problems. We did meet with GSA. They have gotten proactive on trying to clear up some of those problems. And my experience has been quite favorable nowadays trying to get people through that. That helpline is a lot more helpful for people, getting them through. They will assign advocates to people to help them get their SAM up to date. So I feel good about that they're making some progress there. Still need a ways to go, but it is getting better. I don't know what your experience has been. Has it been?
Well, I have Deborah Grant, who actually handles all our client intake and going through the certifications, and then we'll work after the fact, so it's a real routine type of system. But the thing that I'm trying to set up with mine as a PM is I'm trying to find points of contact in each different agency, right? A specific person that I can go to, so I don't have to, from the outside, try to hunt and peck through that agency, that I can go directly to that person, which is usually the Native American specialist, and they can direct me within the structure of their agency, okay? James Hudson was with GSA, and he informed me that their GSA is putting together a Native American division, and I don't think GSA has even made that public, and I've known that for about 10 weeks.
Okay.
So that's the type of relationship that we're trying to establish with all these different agencies.
Yeah, good. That's all I have. Just I wanted to share that.
Great,
Okay.
thank you. And I was going to bring up Sam, actually. That was going to be one of my questions. How do you do that? And you've just answered that question.
Right.
Do we have any other questions for our Apex, Native American Apex, Michael? No? Okay. Then thank you so much. Thank you for being here. And
Yes, ma'am.
another round of applause.
Thank you.
And
Thanks for giving me the time.
our USDA person was unable to be here, so as an added benefit, I've asked John to come back up, and he's actually prepared some slides for the social economic disadvantage statement. Wait, let me check the, Aaron's pointing at me. Make sure I have the right. After Apex. Okay. Who is it? Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. Deb. Is Deb here? There you are. Okay. I almost did leapfrog. So sorry.
So our next session is growth, retention, and expansion in Nebraska, and our speaker is Deb Paling with the Northeast Field Service Representative, Nebraska Department of Economic Development. So, you gonna walk? Do you have a? Oh, there you go. There you go.
Good afternoon. It's been interesting the short while I've been here to listen to some of the programs. As you know, with all of the different agencies, sometimes there is duplication of services. So some of the things that I'll talk about today, you may have already heard about, but we'll get through this. And just to let you know, with our programs, there's a multitude of them. I've been with the agency 10 years next December, and things still sound foreign to me, so don't feel bad if you struggle with this information. We do have experts for every program. So I'm field service. There's 6 of us planted throughout the state, and we're kind of jack of all trades, master of none, but we know who to get you to for the help that you need. So to start off, our academic research and development grant. This program is designed for companies that are working with a college or a university to create a product. So it might be, for instance, a cement company that has been making cement for 20 years or cement products, but now they're going to add a component to it that will absorb footprint, the carbon footprint. And so they're working with the university and doing all of the research necessary and making sure the product is viable and then getting that product into production. Our Accredited Job Training Act, this program is for Nebraska companies that are already in business, but they're maybe have some new equipment and they need to teach new skills to employees so they can apply for this job training to help them get that job done. Business Retention and Expansion Program. This is something that our 6th Field Service, we focus on strongly. We work with partners such as Public Power to go out and visit with businesses one-on-one, find out what's going great, and then what are the pain points that we need to help them with. When we start hearing trends, that's when we start getting reactive legislation to help companies with those problems. So currently, housing, childcare, and workforce. The Community Development Block Grant, it sounds like you've heard a little bit about this today. There's different areas. There can be tourism, there can be infrastructure to communities that are bringing in a business. But when we're working through this, SAM registration is usually a struggle, and we encourage companies to get going on that as soon as possible. Customized job training is very similar to the accredited job training, but this is targeted more towards companies that we are recruiting to Nebraska. And so we want to be able to provide a skilled workforce to that company and can help them with that process. Imagine Nebraska. Have you heard about that today at all? Okay. Imagine Nebraska is by far and beyond our best incentive program. There are different tiers in Imagine Nebraska. They added a rural tier, which has been very helpful in our rural communities, but the minimum investment would be 5 new employees and $1 million. In the urban areas, it's 10 new employees and $1 million investment. You do have time to build up to meet those benchmarks, and we have professional CPA services that we can recommend to companies that are needing assistance with this. Location One Information Services. This is a database for industry and commercial, similar to what Zillow and Trulia would be for home ownership. Lois, we work with our communities, and with the state we have certified communities and we have leadership certified communities, and part of the requirement is that they put in their buildings if they have an industrial site. And so companies that are looking for a building or looking for land, they're going to this system and looking for you. Our recruiters use this system. If there's a company that wants to locate to the state, say they want a 50,000 square foot building, our recruiter can go through a data search and find just those buildings, and then those companies can visit that community. Micro Enterprise Assistance Program, this is more for agencies. The department has dollars that we get through federal government, and then we subcontract with another agency. We have our regional development districts here in Northeast Nebraska. It's located in Norfolk. And so they do lending for small business. Micro TIF. Are you familiar with TIF at all? know what that is? Yep. Okay, so micro-TIF is basically, it was introduced, I believe last year, it might have been the year before, by Senator Groney, and it allows this micro-TIF, and it's used for housing primarily. It can be single-family, multifamily, but they're taking, you take the original assessed value, and then once you add the value, your project, the difference in the taxes can be paid back to your project. Prototype grants. These grants are for companies. It might be a startup company. It might be a company that's been in business, but they've got some new technology that they're working on, say possibly for ergonomics. So they want a wrench that is more ergonomically correct. And so they can apply for a prototype grant, work on their product, and get it to production. Very competitive grant, and that's part of our innovation program. The Small Business Assistance Act, this is a new program as of our last legislative session. We really had a hole for the small businesses. Our field staff, we work more with the businesses that growing by $5 and $1 million, where in rural communities, those businesses that are adding 2 jobs are just, in my opinion, just as important as the rest. So we have contracted with Grow Nebraska, and there was a lot of different stipulations and qualifications, but the SBAA will grant up to $25,000 for startups and $12,500 for businesses that have been in business less than 5 years. Site and Building Development Fund, that is a competitive program, and here what our project review committee is looking for are companies that are growing rapidly, need some quick capital to get their project along faster. They might need help putting in a railroad spur, or they might need help with building renovations, for instance. Award numbers can be anywhere from $100,000 to some of the larger companies, such as the Googles and Amazons, might get a much larger award. SBIR and STTR. This is another innovation program. There's 3 phases, basically. Phase 0 is helping you get through the federal application. And then phases 1 and 2 are supporting research and commercialization. So today they had a review, and an advanced ag company and a bioscience company were awarded SBIR, STTR funds.
Can I ask a quick question on that?
Yes.
How much is the funding in phase 0? Do you know off the top of your head when they get assistance? You don't know?
I think it's $5,000. Would that sound reasonable? Okay. Each one of these programs is on our website, and so if you want to dive down into the weeds, that information will be there. I'm just doing a very high-level overview here. We have a seed investment program. We work with the Nebraska Finance, and this is for companies that are in venture capital. They're probably going to be a very techy company and high, quick growth. And that's the angel investing program. State Small Business Credit Initiative. This is another new program after our last legislative session. So you've got the Nebraska Growth Loan Fund and the Nebraska Seed and Development. The Growth Loan Fund is for near bankable small businesses and manufacturers. And then the Seed and Development is for 750 employees and headquarters facilities. And that we are contracting with Nebraska Enterprise Fund. And Colby went over the STEP programs with you. Risk assessment and business continuity planning. This is something that we really didn't talk a whole lot until after the pandemic. We've also had some major storms. We've had major tornadoes, the flooding of 2019, and then the pandemic in 2020. So we've put together a list that can help businesses kind of weed through and find what they need to be doing to make sure that their business continue through a tough spot. The Nebraska Rural Projects Act, that is more community-oriented. It's a large grant system for railroad. Enter Nebraska would be another one of the more popular programs within our department. Enter Nebraska helps companies. It's highly competitive, and it needs to be a meaningful internship. We don't want them just filing or putting away papers. We want them actually in there doing some really important work that's intriguing to them and keeps their attention. More than 50% of our interns stay with the company that they intern at. We have opened up our Intern Nebraska program to high school students. It used to be just college. And we will accept interns from neighboring states. Developing Youth Talent Initiative. This is an initiative that we are focusing on. It was started under Governor Ricketts, and it's designed to try and steer children, not children, teens, to the STEP programs. We have a shortage in that area: manufacturing, IT, healthcare, and engineering. And Hastings was one of the first awards. It's a company, a business working with the schools and the 7th and 8th graders, and they actually saw an uptick of like 34% of students that started enrolling in some of these STEM classes. So definitely doing what we had hoped it would do. Just for your awareness, there are Nebraska career scholarships now, and they are more for some of those STEM, the high wage, high skill, high demand careers. And then there's a number of participating colleges for those career scholarships. Read Nebraska. Have you heard about this program at all? Have you heard our governor talking about it? And this is also more directed towards agency, but looking for organizations that will take on a reading program. And I believe it's 3rd graders. So yeah, there's $4.8 million that they're focusing now towards reading and mentoring. So that was a lot of information that I went through really quickly. Again, the PowerPoint is available, but if you go to our website, opportunity.nebraska spelled out.gov, these programs are all on our website. There's additionally community programs, housing, innovation, the business development, so it's all there. And there's actually a link to the contact, and it'll tell you exactly who, and I had on the pages who the contact person is that's the expert in that field. So, questions? Is there something specific you'd like me to talk more about? Okay.
Thank you so much, Deb.
Yes.
Sorry, I almost
Thank
forgot
you.
all about you. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So I'll pull up your slides in a second, but you have to make your way up here. Oh, there it is.
Okay.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. So I know it's been a long day. I appreciate everybody's patience. I won't be long. I'll try to be quick on this. But I think for folks online and folks that are applying to the 8A program, this is important. As we were talking about earlier this morning, there's been changes to the 8A program that requires everybody to submit a social narrative. And by everybody, I mean individually owned firms, right? If you're a tribally owned Alaskan Native Hawaiian organization, as it stands right now, the Ultima Court decision hasn't impacted those programs, even though the application process had been stopped. I understand from a couple of our staff, the application process is open again. If you're applying, you have the opportunity, it looks like from Certify, to submit, either upload your narrative as a document or as an alternative, answer some questions, which are basically the narrative sort of parsed out in questions, and you can answer it. But what I would say is before you get, best practice, before you get to put your application together, make sure you go through and figure out what all the documents are that are necessary, get all the documents that you need put together, and even though you have the option of uploading a narrative or answering the questions, I wouldn't just get into the application and randomly answer the questions. I'd take your time, make sure you have a thought out process on answering those questions in a way that meets SBA's requirements. So real quick, the Ultima decision basically found issues or raised issues with respect to the presumed classes, right? So African American, Hispanic American, Native American, Asian Pacific Islander, where historically one could check mark a box, now you have to prepare your social disadvantage narrative. That's where it's stopped so far, but the courts may look at additional remedies. There were some questions this morning about set aside in particular industries. That would certainly impact not just individual 8As, but tribal and entity-owned 8As. SBA is objecting and filed against those additional remedies, but we don't know where that's going to land. When you look at a social disadvantage narrative, you really have to look at how discrimination has impacted you individually. And that's sometimes frustrating because as Native Americans or as African Americans, Hispanic Americans, it isn't always a situation of, well, this impacted me today or yesterday or even the last 10 or 15, 20 years. It's this discrimination has created the environment that my parents grew up in, their parents grew up in, and now I've had to grow up in. Unfortunately, what the SBA, and again, I don't want to create a perception that the SBA is the bad guy here, right? They're doing this as a remedy to the court decision. But unfortunately, you really have to look at discrimination as it impacts you and discrimination as it impacts your ability to have access to capital, have access to education, have access to employment, have access to grow and an ability to grow your business and or get promotions, right? So you can't just say, well, I've been discriminated against. You can say that. You have to be very specific about the example you provide, and then you have to connect the dots with that discrimination led to not getting access to capital, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? And then the last point that becomes really challenging. Here we go. Okay. The last point that becomes really challenging is you have to provide the preponderance of evidence, right? It's not, it's a lower level of evidence, but you have to provide the preponderance of evidence that suggests or confirms that the result, whatever it might have been, right, the lack of access to capital or not getting the job or not getting the promotion, that that result was indeed a result of the discrimination. And I'll give you an example. So you went to an interview, you didn't get the job. You feel you were discriminated against. Could that have been that the other individual was better qualified? SBA is going to want to know, right? So you have to be able to say, hey, I was discriminated against. 2, that discrimination had an impact with the ability to get a job, et cetera, et cetera. 3, for all intents and purposes, it was that discrimination that resulted in my lack of getting the job or the access to capital or the education, et cetera. And you have to be really specific, right? The SBA wants to know. Some of the earlier social disadvantage narratives that we saw were really general. But the SBA wants to know who, what, where, when, and how. So you have to be really specific. We had some of our clients prepare a narrative that said, you know, when I was in college, X, Y, and Z happened. It was really difficult to continue my education. That didn't pass muster, right? You had to say, what school? What was the professor's name? What exactly did they do? And then what was exactly the impact of that discrimination? So specificity is important. Now, the one thing that the SBA has done, and there was a question this morning, is who has to do a social disadvantage narrative? The one thing that SBA had done is that if you had a requirement, if you were an 8A participant, and you had a requirement that was going to be awarded by the end of September this year, because a lot of awards happen at the end of the year, they had an expedited process. They said, send us your social disadvantage narrative. We have a team. We'll review these, and we'll make sure that your award gets processed by the end of the year. Did you have to provide the proof? In other words, did you have to have statements of witness statements or affidavits? No, but you had to list potential folks that they could get in touch with. SBA at the time wasn't getting in touch with those folks to confirm your narrative, but you don't want to just put random names in there because they hold out the right to go back, and you don't want to misrepresent to the federal government. But in that instance, for the end of the year, SBA provided the reviews in an expedited fashion. Now, what are they going to do moving forward? 2 things. If you're applying today, you've never been in the program, you're applying today, again, you're going to have to provide the social disadvantage narrative, either in the form of answering questions or in the form of an actual narrative. It can be a 1 or 2 or 3-page document, and you can submit it. They're not requiring, historically, when you provided a narrative, they would require statements of witnesses or affidavits. They're not requiring those yet. However, that was one of the remedies the courts is considering. But they still want names, right, that they might be getting in touch with. And since this is no longer an expedited fashion because of the end of the year, you can anticipate that at least randomly they'll reach out to some of those names. Again, you want to make sure those guys are aware that you're going to be providing their names. You want to make sure that they are aware of your description of the incident and can confirm and support that description of that incident. So those are new applicants, right? And then if you had an application in queue and it got held up, they will be coming back again. What we've seen on a number of our clients, they get a return. And the return basically says 2 things. One is, hey, it's been held up a while. Some of your data may be old. So in a 8A application, you have to put a personal financial statement. You have to put a financial statement for the firm. Some of that has gotten outdated. So that's first part of the return. Some of this stuff is outdated, please update. Second part is, hey, we need a social disadvantage narrative. So those are the two things that they're asking for if you were in queue. And then if you're already in the 8A program, but you didn't get your SDN approved at the end of the year, the September 30 push, there was a deadline of 9/30 to get your social disadvantage narrative in. What we've been told, at least, and maybe the SBA folks had a different perspective on this, but from what we understood is that that was a deadline, but if you missed it, it doesn't mean you're getting kicked out of the 8A program. It means you will have to submit the social disadvantage narrative as part of your annual review to ensure that you remain compliant with the program and can continue in the program. Or if you get an offer before then, SBA isn't going to accept that offer unless you have the social disadvantage narrative submitted and approved. So those are sort of the different scenarios with respect to where you are in the program, what the requirements are around the social disadvantage narrative, and the timing of submission. The one thing that I'll say is that where we see a lot of folks getting hung up, and I know I've said this before, where we see a lot of folks getting hung up is the specificity, is that the right word, of the examples, right? Generally, the way I recommend our clients to sort of draft the social disadvantage narrative, and I said earlier we have a template, happy to share it. SBA has some language, and they've shared it on their website. I'll ask Yvette and the team to send it out to all participants. Generally speaking, you want to identify your distinguishing feature. What is your distinguishing feature, right? I'm African American, I'm a female, whatever it might be, ethnicity, gender, origin, whatever that distinguishing feature that has caused the discrimination, you want to identify that, right? Then what we recommend is you provide a general overview of the discrimination that you faced. So just a broad overview of, you know, one of our clients, Asian Pacific Islander, spoke with an accent, you know, was of color, and was discriminated against not only in education but in work. And that, you know, just an overview of that. What happened, what were the circumstances, et cetera. Once you give that general overview, then you have at least 2 specific examples. And when you go into the specific examples, that's when you want to really mention the who, what, where, when, and how that has impacted your ability to get the education or to get the job or to get access to capital. The who, what, where, when, and how. I think that's sort of it in summary. And then, so look, so you have the distinguishing factor, you state that, you have your sort of overall summary of the discrimination you faced, you have the 2 examples, and then you want the conclusion. And then in the conclusion is where I generally recommend describing that for all intents and purposes, the result of that impact, the result of you not getting the job, the result of you not getting access to capital, the result of you not being able to pursue your education is the discrimination and nothing else. So making that statement, but providing enough proof that supports that statement. Any questions? Yes, ma'am.
If somebody is pretty new to the program and they've suffered discrimination on their full-time job, but not yet in a formal program under the guidelines, and they write their narrative pertaining to their 40-hour work week job that something happened,
Yeah.
does that qualify as their statement?
Yeah, I mean, we have clients that have their example as when they were in elementary school.
Okay, and then twofold on that, if I had something happen in elementary school,
Yep.
and I don't want that shared with anybody but the eyes that are looking at this to provide the certification, is this public information?
That's a great question. So that's part of the challenge. The latest, so SBA has always considered these as private information, not to share even under FOIA. They can be excluded from FOIA. The challenge is that the latest remedies that have been proposed to the courts require or are, if they get approved by the courts, would require the social disadvantage narratives to be made public. And so that is a major issue, and that's what SBA is fighting, by the way, because you're right, it's not an easy, number one, it's interesting because we work with, before the court case, we would work with, let's say a Caucasian female in the construction industry. And by the way, it's very personal information, and it's very difficult to share that information. So like, we would always have that client work with a female colleague of ours, right, to go through that because it's just very personal. And I'll tell you, 9 out of 10 times, the client would be like, I overcame that. It's okay, that's just life. And we'd be like, oh, well, hold on a second. Think about this. If you compare yourself to a Caucasian male, same industry, would you be where you are today? And they'd be like, well, no, of course. I mean, they had the fast track, but I overcame it. It's like, it's okay, because people want to explain that, hey, I had challenge, but I'm a fighter and I overcame it. And it's difficult to say, hey, I had challenges, and admit that those challenges have created an environment where I am disadvantaged as compared to peers that didn't have the same discrimination. So just trying to pull that out of people oftentimes is really difficult and personal. And so then, number one, you go through that process, and it's frustrating because number one, you go through that process, and then someone's evaluating it saying, sorry, your sob story's not sad enough, right? That's frustrating, number one. Number two, if the courts, for whatever reason, decide that that stuff might be public information, that's even, a lot of people are like, hey, this isn't going to go any further, right? Because these are things that I don't want to share publicly. And by the way, can you just compartmentalize it in your firm too? And so that is a challenge. I don't think the courts, I don't know. I don't think the courts would require them to be publicly made available. The remedy was, hey, because the firm that brought the case, Ultima, said, wait a second, you know what? These preponderance cases are being fast-tracked. You guys aren't really giving it the same level of scrutiny that you were giving the preponderance cases back before July 19th, right? These are being fast-tracked. So you're just rubber stamping those. We want to see those. And if we don't get to see them, we want a court-appointed official to be able to review them and ensure that they're going through the same level of scrutiny that they had been going through before. So that is a court decision that we don't know yet. But that's the allegation from Ultima, that the process post-July 19th has been expedited, has been streamlined, and it is not as scrutinous, is that a right word? Scrutinous as it was before July 19th. So I can't stand here today and say, well, that information will never be made public, because there's a potential chance that it could. I can say, having been at the SBA, that it would be highly unlikely that they wouldn't give you the opportunity to say, whoa, 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 that's not going out there, but then you might challenge you being in the program, right? So that's an unknown, and this is really uncharted territory with respect to the program. Any other questions or comments? Anything online?
I just asked and nothing.
No? Okay. Well, it looks like an early happy hour.
Like an early day. Thank you, John. Round of applause. Thank you. So we're going to say goodbye to our online audience in about 1 minute. And if I could encourage them, because they did receive the agenda online, I will reach out to them as well and provide the slides. And if you happen to look at your badge and online, you see it on the agenda at the bottom, is the survey. So those of you, if you could scan that QR code and fill out that short survey, that's very helpful for us, for our information. And I just want to thank everybody, especially the online audience, for hanging in there with us today, and appreciate everything. And we do have the roundtable discussions, and those that are here, please network and talk with everybody, but let's all turn and wave to the camera and goodbye to the online audience, to everybody. So thank you. Bye-bye.